The Motor Racing Network presents
All right, man, be ready here.
NASCAR Live Race Day.
Ready. Bringing.
From Daytona International Speedway. Brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
It is the most pressure-packed night in all of NASCAR. 23 drivers are faced with a difficult task, trying to win and get into the playoffs with 2 races to go in the regular season. Hello and welcome to Daytona International Speedway and Motor Racing Network's live coverage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Mike Bagley and the entire MRN crew here with you at the World Center of Racing. You can feel the tension in the air right now. Sunny skies, 84 degrees. It looks like a beautiful day. But there is a churn inside of over half this field tonight with what we expect to have a very special night in tap for you, and we're so glad you're with us. Let's go straight to the broadcast booth. Go to the tower and bring in Jeff Striegel and Alex Hayden. Jeff, racing at Daytona is special for many reasons, but tonight's race is no different, but it does have many different twists attached.
Boy, that's for sure, Mike, and good afternoon to you. Twists, the turns, the drama, the playoffs. 12 locked in, 2 to go. Darlington and Daytona tonight. Ross Chastain up 1, Bubba Wallace down 1. Alex Hayden, break it down for us.
Yeah, but that's not just the only story, is the playoff point system. There's a win to be had here at the World Center of Racing. For 23 drivers who don't have wins already, they can win and get into the playoffs and really make their season salvageable. But that all being said, everybody's going to do the same thing. They're going to go out here, draft hard, put themselves in the best possible position with strategy and maneuverability on the racetrack to try to get to one of the most hallowed pieces of real estate on NASCAR, and that is in Victory Lane at the World Center of Racing.
Well, how big would it be for Kyle Busch to go to Victory Lane, or the pole sitter, Michael McDowell? That would just absolutely change everything. The race tonight, 160 laps, 400 miles. What are some of the things that we should be looking for?
Well, I mentioned strategy, and that will come into play here at Daytona tonight. You have to have the least amount of time on pit road you can possibly have, which means we may see some fuel saving going on in tonight's race. The other kicker is, Jeff, we did not have any practice before the green flag will fly tonight. These drivers, especially in this opening 35-lap stage, they're going to have to race hard. They're going to have to mix it up in the draft and really figure out the handling of their race cars so they can give some feedback to the team.
How about this racetrack, Alex? It is Daytona on a hot August summer night.
It is a special place. It really is. We have perfect weather to go racing 400 miles tonight. The weather forecast looks fantastic. We expect nothing short of an amazing race here in Daytona.
Daytona under the lights, Mike Bagley, on a red hot Saturday night. And I'll tell you what, Mike, we are ready to go.
We are stoked, and we're so glad you're with us here on a hot Saturday night in Central Florida. Jeff, Alex, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later on as we check some NASCAR news.
Motor Racing Network NASCAR News.
Last night, the NASCAR Xfinity Series ran the Wawa 250. It came down to overtime, and Ryan Truex, driving for Joe Gibbs Racing, won his second race of the year.
I couldn't figure out if I wanted the bottom or the top. I restarted on both lanes and felt like neither of them were great. But I thought back to 2018 when I was here, I had the lead, I took the top, and I lost the race. And I didn't want to do that again, so I just figured I'll do the opposite of that, do the bottom, and
guys, don't forget, hit the like on the stream. I'll be on here in just a minute, getting a few things ready.
The National Motorsports Appeal Panel heard the appeal of the Richard Childress Racing penalty from Richmond. The panel stayed the penalty of the loss of playoff eligibility. RCR will make an appeal to the final appeals officer. The panel also shortened the 3-race suspension levied on spotter Brandon Benesh to 1 race. On Thursday, Toyota Racing Development admitted wrongdoing to NASCAR for inadvertently unsealing and rebuilding Denny Hamlin's race-winning Bristol engine. That triggered an L2 penalty. Driver Denny Hamlin and car owner Joe Gibbs were docked 75 points and also 10 playoff points. Crew Chief Chris Gabehart was fined $100,000. Denny is still playoff eligible through his wins at Richmond and Dover. In the wake of Corey LaJoie's rollover crash at Michigan a week ago, NASCAR has mandated teams install right rear fins on the back glass in an effort to keep cars on the ground tonight. And Trackhouse Racing has informed Zane Smith he will be released at season's end. And less than 2 hours ago, Trackhouse announced Shane Van Gisbergen will go full-time Cup racing next year in an 88 numbered Chevrolet. Coming up on NASCAR Live Race Day, we'll go one-on-one with two drivers trying to win their way into the playoffs tonight. Austin Dillon and Eric Jones will give us the keys to winning tonight's Coke Zero Sugar 400. NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace is back with us tonight. We'll check in with Rusty. We'll relive many win and get in Daytona memories. And we'll also talk with some of the drivers as our countdown to the start of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 continues.
Kyle Larson brings his Chevy in 4 tires Sunoco Racing Fuel.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR.
Money stop here for Ryan Blaney. 4 tires with Sunoco fuel.
From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
Hey, I hear you think podcasts are all about true crime, huh? Well, wise guy, the iHeartRadio app's got all kinds of podcasts. We got stuff you should know and stuff they don't want you to know. We got Bobby Bones, Big Boy, and Lou Later. We got SpongeBob Binge Pants and Exotic Erotic Story Time. We got Doughboys, Two Dudes in a Kitchen, Green Eggs and Dan. Hey, we got Elf Quest. We got podcasts for everything on the iHeartRadio app for free. If you don't download that, well, that's not just a true crime, my friend. That's criminal.
Tonight's Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona is 160 laps, 400 miles. Stage breaks will come at laps 35 and 95. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
A professional truck driver's job isn't easy. Now more than ever, it's important to work with a carrier that has your back. At Rail Transport, our leader is a driver. We've been in business since 1962, and we understand the challenges drivers face in today's freight environment. Everyone at Rail is committed to driver success. Our team is focused on providing professional drivers the stability and support they need and the earnings and benefits they deserve. To learn more about Rail Transport, visit rail.jobs. That's rail.jobs.
The NASCAR season is headed for the home stretch. Who's up for a little bit of chaos? A dash of drama? Who's down to take it to the Chicago streets? To ring the tricky triangle? To hit the Brickyard bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends. The NASCAR Cup Series, brought to you by Coca-Cola at Daytona, Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC.
Hamlin now. He'll take the lead here at Vegas for the second time.
This is Denny Hamlin on your 24/7 home for NASCAR. SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
You're listening to NASCAR Live Race Day from Daytona International Speedway.
History about to be made. 1 lap to go in the Daytona 500. The white flag is in the air. This will make it official. Stenhouse now 3 wide. Here comes Kyle Larson right up the gut.
Larson looking to go up the middle and win himself the Daytona 500, but he's got no help right now. The challenge is for the lead. Joey, look out. Oh, they're in the wall. A.J. Allmendinger is in the fence. The entire pack blows up. A number of cars crashing. Bubba Wallace is in it. Eric Almirola as the leaders race to the back straightaway.
Caution is on the speedway. The race is deemed official. NASCAR, by rule, who is leading when the caution flag gets called, that will be the winner of the Daytona 500. We're waiting. Yeah, we're hearing that it is official. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
Now, back to Mike Bagley.
That's how it sounded. February 19th, 2023. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. kicking off his racing season with a win in the Great American Race. Now, fast forward to tonight. He's going to need a win at the end of this regular season to race for a championship. We welcome you back to Daytona and NASCAR Live Race Day. As we mentioned at the top of the show, 23 drivers are in a position tonight to win and get in. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is one of those drivers, and if it happens, it's going to set the playoff grid into a tizzy, heading into one of NASCAR's most difficult tracks next weekend at the Darlington Raceway. Chris Wilner had a chance to sit down with the 36-year-old from Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Ricky, coming in Daytona, what are just the emotions and the feelings coming to a place that you've been successful at? Obviously, Daytona 500 in 2023, but when you walk in this facility, what kind of goes through your mind?
Yeah, anytime you can have multiple Cup wins at a racetrack, you got to feel confident coming in, and I know there's a lot of people that feel confident, and feel like they have a option to win, right? We're at a speedway race, anything can happen, but there's a sense of like almost like a little bit of pride, like, hey, like I do know how to get to victory lane at a speedway race, right? We've done it 3 times now, and you can luck into a few, but like once you kind of put yourselves in position, we finished second and third, close to winning a lot of them. So yeah, I got a lot of confidence coming in. My team's got a lot of confidence. I feel like they give me great race cars, ones that drive well and have good enough speed to win. So I'm definitely thrilled to be here, and hopefully we can be back in here Saturday night.
Yeah, what are some of the things you learned just over the course of your career on super speedway racing about where to position yourself, at what time, what are you looking for over the course of a race?
For the most part, throughout the race, obviously you're saving fuel, but at the same time you're kind of watching how the race unfolds up front. In the back, you're just kind of almost kind of stalemated. You're just kind of riding around. But even when I'm saving fuel, I'm watching the front of the field. Just what runs, where the lanes surge, where the top lane or middle lane, get that run. Where does the leader get to? How far does he get out before they catch him? And things like that. And then you kind of start, as the race goes, you start kind of timing that from, where you're at starting that lap to like, who ended up, kind of leading at the line, because that's, ultimately all that matters. So you kind of start trying to pay attention to all that. And this weekend, I think, with the new fin that we got on, kind of how that side draft plays out, if it's more effective, less effective, I think the cars will handle a little bit better, but like, I think the side draft could be a little bit, more aggressive and slow the car down that you're trying to side draft a little bit more. So it'll be all interesting stuff as we go throughout the night.
A win in your end scenario, do you like being in that position where maybe it's not necessarily a convoluted agenda as far as a race, and it's just simply we've got to be there to take a checkered flag?
I mean, I'd much rather be in a position of, the 17, 1, or 23 where you have an opportunity. Like, that's not your only option, right? I mean, you'd rather have multiple options. So, I'd much rather be in their position. I don't envy their position a whole lot. I mean, that's pretty stressful, trying to make sure you get stage points, don't get in a crash, but still give yourself a shot at winning and, getting enough points. So, we only have one option, like you said, and so your back's against the wall, but you're getting your plan of attack. And so, I'd much rather have their scenario, but we're in the scenario we're in, and we know what we need to do.
Would you say that Daytona is maybe the place you can get the win versus Darlington, or are both pretty much equal shots for you and your team to get it done?
No, I mean, I definitely think Daytona's a better option, and a probably higher percentage shot. But I think everybody's percentage goes up, right? It's pretty level across the field. I mean, you might be weighted, over others, but Darlington definitely, I think the percentage goes down, but the option's still there. So I think for us, we do feel like this is the best opportunity. But if it doesn't happen, we'll put that foot forward and try and do it at Darlington as well.
Thank you, Chris. Ricky will start tonight in the 35th position.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited.
Welcome, everyone. KimbroNator here. We're counting it down till the start of NASCAR, guys. This is going to be a great race, a Cup Series, Daytona, historic track. What better do you guys want right now? The Coke Zero 400 at Daytona. The weather looks good, so pray in the rain gods stay away for just this race. Come after it's over. That'd be great. So I've got the lineup. We can go over that real quick before we get started in here, the race, guys. So the first position we have is Michael Dow. Second, we got Todd Gillihan. And then third, we have Joey Logano, AM. After that, we have Ryan Preece. Josh Berry's in the 5th spot. Chase Briscoe. William Byron is in 7th spot. We got Austin Cindric. I always butcher his name. Then we got Kyle Larson. After Kyle coming in, the 10th spot is the Chase Elliott. He is bringing up the top 10. That's your start in the lineup. And then we'll go down to the top 20 because there's some cars that we don't have pictures on. So then we have Kyle Busch, number 6 car in the 11th spot. Number 6 car is Brad Keselowski. Then we have 13th spot is Chris Buescher. 14th spot is Ryan Blaney. Number 10 in the 15th spot is Noah Gragson. In the 16th spot is a 3 car. A lot of you guys like Austin Dillon. He's coming in at the 16th spot. And then, hey, Martin Truex Jr. His brother won last night. He is actually in the 17th spot. 18th spot is, I got 17. I think I skipped ahead. Let me go back one. I'm missing Bubba's car number. Okay. So we're missing Bubba is actually 17 or 18. And then Danny Hamlin is 11. And then 20th spot is Harrison Burton. So that is the top 20 starting positions. There's some coming up after that is Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez, Austin Hill, Ross Chastain, Watermelon Main's at 25th, Tyler Reddick 25th, Ty Gibbs is 26th, Christopher Bell is 27th, Daniel Hemrick 28th, Parker Ratzfeldt is 29th, Zane Smith is 30th. So guys, let's get it going. I'm going to drop this back here, situate these cameras. Let's turn on the audio broadcast here.
Raj after that. And speaking of the 40th president, there's a new movie coming out with his name. Reagan will be in theaters soon. Dennis Quaid, who plays Dutch in this film, was here Friday at the Speedway to talk about it. And the Petty family, they're here tonight to give the command to start engines. Welcome back to NASCAR Live Race Day. Let's get back to the task at hand. We're talking about winning here at Daytona. Austin Dillon and Eric Jones have done just that, and they are here to give us the keys to winning tonight's race. The keys are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.
Right on, Michael.
Trying to win to get into the playoffs. Here he comes up off turn 4. Last-ditch effort from Austin Cindric. Can't do it. Checkered flag in the air. Austin Dillon wins the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona.
Keys to winning the summer race in Daytona. It's definitely a handling race now for when it comes to a speedway. Knowing the situation that other drivers are in, getting into that race is important too. Kind of feeling the intensity level of the race as it builds. And putting yourself in a position where you can win it on the last lap.
Jordan, the race starts at 6:30 Central Standard Time.
Just the positioning for the end of the race.
We will be here live with it, so we will cover it.
Chris Buescher now as they race to 3. This is going to be a finish we'll be talking about. Young Eric Jones.
I'll have the live timing as well as some car camera and overhead cams here on the channel. I'm going to stay here through the whole time. Jordan.
Jr. at age 22. He's going to win the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Wow, the Daytona summer race has just become chaotic over the last few years. But, you know, Daytona's become more and more of a handling track, I think, as it's
I hope no flips tonight.
And
Jordan.
You know, just getting your car driving good, but still having speed in it. There's kind of a fine balance there.
Ricks are
fast enough to be able to go up, lead the pack,
kind of insane in NASCAR.
Also driving well enough to get there. So
they're cool to watch sometimes, but you hope the guys are safe.
That summer race in Daytona and guys getting out of the race and in trouble early. So just making it to the end has been a huge part too.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Can you handle the smoke? Then Toyota Racing wants you. Not the kind of smoke wafting from the grill on race days. Smells good. The kind of smoke from Victory Donuts, drifting less than a hair's width from walls and blasting off to the tune of 300 miles per hour plus. If the smoke smells inviting, we're looking for you. Be part of the action at toyota.com/racing. Toyota, let's go places.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
When you're injured, you want someone with experience behind the wheel of your injury case. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, has been helping fight for injured people just like you for over 30 years. With over 1,000 lawyers across all 50 states and a whopping $20 billion recovered for our clients, if you've been in a car accident, call Morgan & Morgan today. Dial pound law, that's pound 529 from your cell phone, or go to forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official sponsor of the number 8 car and Kyle Busch.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
Eric Jones is a 2-time winner.
Hey, it's Eric Jones. Catch SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Live or pull up your favorite shows anytime on demand with the SiriusXM app.
From the running of the Coke Zero Sugar 400, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
Chastain, half a truck length back. Harrison Burton, Johnny Sauter. Up front, looking for the white is Todd Gilliland.
Gilliland slides up the racetrack. Chastain is there. Is he going to massage that back bumper down into one? Chastain gets a run. He does. Up the racetrack goes Gilliland. They're side by side.
Harrison Burton now gets in and turns around that truck. Chastain will hold on to second. At the front of the field, looking for the checkered flag for the first time is Todd Gilliland.
First-time winner at Martinsville Speedway for Kyle Busch Motorsports. Todd Gilliland wins as they're piloted up in turn 4. Christian Eckes spins around. Tanner Gray spins around. But it is Todd Gilliland headed to victory lane at the paperclip.
Now, back to Mike Bagley.
Welcome back to NASCAR Live Race Day. We are headed off to Daytona International Speedway for the second to last race in the regular season. And one of the drivers that's in a win and get in situation is Todd Gilliland. He is below the cut line by 151 points. He drives a very fast Ford Mustang for Front Row Motorsports. Todd, welcome to NASCAR Live Race Day. How we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really good. And like you said, we're able to, have a really fast Ford Mustang, like you mentioned, at Daytona for the 500, and then also at the following super speedway races. So I'm excited about it. Like you said, we're closer to the cutoff line than I've ever been at this time in the Cup Series, but at the same time, right, that's too far to get in on points. And we're excited about our chances here at Daytona.
Well, instead of having to go through the mental calisthenics of you're out by this, you're out by that, and all the what ifs, ands, and buts, it's very straight up and very straightforward this weekend. If you win Saturday night at Daytona, you're in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 Victory Lane celebration, but you're also into the playoffs. Does having it cut and dry make things a little easier for you and the team?
Yeah, I feel like, normally we always go to the super speedways. At least my mindset is, right? We either have to come here and, give it our all, and chances are, right, you might end up in a wreck. But at the same time, right, you have to put your best foot forward, and that's running up front, running, a lot of times, right, it's not fun to say, but where the wrecks happen, you have to be right in the middle of it to, be in a good position at the end. So, like you said, there's a lot of people that are really close to that playoff cutoff line that, they have a lot more tough decisions to make, right? If it's coming down on the end of the race, do they just get out of the pack and bank on getting some points because they're close to the playoffs and all that stuff, right? But to be honest, it's really probably a 4 or 5, group of drivers. So yeah, I think everyone's got a similar mindset, but at the same time, right? We all know too, you have to make it to the finish to be able to win the race. And
here's what the playoff picture looks like currently too, guys.
We definitely need to go there and win, and that's what all our mindset is for sure.
You talked about the season opening Daytona 500 where you and the team had a great race. What boxes were checked that day? What went right to lead you to the good finish and the good run that you and the team had in February?
Yeah, I think, I feel like we've always ran well at the super speedway races, but I feel like Daytona was a little bit different for us, and then Atlanta too, which was right after. I thought, those races, our cars had really good speed. I think, in probably the 10, 15, almost 20 years past, right, Front Row has been looked at as a team that could go to the super speedways and compete. But, maybe the cars weren't the fastest, but obviously the draft kind of equalizes everything, and they were able to make do with what they had, where now I feel like we have some of the fastest super speedway cars out there right now. So to me, that's made it a lot easier to say, like, lead the race at the Daytona 500, get a different type of experience, because you can run up front, be second, third in a line and still make a really big difference. But a lot of times now, that's not the best place you want to be in to win the race. And I think to honestly win the race, you have to be a good leading car and, be able to work the lanes and just take a push, all that good stuff. So I feel like that's the more, positive experience that we've been getting this year, especially. So like I said, right, I feel like the majority of drafting stuff we knew and we learned we can work on, but actually leading the races, being in those situations is, definitely a lot more exciting and I feel like a lot better experience to be gaining.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a scary movie victim.
Oh no, a tree fell on my car, and there's only one thing to do. Trip over.
Daytona International Speedway. We are set for a night of racing under the lights here at the World Center of Racing. We cannot wait for the green flag to fly. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. The NASCAR Cup Series is about to tackle its next to last race of the regular season. Mike Bagley and the entire MRN crew on hand with coverage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 on deck. Let's go trackside. Talk with some of the drivers. Todd Gilliland told us a couple of moments ago it's been a great year for Front Row Motorsports. It's a great weekend for Front Row Motorsports. Both Todd and Michael McDowell will start on the front row. Michael McDowell qualifying first. He'll lead the field of the green flag. One of many drivers in a win-to-get-in situation. Michael is with Steve Post of Halstead, Pennsylvania.
And Mike, with this generation of race car, it was a new track record, 183.165 miles per hour for Michael McDowell. Michael, what are you able to do? What does a fast race car here at Daytona allow you to do here over the running of this race?
Well, you always want a fast race car, but it's got to drive good too. And, you know, with the speed that we've had at these super speedways, at Talladega, Atlanta, you know, here for the 500, it's drove well too in the race. So I'm not terribly worried about it not translating into a good driving race car. I think we have that sort of figured out from qualifying to the race. But anytime you can put it up front, you know, it helps when you get to the near of the race where guys will work with you knowing that you have a fast hot rod and can get to the front. I call it the Dale Jr. effect. I don't have that, but anytime Dale Jr. would pull out into a lane, everybody would go with them. So we're trying to create that with speed, and you know, really proud of everybody at front row. It's a big day for us to have both cars on the front row and to be starting 1-2. Obviously, there's a lot of racing still to happen, but a big accomplishment for the whole team yesterday.
Where do you want to be? 5 laps, 3 laps, 1 lap? Where do you want to be? Is there a preferred position, or is that contingent upon a whole bunch of other things?
I think it's changed over the years, especially with this next-gen car. I really think you want to be leading at this point. You know, I think in 5 or 6 years ago, you didn't want to be the leader. You're a sit and duck if you're the leader. But now I feel like you can control the race a little bit better. But the biggest thing is you want to have help, and you want to have a teammate around you. I only got one, so harder to execute, but hopefully we can get both cars up front.
We'll see what happens with it. Winning in, Michael McDowell will lead us to green here this evening.
And that teammate he mentions is Todd Gilliland. He'll start second tonight. Todd in a win and get in situation as well. Let's get his thoughts. Alan Cavana of Glastonbury, Connecticut is with him.
A great view for Todd Gilliland to start this race tonight. Also right next to your teammate on the front row. How important will that be to your success tonight in sticking with your teammate?
Yeah, it is definitely very important, right? It's obviously a big topic when we come to these drafting and super speedway type racetracks. So, yeah, it's great to have 2 really fast cars because, you know, for a long time, right, Front Row Motorsports, I feel like was looked at to make, you know, a big statement on the super speedways with sometimes not the fastest cars. Where now, you know, we've proven our super speedway cars are really, really good. So, yeah, I'm really excited about it. And like you said, we've got a great view. Nobody out front for now. And hopefully we can control it a little bit. And, you know, most importantly, have the same view come the end of the race.
Arguably, this is the best chance you've had at winning a cup race. What does that mean to you? Does that come with a pressure?
I think there's pressure every week, honestly, right? I don't think, you know, every week, even when we don't have a chance to win, right, there's always a big difference. You always just want to get the next spot and the next spot. So that's kind of what's been keeping me motivated, right? Even if we're not battling for wins every single week, it's about focusing on goals that are achievable, you know, making yourself, your team better every single week. I think all that stuff's super important, and this is a huge step in the right direction. We've had really good speed at the super speedways and qualifying, but to lock out the front row is incredible for our whole race team. So, yeah, we're just, you know, clicking off these smaller goals along the way, and I think as a whole our season has gotten much better. It's exciting to have a good chance at winning a cup race. I don't think it all comes down to this, but I also think it would be great to win tonight.
Well, you can't miss him. He's starting on the front row, and he's in a bright pickle green scheme tonight, guys.
The last time we were at Daytona, Joey Logano won the pole for the Daytona 500 in February. He has already won his way into the playoffs with a win at Nashville in June. He will have a totally different agenda tonight. Let's get Joey's thoughts. He's with Brad Gilley of Fort Worth, Texas.
And Joey Logano, of course, the 2015 Daytona 500 champion. Great qualifying spot, Joey. We know all the Fords are fast, and, well, you're a member of the Coca-Cola Racing family, so all of the things on the line tonight, but how can you get it done after 160 laps?
Well, we got to survive first. That's the biggest piece, and work on our strategy and then trying to win. That's really what's on the line for us, is just to win. Points at this point for us don't matter a whole bunch. Everyone's got a different agenda tonight, so keeping all that in mind will be probably key to making decisions on the racetrack and understanding what our competition is going to do. So you're right. We got a fast Shell Pennzoil Mustang, and as long as we work everything correctly, we should be all right.
We learned at Nashville that you're the master of fuel savings, and we know we're going to hear about fuel saving a lot tonight. How do you do that in the race car? How do you know just the right speed?
It's a lot harder to do here than other tracks because you're not ever out of the gas all the way. So obviously if you're leading and those type of things, it's harder to save gas. The more you're in the pack, the more you can save fuel. It's like a bicycle race, to be honest with you. The pelotons back there all saving their legs for the end of the race. We're going to have moments like that where we're saving fuel.
All right, there he is. Joey Logano's going to roll off third, Mike.
And he will start on the inside of row number 2.
Hey, Dave, we need your truck to help us haul our camping gear.
Sure, but it's not a truck, it's a Traverse.
Introducing the first ever Chevrolet Traverse Z71 with best-in-class max cargo volume and standard best-in-class 17.7-inch diagonal touchscreen among 3-row SUVs. It's the perfect companion on any trip. Make the most out of life's adventures in a Chevy Traverse. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Based on latest available competitive data, with rear seats folded flat. Cargo and load capacity limited by weight and distribution.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
We'll visit with NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace next from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Vinegar is the ultimate multi-purpose cleaner, and Harris 30% vinegar is 6 times stronger than regular vinegar. It contains no dyes or other harsh chemicals and leaves your floors, bathroom, and kitchen sparkling. Use Harris 30% vinegar outdoors to clean sidewalks, driveways, decks, and patio furniture. Harris even has a vinegar formula to kill weeds. Find Harris 30% vinegar at the Home Depot and most hardware stores.
Hey NASCAR fans, this is Willie Robertson from Duck Dynasty. Not only am I a family man, father of 6, and avid outdoorsman, I'm also crazy passionate about grilling, smoking foods, and barbecue. Pit Boss makes my favorite products from wood pellet grills, smokers, griddles, cooking tools, spices.
Willie Robertson here.
Whether it's today, tomorrow, or race day, visit pitboss-grills.com for all.
We're counting down, guys. We got the timer above us here.
Grills.com.
Getting it ready.
Vegas in overtime. This is Alex Bowman on your 24/7 home for NASCAR, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 9.
From the World Center of Racing, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
It's 2 Fords leading the way. Jimmy Spencer down on the inside, Rusty Wallace on the outside as Jeff Gordon has fallen all the way to the rear of the field. Side by side off 2 for the win for the last time off 2.
Jimmy Spencer down low, Rusty Wallace up high. Wallace has drafting help, Spencer has none at all. Rusty Wallace takes the lead on the backstretch. Drafting help from his brother Kenny. Now Bill Elliott goes by as Wallace leads to 3.
Rusty and Kenny Wallace 1 and 2 as they come around the final time into turn number 4. As a matter of fact, give Rusty Wallace 3 car lengths off turn 4.
Jeff Gordon is on the apron of the racetrack, not even up to speed, as down to the start-finish line comes Rusty Wallace to win the 1998 Bud Shootout.
Now, back to Mike Bagley.
Yes, a trip back in the old MRN time machine, February 8th, 1998. The NASCAR Hall of Famer and brother Kenny finishing first and second here at the World Center of Racing. Welcome back to NASCAR Live Race Day. Let's go back to the broadcast booth and bring in Rusty Wallace. Rusty, welcome back. We're glad to have you back with us, my friend.
Hey, thank you very much, Mike. It's great being here for the broadcast tonight for this big race here in Daytona. A lot on the line. A lot's going to happen, but it's going to be a fun night.
We just heard your win there from 1998. It was a different time and a different place. Are there things here at Daytona that don't change and are a constant here?
Yeah, I would say the enthusiasm to race at Daytona is number one. The excitement, that race you just played, the 1998 Clash here in Daytona, was unbelievable. I'll never forget that race. We're on the front row on a restart late in the race. Jeff Gordon's on the inside. I'm on the outside. I glance over at him real quick. As soon as I look at him, I mashed the throttle on the car, trying to outrace him. And when I did that, he grabbed the gear and tore the transmission right out of his car. That's the reason he was on the apron there. But everybody gets jacked up. They get fired up to win this race. And I'll tell you what, these restarts are going to be exciting tonight, especially the last one of the race is going to be exciting, no doubt about that. But Daytona, man, it's just all about getting jacked up, being excitement. We're at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and I can't be happier.
Well, we've got a pressure-packed night.
And not, guys. How about that?
That are in desperation mode. What advice would you give those drivers tonight?
Well, I mean, you got to get to the end of the race. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm looking right here. 15th place, Buscher. He's got 16 on the field. Then you got Chastina's in by 1. Bubba Wallace out by 1. And then look all the way down to 18th, Kyle Busch. This guy's 93 points behind, and he's got a win to get in. Some of these big drivers that aren't in this thing are got a lot of pressure on them, and Kyle Busch is one of them. My advice to them is don't wreck early. You know, be a little bit patient. But I'm telling you, at the end of this race, they got to go like crazy. There's a lot of talk about
go like crazy
strategy here in Daytona tonight. I don't like hearing any of that stuff. I think it sounds crazy. So I just hope this thing works out. But some of these guys that are big stars that aren't in, they got to get their act together and not tear these cars up tonight.
That's right. That's the key. You got to be at the and be there at the end to make it to the end and have a shot to winning tonight's Coke Zero Sugar 400. Rusty, appreciate the time. We'll let you, Jeff, and Alex reconvene, and we'll catch up with all of you shortly as NASCAR Live Race Day continues from the World Center of Racing.
Progressive knows when you won't.
Progressive knows. They do not know, guys. Waiting to get the live timing up for you guys so I can have that in the formatting that we want for tonight. Be sure to reach out and hit the like button on the stream, guys. Subscribe if you're new here. Turn on the bell notification whenever I come live. You guys can be here with me. We're counting it down, guys. We got 16 minutes until the race begins here. We got National Anthem coming up. Let's see if there's any news trending on X about it right now in the race. Pull up NASCAR. The latest. Wait, what? Rex spin out of house, crashed his car into the... I don't know, Wilson. Maybe.
Speedway. This is NASCAR Live Race Day. Now, back to Mike Bagley.
Welcome back to a beautiful night for racing here in Daytona. Partly cloudy skies, 83 degrees, and we are counting you down to the start of the Coke Zero Sugar 400, the next to last race in the regular season. The playoff field will be set next weekend after the Cookout Southern 500 at Darlington. Since the inception of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, the rule
right now there
gets you into the postseason has been in place. Certain tracks have delivered more thrills and surprising winners than others, and we are coming to you from one of them tonight. There have been win and get in moments here in Daytona. Kyle Rickey is here to help take us through them.
Win, get in moments.
400 might not be the final race of the 2024 Cup Series regular season, but this Saturday night is still the opportunity race that many drivers have been waiting for to lock themselves into the playoffs. In the 10 years that the playoffs have been around, there have been 6 different occasions where a driver
You're the man, D. Wilson.
win in Daytona as their only path to the playoffs in the Cup Series. One of the most famous instances of this happening was the 2020 Coke Zero 400.
Here comes William Byron to his inside. Truex, Byron side by side for the win at Daytona. Hamlin now with a 3-wide run coming. Further back, Corey LaJoie is in the wall. Hamlin is on the move in 3.
3 wide further back through the field here. Here comes Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott from the second spot. He's right behind. There he goes, William Byron up top.
William Byron trying to win and clinch a spot in the playoffs. To the line, checkered flag in the air, and William Byron and Chad Knaus win the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. They will go playoff racing.
Heading into the regular season finale in 2020, William Byron found himself in a very tight points battle around the bubble with teammate Jimmy Johnson and Matt DiBenedetto. At that point in his career, Byron had yet to win a Cup Series race, but that changed that night, with Chad Knaus leading the way from...
I dare say Austin doing it for the win. You think he can drive clean?
And not needing to worry about points whatsoever.
And not pushing and ramming them, right?
Used a first career victory as his path to the playoffs.
Logano leads down the back straightaway. Keselowski's in line. Now he turns him. Both Team Penske cars crash. Keselowski is up in a ball of flame. He'll take Kyle Busch with him. Everybody now racing off the corner in a horrific crash on the final lap of the
There's a bunch of wrecks last night on the Xfinity. Those guys that was here last night.
On the speedway, we'll wait and see who was the race leader when the caution flag came out.
And we are now getting word from NASCAR. The winner of the 63rd running of the Daytona 500 is indeed Michael McDowell. They can go ahead and celebrate now.
Michael McDowell's victory in the 2021 edition of the Great American Race was life-changing. Not only was it his first career victory, but it also secured a playoff berth for the Arizona driver for the first time ever. And he needed that checkered flag to do so, as he found himself outside of the top 16 in points following the first 26 races of that season.
Blaney is shoving Cindric. Blaney is shoving harder. Halfway down.
They're shoving harder, huh?
Austin Cindric now will lead by half a car length off the end of the back straightaway.
Austin Cindric leads into turn 3 for the final time with a big shove from teammate Ryan Blaney. Here comes Brad Keselowski topside, but it's the rookie that leads off 4.
A whole bunch of Fords at the front of the field, and here they come. Cindric trying to squeeze Blaney into the fence, and at age 23, Austin Cindric has scored the Daytona 500 win.
In 2022, another driver propelled to victory in the Great American Race and into a playoff berth. Austin Cindric did not have to worry about points
right on, Wilson.
Rookie season. And even though he was eliminated early in the playoffs 2 years ago, he gained valuable experience that he can use in his second playoff berth this year. And even though every driver views Daytona as an opportunity race, former Daytona
10 minutes, guys. We're getting it down.
Actually cashing in on that opportunity is extremely difficult.
There's no reason we don't go to Daytona with a chance to win for sure. How hard is it to take advantage of that opportunity? It's pretty tough. That race is probably more challenging than any of them. So a lot of it in playoff racing for me, and the way I look at it, is that it's kind of life too, in a way, right? You get some of your good and bad luck chips, right? And you got to draw each one a little bit. And super speedway racing is just that. You're going to keep drawing those bad numbers, right? No matter how good you run, how good of a spot you're in. And you just hope at one point you're going to draw that right card and be in the right spot and make the right move.
Right card, guys.
On yourself and what you do as a driver and how fast your car is. But you do.
Good evening, Rima.
To win one of those two.
So can Eric Jones or...
Let's have a great race. That's right, my friend.
Hail Mary on Saturday night. The eyes of the motorsports world will be focused on Daytona Beach, Florida to find out.
NASCAR fans, thinking about heading to the track? The official NASCAR Tracks app is the ultimate resource for planning and attending your next event. Discover tickets, event schedules, maps, and facility information to make your experience memorable. Get notified of the latest happenings.
So I get some of these cameras here. We'll switch over to our next view scene here.
Right from your phone. Got a race to win, my man. Listen to driver and team communications while at select NASCAR Tracks. Download NASCAR Tracks today on the Apple App Store or Google Play. NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise.
Hope everybody's having an amazing Saturday, guys. Staying cool, hydrated. Don't overdo it today. It's easy to do when it's a beautiful day outside. Make sure you get you something to drink. I've already drank all mine. I need to get some more here shortly.
Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
We're headed back trackside next. First from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
When you're in. Boom. Here soon, we should have the national anthem. Then after that, we'll get ready to get it started here, guys. Guys, you're knocking out the park. Keep hitting the like button on the stream. It's the best way to support the stream. It boosts the stream and beats the YouTube algorithm, so we get this out to more and more people. We'll have 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people in here before we know it. So those likes help boost the stream, guys. Thank you so much. Sitting at 29 likes currently. Let's go, guys. If anyone listening has never been to Daytona Beach, you must go and see this place. It's gorgeous. You can also take a tour of the whole Daytona racing facility, even ride in a van on the track. That would be awesome. Thank you for that tip there, Wilson. Absolutely, guys. Right on, Wilson.
Now, back to Mike Bagley.
Welcome back to Daytona. Drivers are being introduced to the crowd. We are set for the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Zero.
One of the news stories of the week. Denny Hamlin and his number 11 FedEx Toyota team have had quite a week. They were penalized. 75 driver and owner points, 10 playoff points as well. But he is a Daytona master, and they have put the events of the week behind them, and they're focused on getting their 4th win of the year. Back trackside to Brad Gilley with Denny, who starts 19th.
Denny Hamlin does roll off 19th, a 3-time Daytona 500 champion. And Denny, we know it's been a rough week, but tonight it's all about looking out the windshield. Coca-Cola Racing family driver, how do you win a summer race at Daytona tonight?
I'd like to. I've been a Coca-Cola family driver for 20 years now, and it took like 18 years to win the Coke 600, and so I'd love to win the Coke Zero Sugar 400 today. So never really figured out the summer race. It's been such a race of attrition. I've never really made it through, but a couple times. But certainly would like to get this FedEx Camry in victory lane tonight.
All right, there's Denny Hamlin again. He rolls off 19th.
Can you do it, guys?
Ross Chastain down here getting some pictures made with some fans down here and some partners along the way. Ross, this your home track or one of your home tracks, but it's been a track that you still are looking for that first top 5 at. What do you need to do here tonight? And it's so important, obviously. What do you need to do to check this one off the list?
Run all 400 miles or 400 and something miles if we go into overtime, which we seem to do often in the Cup Series here at Daytona. But for our World Rally Express Chevy Postman, it's about learning early and then saving fuel the rest of the race and see if we can put ourselves in position at the end.
How cautious or how much do you stay up on this playoff bubble? Do you stay up on it at all, or is it just a matter of doing your own deal?
I just got to go pick up points. If points are there, they give a lot of points at the end of the race, but they give a couple during. So it's a constant balance, and if I see something I don't like, I'll bail out of the pack and be there again later.
There we go. That's Ross Chastain's got a little work to do.
Ross Chastain.
He's quite capable. That is for sure. We'll see how he does. Alan Cavana.
And I'm with Bubba Wallace, who is signing some autographs. Bubba, when it comes to winning a race like this, what's more important, aggression or patience?
The perfect combination. You just need to be smart, be methodical, but know when your car is good enough to make the right moves. But that's the name of the game here, is like when you think it's good, somebody else thinks their car is capable of doing the same, and it's not, right? So you just got to be aware of your surroundings. Our Columbia PFG Toyota Camry is really, really fast. I already know it. Qualifying may not look like it, but every time we show up here to Daytona, we always have a lot of speed. So excited to get these guys to finish that they deserve tonight in some victory lane and go out and have some fun after.
Bubba Wallace on that cut line trying to resolve all doubt and just win it and get in. Brad Gilly?
Chris Buescher is the defending winner of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 and would certainly love to get there again here tonight after a great recovery last week at Michigan, where he put himself 16 points above the cut line. This one a critical race. Chris, a lot of fast forwards out here tonight. You qualified 13th. Can you go back-to-back? If so,
can you do it?
For sure. This fifth third bank Mustang's really good. I know it's hard to get a true read after one lap, but
right on. God's Devil Dog 144. Let's go, man. Good luck to you.
We're right here with a bunch of Fords, right here with our RFK teammate, and looking forward to being able to work together to go capture another win.
All right, a lot of confidence out of Chris Buescher. Steve Post.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney is one of those Fords that Chris Buescher just talked about. Ryan, manufacturer racing. What's the balance on that? How do you work together? When does it become every man for themselves? When does it become Team Penske for themselves? What's the balance?
Yeah, you definitely got to balance it out. I feel like if it's there and available, to help out, whether it's your teammates or your other Fords, it's always strength in numbers, so pitting together, all that stuff. But, at the end of these stages in the race, right, you kind of have to do what's best for you while also being smart. So we utilize that really well, I feel like. That's why you see a lot of Fords in victory lane at these racetracks, just because I feel like we're always really looking for each other and looking out for each other. And so hopefully we can do that well tonight.
How does fuel savings play into the manufacturer's battle? Is that a factor when it comes to all of you working together?
Yeah. I mean, the fuel save game at these speedways have kind of become the biggest topic of conversation, right? It just slows you, speed your stop up on pit road, and it just overall helps, just kind of jumping track positions. So, but I feel like everyone's kind of gotten to that game now, so it's like you can't really separate yourself anymore. So now it's the game of, all right, if the pace slows down and people are fuel saving, do you?
Absolutely. God's Devil Dog, thank you, man. Glad you're here, man. Good luck to you. We're getting this set up.
It's funky,
It's fixing to go live here. We got another screen popping up with timing and everything, and some camera footage tonight too.
That you're working with and planning on pitting with. You hope you all save kind of the same amount of gas, so you're on pit road the same amount of time and come out together. So you can never predict it. You just hope it kind of works in your favor.
Hope it kind of works in your favor. I think that breaks down Daytona pretty well. That's Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney joking yesterday.
Ryan Blaney.
He's not had the best of luck here at Daytona. The last few Daytona finishes have put him on a rollback in the garage. Perhaps maybe the gods of chance and circumstance will smile on the reigning NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Guess what, people?
Guess what, people? Some of those commercials. I'll mute the commercials best I can. If I forget, just let me know. The TV coverage, if you want to watch the race tonight, it's live on NBC. Also, too, watch it here with me, guys. I'll keep everything up to date. Radio, car footage here shortly, aerial footage, as well as the timing board here. And if you want to watch it on your PC along with me, download the multi-viewer for NASCAR. It's free application that you have to have a PC or a Mac to run it on. Also, NASCAR.com, you can watch all the same camera footage that I show here, and you can watch it in full screen. I can't show you full screen on here, unfortunately.
Up and opening ceremonies are next. NASCAR Live Race Day has been brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
My wife and I both, we ended up
they are
for a few months, and the negative
live here any second. I'm trying to get you the timing board.
Just super congested all the time. We were taking
it's not up just yet. It's usually closer to the start here.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immense
immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use, I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Yeah, car cameras are not live on NASCAR, so we're getting it here, guys, soon.
This is Bubba Wallace. You're listening to SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90, America's home.
How is everybody doing this Saturday afternoon or Sunday, depending on where you're at in the world?
Here's the starting lineup for the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Brought to you by eBay Motors. Bring home the cup with eBay Guaranteed Fit. Brakes, headlights, all the parts to fit your vehicle the first time, every time. eBay Motors. ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Row 20.
Eric Jones, Byron, Michigan.
Row 19.
BJ McLeod, Wauchula, Florida.
Carson Hocevar, Portage, Michigan.
Row 18.
Justin Haley, Winamac, Indiana.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Row 17.
Corey LaJoy, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Cody Ware, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Row 16.
Van Gisbergen.
John Hunter Nemechek, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Row 15.
Zane Smith, Huntington Beach, California.
Parker Retzloff, Rylander, Wisconsin.
Row 14.
Daniel Hemrick, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Christopher Bell, Norman, Oklahoma.
Row 13.
Norman, Oklahoma.
Ty Gibbs, Washington, D.C.
Tyler Reddick,
Ty Gibbs.
California.
Row 12.
Ross Chastain, Alba, Florida. Austin Hill, Winston, Georgia.
Row 11.
Daniel Suarez, Monterrey, Mexico.
Alex Bowman,
Monterey,
Tucson,
Mexico.
Arizona.
Row 10.
Harrison Burton, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Denny Hamlin, Chesterfield, Virginia.
Row 9.
Bubba Wallace, Concord, North Carolina.
Martin Truex Jr., Mayetta, New Jersey.
Row 8.
Austin Dillon, Welcome, North Carolina.
Noah Gregson, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Row
Las
7.
Vegas.
Blaney, Hartford, Ohio. Chris Buescher, Prosper, Texas.
Row 6.
Brad Keselowski, Rochester Hills, Michigan. Kyle Busch, Las Vegas, Nevada.
And now, the top 10 starters. Starting 10th.
Chase Elliott, Dawsonville, Georgia.
Starting 9th.
Kyle Larson, Elk Grove, California.
Starting 8th.
Austin Cindric, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Starting 7th.
William Byron, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Starting 6th.
Chase Briscoe, Mitchell, Indiana.
Starting 5th.
Josh Berry, Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Starting 4th.
Ryan Preece, Berlin, Connecticut.
Starting 3rd.
Joey Logano, Middletown, Connecticut.
Starting 2nd.
Todd Gilliland, Mooresville, North Carolina.
And starting on the pole.
Michael
The man.
Glendale, Arizona.
Long John Silver's car.
Lineup for the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
The pressure continues to build here at Daytona International Speedway. 12 drivers have done their heavy lifting. They've already won and gotten into the 2024 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. 23 drivers in this race tonight can join them if they are able to drive into victory lane as a winner of tonight's Coke Zero Sugar 400. We've got you covered here on the Motor Racing Network. Let's go trackside.
Let's go trackside, guys.
As you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Deltona High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Advent Health Chaplain Mac Vendome.
Dear God, prayer, guys.
As we are gathered here this evening to celebrate these gentlemen, shake and bake like Ricky Bobby.
Oh, man.
Help us to remember we also have a race that we must run. Help us to also shake and bake. Stress, some days depressed. Help us to remember we are blessed, we must shake and bake. Heartache, heartbreak, you have used it all for our breakthrough. Help us to shake and bake. And on the days where it's hard to get up out of bed, help us to remember those famous and fateful words. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing.
Oh, man.
Your glory, by your grace, In Jesus' name I pray, and all of God's children said,
Amen. Golly, guys.
Here to perform our national
I got to give him to.
Please welcome
I try not to laughing on prayers. Oh man, that was funny.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
She is hitting those high notes.
Does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Okay, we got the timing board open us now.
Musco Lighting is taking over the World Center of Racing. Night racing from Daytona next.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I
Coke Zero Sugar, guys. We don't want no Coke Zero Sugar. Alrighty.
Imagine
we got our live timing board.
Fizzy
Here we go, guys. And
cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty.
camera's going, guys.
Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey, Dave, we need your truck to help us haul our camping gear.
Sure, but it's not a truck. It's a Traverse.
Aerial, that one popped up. Good deal. Battle cam, are you going to work?
Max cargo
Battle
volume.
cam.
Standard best-in-class 17.7-inch diagonal
Cams
touchscreen
up.
3-row SUVs. It's the perfect companion on any trip. Make the most out of life's adventures in a Chevy Traverse. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on latest available competitive data, with rear seats folded flat. Cargo and load capacity limited by weight and distribution.
When we return, Jeff Striegel, Alex Hayden, and Rusty Wallace from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Imagine shaving a remarkable 7 shots off your game or better. It's not a dream. It's within reach at Golf Tech. With state-of-the-art video analysis.
I'll take that aerial footage off there for a second until they make it live here, ladies and gentlemen.
Comprehensive plan to elevate your game. We have the tools and expertise to help you reach your full potential. Visit golftech.com today and see how you can get 7 shots better. Visit golftech.com or stop by nationwide locations to schedule your swing evaluation today.
Deep in the heart of racing country lies a track too tough to tame. The perfect setting for the late season drama of the Southern 500.
Outside lane gets the launch.
One last chance to make a playoff push. One last chance to catch regular season racing.
All clear.
One last chance to plan a Labor Day weekend worth bragging about.
Southern 500, baby.
Here we go, guys. We are here ready.
August 31st and
Let's
September
locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. It's race day. Here is a Daytona. Excited for this one. So be sure, guys. We're at 31 likes. We're sticking it out there. We're going to hit 150 likes on this stream today. I know we can do it. With your help, we're going to do it, guys.
Tonight at Daytona International Speedway. 2 races remain in the regular season, and tonight's Coke Zero Sugar 400 is a race of opportunity. 12 drivers are already locked in. One of 23 others can join them with a win tonight. For many, this is their only chance to achieve playoff status.
They have Richard Petty in the house.
Reigning NASCAR Cup Series champion Ryan Blaney understands
you can see the man right there with the hat.
it's capable of producing.
You know who's out, who's in. You know who's going to throw some Hail Marys, and that's just part of it. But if it comes down to the end of the race, like, you're not going to bail. You know, you're going to stay in it, and whatever happens, happens. You just tug the belts a little bit harder and figure it out. Definitely beginning of the race, I try to look at all that stuff and understand if it's kind of getting to a sketchy situation, I might try to fight another day.
Live from Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Next.
Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Live on the Motor Racing Network.
Let me hit this thing live. Make sure
Cup
we're
Series.
as close to live as we can get.
Get a big thumbs up.
On the radio.
Today, pal. Poor boys, let's execute. Have a good day.
Yeah, it won't let me fast forward it in.
Tonight, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 from Daytona International Speedway. Sponsored by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle race day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. By Geico. Geico's mobile app has 24/7 claim service and on-the-go policy info. Get more with Geico. By Liberty University. Go to liberty.edu/24 to learn more about degree programs at Liberty University. Brought to you by Pfizer. By hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Just step in and go. By Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. A whole new
Saucy
way to
Nugs.
By Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with renter's insurance. Visit progressive.com. By Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. And by Sunoco. From NASCAR to your car,
Sunoco Fuel.
Fuel helps your car reach peak performance.
40 race teams are ready to go on a Saturday night under the lights here at Daytona International Speedway. 160 laps, 400 miles. And for the 155th time here at Daytona, the NASCAR Cup Series is ready to go under the green flag. Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden and NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. This is going to be good, Alex.
It really is. This is a special place. Rusty talked about it just a moment ago on NASCAR Live Race Day, Jeff. This track brings out the best in everybody. That's drivers, crew chiefs, pit crew members, and yes, race fans. They're here, they're packed in, they're ready to go just like we are.
And it's going to be high drama and high pressure from the time we drop the green flag all the way to the checkered flag. Glad you're with us here on the Motor Racing Network. It's time to get the party started. Now, trackside for the command here at Daytona.
Daytona! This is a moment you have been waiting for. Please welcome the Petty family. Richard, Kyle, Richie, Timmy, and Mark.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
There they got it. Here they go.
40 NASCAR Cup Series machines come to life at the World Center of Racing. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 is next.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a soap opera star.
Gracious me, my car has storm damage and I've had to file a claim. Could it possibly get worse? Will my claims team leave me for someone else? Someone less intense?
No. Actually, when you file a claim with Geico, you get your own dedicated claims team who promises to stay with you throughout the process.
Guys, we are smashing out of the park. Those likes are amazing, guys. Keep them coming in. Let's get this number above my head here. Right here.
What's better than one win? 3 wins.
36. Let's get that to 1,000, guys. With your help, we can do that. You smash that like button. That's telling YouTube, hey, this is good content.
After 12 months.
Pushes this out there to more and more people.
Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and...
Oh, man, these commercials. Sorry. Got it muted here, guys, so they're getting ready to start it.
National Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
I don't know why they come back just to do that. You can see the layout here. I've got the stages up here, along with the warm-up to go, all that information here.
For you here tonight on the Motor Racing Network. Outside turn number 2. There, as always, from Barrie, Vermont, it is Dave Moody.
Thank you, Jeff Striegel. Good evening once again, everyone, from high atop the Sunoco Tower here at the exit of turn 2 at Daytona International Speedway. This is the west end, or the inland end of the racetrack. The sun just beginning to set down below the horizon, setting us up for another spectacular Daytona Beach sunset. In terms of the competition, well, that'll be spectacular as well. 31 degrees of banking here in turns 1 and 2. Plenty of room to spread out 2 or 3 wide. That banking ends pretty quickly at the exit of 2 and falls away to just 5 degrees as they spill out.
Hey, guys, don't forget, let me know in chat who you guys are rooting for. Who's your favorite drivers?
Number 2 tonight here at Daytona. Now let's go to the other end of the property and Milford, Delaware's Mike Bagley.
Thank you, Dave, and good evening again, everyone. Races have been won, hearts have been broken on this piece of real estate that connects turns 2 and turn 3. 3,000 feet between the two, and in that area, a lot happens. It's all about the draft. You want as many drivers to step out of line with you if you decide to go. The more numbers you have, the more likelihood it is that you will advance and gain spots, perhaps maybe take the lead at a crucial time. But if they don't go, you're going to fall all the way to the back of the pack. A driver could be leading one lap and be 25th the next. It's all about that high-speed draft that we've seen it here, guys. At Daytona. We'll watch all of it unfold in double, 3, and even 4-wide formation at times from our position at the end of the Daytona Superstretch. As the field exits the back straightaway, they will race up into the banking of turns 3 and 4 and into the view of Carmel, Indiana's Chris Wilner.
Thank you so much, Mike. Good evening, everyone. Once again, I am also atop of Sunoco Tower. This time it's high above turn number 4 here at the World Center of Racing, where that 190-mile-an-hour drag race down the superstretch ends and the climb begins. 31 degrees of banking into turn number 3 at the east or coastal part of the racetrack. 2 and often 3 lanes of traffic will be tussling all night long. Those drivers trying to battle to find the lane that's got the most energy to move them forward. But here at Daytona, we're going to expect green flag pit stops, and that means pitting with your respective manufacturer. You better have received that message by the time you get to my feet here in turn number 4 to make your way to the bottom lane of the racetrack, avoiding that much anticipated stack up to the pit lane. As the laps wind down, you also have better reserved a drafting date for that 1,900-foot run back toward the start-finish line at the Tri-Oval and into the view of the gentleman calling tonight's action, Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace, Jeff Striegel, and Alex Hayden.
Thank you, Chris. 18 degrees of banking here at the Tri-Oval. That's where this
18 degrees, guys.
Is called the start-finish line.
Get in zone.
Still doing warm-up, guys. Let's see. This camera keeps coming in and out, but I've got it up live here. Smashing it out of the park, guys. We're at 33 likes. Man. Basically a fourth of the way there. Let's keep it rocking and rolling, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new here. KimbroNator here. We have NASCAR Coke Zero Sugar 400 about to start here any moment, guys. Be sure to share this with friends and family. Let's get a lot of people in here tonight, guys. This is going to be a great race. Let's have some fun. Keep it clean in chat. We're just fans of the sport, guys, here.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
When you're injured, you want someone.
See if I can set It's going to be epic, guys. It is fixing to be epic. They're about to start.
To go signal. Let's take a final sweep down
One
the pit
to
lane.
go.
This trip to pit road is presented by Wendy's. Get ready to cool down this summer with the ultimate treat. This iconic dessert is too thick for a straw, but just right for a fry. Try a small Frosty for just $1. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. At the exit of the pit lane, Motor Racing Network lead pit reporter from Halstead, Pennsylvania, Steve Post.
Just a bit ago on NASCAR Live Race Day, Mike Bagley announced the news that Shane Van Gisbergen's going to go full-time racing in the Cup Series. To prepare for that, they've gone from 3 races the balance of this year. They've added 5 more, so he will be racing a lot. This is his 3rd time at an oval. He's raced Talladega, Charlotte, and here at Daytona. Shane said, I didn't come to America to sit and watch racing. I came to race, and he's going to do a lot of it before he starts full-time in the Cup Series next season. Shane starts tonight's race in the 32nd spot. Brad Gilly.
Tried to move that window over and it messed it up.
Pit road was in Victory Lane the last time we were here at the World Center of Racing. That is William Byron. Should he be able to sweep tonight, he'll become the 6th driver in history to win both the Daytona 500 and the 400-mile race in the same season. The last driver to do it, Jimmy Johnson, back in 2013. Tonight, William Byron rolls off 7th. How about you, Alan Cavana?
I'm looking at the driver of Ryan Preece. Every driver knows the danger here at Daytona, but few know it like Ryan Preece and what he experienced last year, taking one of the most wild rides we've ever seen, flipping through down the backstretch. We talked to him this week, and he told us he's changed his approach to these races. Every time he comes to a new super speedway race like Talladega or tonight in Daytona, he gets a brand new helmet that he says is tighter around his face, less slipping, just something that will keep him tighter and safer, at least what he feels, while in the car should there be another wreck. What hasn't changed, his approach to how the fast his car is. He is starting 4th tonight and has all the speed of those Stewart-Haas Racing Fords, looking to avenge last year's crash with a win tonight.
The sun is setting out behind turns 1 and 2. The lights are on. The fans now rise to their feet as the pace car lights are out. Field is up on the banking. Those lights now dancing off the paint schemes as they come up off the 31 degrees of banking as we get set for the green flag and to call the start of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 for the Motor Racing Network from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Here's Jeff Striegel.
Crowd on their feet here in Daytona. It is time to turn the intensity up. It is time to turn the green lights on. McDowell and his teammate Todd Gilliland side by side, and here we go.
Here we go, guys.
We're underway in the Coke Zero Sugar.
Let's go, Suzanne.
Daytona, side by side. They
Chase
raced
Elliott
for the first time.
McDowell on the inside with a trunk full already of Joey Logano. On the outside, it's Gilliland. He's got drafting help from Ryan Preece. They will continue in lockstep formation through the apex of turns 1 and 2 to the exit of turn 2, still side by side.
Side by side.
Formation out of 2 and up the Daytona super stretch. Nobody stepping out of line. Everybody in double wide formation. Michael McDowell leads the inside line. Todd Gilliland leads the outside.
Let's go racing.
Got a huge shove from Joey Logano into turn number 3 on the bottom groove, but here comes Todd Gilliland with help from Ryan Preece, still neck and neck the first time off forward.
Lap number 1 up for grabs on whom is going to be the race leader. Here they come back down to the line. Inside lane by a nose is going to be Michael McDowell. Gets credit for leading lap number 1. His teammate Todd Gilliland rallies back.
Running right there with him on the outside lane, only about a fender behind up top. 3 wide lane, thinking about materializing back around the 16th spot, but for the moment they're going to keep it 2 abreast.
Meanwhile, up front,
man, they're 2 and even some of them 3 wide.
The inside line begins to inch forward. McDowell is there, although here comes Todd Gilliland leading the outside lane.
Here comes Joey Logano right on the back bumper of Michael McDowell. Your pulse.
Man, they are close too.
Side the 2 front row Motorsports Ford Mustang dark horses. No one gets.
It's hard to tell.
Well, with these cars getting no practice whatsoever, these early laps are a good indication of what they got in their car. You can know that the drivers are communicating back and forth to the crew chiefs right now. Hey, my car's loose, it's tight, it's doing this, it's doing that. They got to get the cars all handling good this first 35-lap run. In my opinion, it's a good
2 of 35 on this stage, guys.
35 laps in this first stage, and it's all about points, baby. You got to run as hard as you possibly can at the very end and get as many points as you can, because there's many cars right on the line and not making the playoffs. They need these points.
Right now, they are side by side up in the banking of turn number 3. Further back, Chris, they're 3 wide.
They are. Austin Cindric leading that third lane on the outside, just about in the 10th position. Ryan Blaney in the middle and Kyle Busch on the bottom.
Off turn number 4, back to the start-finish line, going 3 wide now from about the 12th position on back. Kyle Busch is on the bottom, Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric. That's the first line, 3 wide.
Austin Dillon was the first man to venture up to the penthouse. A couple of jumped up in line in front of him. They are still no better than 3 wide in row number 6, led by Austin Cindric.
This is the battle for 10th, 11th, and 12th. It's 3 wide off the end of the Daytona Super Stretch. They're trying to gain more momentum, but they are locked in formation. Cindric in a 3-wide battle.
Cindric getting help from Brad Keselowski in the King's Hawaiian colors to the outside. They're going to get around Chase Elliott for that position. Now Elliott caught in the middle with his...
You want Chase Elliott to win. Let's go.
Last lap, 3 wide this lap. Last lap, 193 miles an hour. And here comes Austin Cindric making that outside
193 miles an hour. That's insane, guys.
Very quickly what will work and what will not, at least here in the early going. And Austin Cindric has led the penthouse troops up to a side-by-side battle in row number 3. Cindric the long way for 5th place.
3 wide for 5th, and here comes that outside line, and it is rolling. Austin
They are
Cindric
rolling through there, guys.
the outside. He's up to 3rd. Austin Cindric taking a glance for a moment for the lead.
Cindric is high, wide, and handsome, battling for the top 3 spots here at Daytona in turns 3 and 4. He'll make his way to the top shelf and hold on to that position. Ryan Preece now into the middle.
And remember, Austin Cindric, he's a past Daytona 500 winner. He knows how to win this race, this 400 tonight. He's really, really good at this particular racetrack. But I'll tell you what, they got a ways to go yet. And they got to stay using this time right now to get these cars handling better. But this track is pretty cool out there right now. The sun is gone away. The third lane is hooked up pretty good. A lot of grip on the racetrack right now, guys.
They are indeed. Top 30 in the running order. Mike Bagley separated by 1 second.
Michael McDowell, Joey Logano dancing for the lead. Michael McDowell goes to the outside. Logano goes with him. Logano back to the bottom. Logano wants a piece of the point as well.
And he's got Josh Berry now in tow as the second car on the bottom, pushing Joey Logano in turns 3 and 4. Right at my feet, Joey Logano, your new leader off at turn 4.
William Byron also on that inside lane. Logano from the bottom to the top to throw the block on Michael McDowell. They are 3 wide at the line. Josh Berry all the way to the bottom.
Joey Logano, one of the most aggressive blockers and defenders in the business, but he can only block 1 lane at a time. And now he's back there around the 5th spot, stuck in the middle. Here they come off turn 2. Michael McDowell to the outside on Josh Berry.
Josh Berry leads the inside line. Michael McDowell leads the outside lane. Joey Logano leads the lane in the middle, and that lane has fallen back in a 3-wide battle for position number 6.
Bottom lane starting to fall apart as the top lane starts to roll, but now the middle starts to develop with Brad Keselowski in that 3rd position. They're 3 wide from 3rd on back. Battle for the lead, though. Here comes Michael McDowell to the outside.
McDowell on that outside lane. Now go back to the middle. Drifts the car back high again. Josh Berry downstairs. McDowell topside. Behind that duo, they are 3 wide the majority of the field.
Elbow to elbow, back 3, 4, 5.
I don't think you can win the race in the first stage, but I sure don't know how you can lose it in the first stage.
Here comes Keselowski, shoehorning his way up the middle, looking for 2nd place.
Stages are. It's crazy how I've seen drivers win the first 2 stages and lose out like they did last night.
With Kyle Larson right there. Berry changes lanes, goes topside. Here comes Keselowski up the gut.
Keselowski took advantage of Josh Berry going top shelf. He goes right around the double yellow line. Here comes William Byron in tow as Brad Keselowski leads them off 4 this time.
Guys, I tell you what, it's so fun to watch them run 3 wide around this racetrack. But I'll tell you what, soon as
this is a fast track.
We talk about it all the time around lap 25. Be looking for these cars to start slipping and sliding a little bit. That's when this 3 wide racing will break up a little bit, and it'll probably fall back to 2 wide, Alex. Seems like it happens all the time.
You're right about that. We fully expect that because of the handling that does, in fact, come into play as this surface is beginning to age.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
We're going to stay right here with it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not clicking off of it. I'm going to keep trying to pull up the best coverage. Here is Austin Cindric. This is his mile per hour. I don't know why it keeps moving around. So who do you guys want me to follow their car footage? This is their dash cam. What's like their gear, their mile per hour, RPM, and throttle. Want me to get Austin Dillon next? Cindric's at 190 mile an hour currently. He's out of the throttle. It's pretty cool how you can see him dropping out of the throttle. He's in 5th gear.
Go. Last lap separated first to last by less than 3 seconds. They're 3 wide again for the lead. Brad Keselowski racing to the inside of teammates, Front Row Motorsports, Todd Gilliland, and Michael McDowell from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi. Voice of NASCAR. I don't care about Steven Singer. $36 likes in, guys. Out of 150 is our goal for the night. Josh Berry, William Byron, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, and Kyle Larson are top 5. The 5 car is in the 5th position. Pretty crazy. We're back here, guys. Radio's back on.
3 wide, 8 rows deep. Josh Berry currently at the front of the field. It is Daytona under the lights. Alex Hayden, it's what we expected to see, and it has not disappointed.
Not one bit, as the fans, not many of them are set back down after the green flag went in the air as they come back to the start-finish line. Lap number 13 goes on the board, gives us 22 to go here.
There's William Byron, the leader right here.
Here they go again, mixing it up at the front of the field.
Nothing short of spectacular.
Basically full throttle.
The battle is on for the lead. Josh Berry's got the middle lane of the racetrack. Down low is William Byron. Outside
jumping around.
Not for long, because Berry will change lanes. He'll go to the outside of the racetrack and block off the advance there and get drafting help at the same time. Michael McDowell helps shove Josh Berry back to the lead.
Outside lane beginning to surge forward, but Joey Logano has help from Brad Keselowski. Now to the middle. Race leader Josh Berry will take Michael McDowell. Your race leader in the middle lane this time off 4.
Only 15 laps in, and who says
15.
You can't pass at Daytona? Eric Jones is up 25 positions. Christopher Bell up 16. Corey LaJoie and BJ McLeod up 10. And Ryan Preece, Chase Briscoe, and Noah Gregson, the teammates, Alex Hayden, going the wrong way.
Yeah, they're down 35 positions, 28 and 18. But, that very well may be by design, given the fact that they all are teammates. They had great fast race cars in practice, or I should say in qualifying, not practice.
15 laps in, let's give you a quick look at how they are running, presented by Hands Free. Skechers, slip-ins, no bending down, no touching your shoes. Just step in and go with Hands Free.
Go.
Slip-ins.
Keep in mind that they are knotted together, 2 and 3 wide all the way around. The leaderboard will continue to shuffle as we give you this rundown. Out front, it is Joey Logano showing the way at the moment. Then behind Logano, as they make their way back into turn 1, Logano is the race leader. Being scored second is Michael McDowell. Brad Keselowski is third. Josh Berry goes fourth and Todd Gilliland fifth. William Byron is sixth. Austin Cindric is seventh. Eighth is Austin Dillon. Ninth, Chris Buescher. And 10th is Kyle Larson.
Why don't we take you through the top 20 at least here. Running 11th at the moment, Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch 13th. Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace make up the top 15. Then it's Ross Chastain, Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, and Daniel Hemrick. And that is the top 20 here. Now 16 laps complete.
And Joey Logano has the field at bay for the moment. Michael McDowell right on his bumper. Brad Keselowski tries to tuck in right there in position number 3. Rusty, you mentioned how about lap 25, these tires will begin to wear somewhat. It's hard to imagine when you race here at Daytona that handling comes into play.
It really does come into play a lot here. I mean, this track is tighter than its sister track, say Talladega, Alabama, which a lot of people talk about. That's a 2.66 mile racetrack, a little more room. But here at Daytona, it's tighter, and when the tires start to wear, you start slipping and sliding. The handling does go away. Now, one thing that might make these cars go a little longer, we're in darkness right now. It's cooled down. That makes the car have much better grip. But I still think around 25, that's when they're going to start breaking apart.
Right now, the top 26 cars are all running right together. Joey Logano across the line as the race leader. Lap 17, Dave, they're headed your way.
He continues to show the way, but it's not through any lack of effort from Todd Gilliland, from Michael McDowell, from a number of others, including Josh Berry. Right now, it's Berry shoving Logano out of 2.
And those 2 cars are free and clear of the double wide and 3 wide racing. Berry goes up, Logano goes up. Now they're back to the bottom. Now they're in the middle. Very aggressive in the early going. And here comes the outside lane with a run.
Logano chooses the bottom. That opens the door for Todd Gilliland to take it 3 wide for the race lead here at Daytona. Michael McDowell in tow, but Josh Berry's in the middle, and Logano's still on the bottom.
Cars are stable 3 wide, about 8-9 rows deep. Back to the start-finish line. Flashes go off from the fans in the grandstands as this grand scene at the World Center of Racing plays out.
Here they come into turn number 1. It's still Joey Logano by almost a car length, but here comes the outside lane. Todd Gilliland flying in the green and white pickle car. He is dead even now in the outside lane. Logano down low, up high the challenge.
The inside line is beginning to inch forward. The middle lane led by Josh Berry starting to backdrop just a little bit. Todd Gilliland trying to regain some lost ground as Logano will power through with a lead down low.
He's got Ryan Blaney tucked up right behind him there to give him a shove into turn number 3 as Logano will have a nose advantage on the bottom, but here comes Josh Berry. That middle line starting to surge again.
What a spectacle we have here tonight at Daytona early in, but what a race they are putting on. Josh Berry in the middle, out front to the inside, Logano out front to the outside, Todd Gilliland.
Gilliland's got a good head of steam in that outside lane, and for the moment it'll push him to the lead, but back comes Joey, thundering down to the inside line, hugging that double yellow line. Logano back to the lead in 2.
And he's out front all by himself on the inside lane of the racetrack. That'll quickly change as the field makes its way up the Daytona super stretch. Now the outside lane kicks in. Gilliland to the lead. It's McDowell to second, 3 wide for third.
That train on the top side starting to roll with the 2 front row motorsports cars at the front of the field, but here comes Josh Berry again through the middle. Joey Logano gets a big shove from Ryan Blaney off the corner on the bottom.
Not going to be enough, however. Outside lane will continue to roll. Top side, that is going to be Todd Gilliland showing the way. His teammate Michael McDowell latched to his back bumper. Everybody else stacks up 3 wide.
They are 3 deep for third, fourth, and fifth position. Keselowski's got the top of the racetrack. Joey Logano glued to the bottom. Stuck in the middle right now like the meat of the sandwich is Josh Berry. Berry.
A lot of these drivers hoping that Rusty Wallace was correct in that lap 25 mark when this pack would break up. This pack has been locked together since the dropping of the green flag. And right now it's led by Todd Gilliland.
Masterful shove by Ryan Blaney on the bottom lane to Joey Logano. Propels Logano forward. He pulls up to the door of race leader Todd Gilliland, but he'll stall out as Gilliland gets a huge shove by Michael McDowell.
And behind Michael McDowell, you've got Brad Keselowski. Then you've got Austin Cindric and Austin Dillon. That's the outside lane. The inside lane, Dave, it is a pair of Team Penske Ford Mustangs.
Trying to make some ground right now after dropping back. Joey Logano does into a side-by-side battle for the number 3 position. Front of the pack, the Front Row Motorsports teammates living up to their name. They run 1 and 2, led by Gilliland.
Behind them, Logano and Keselowski are side by side, 3 wide behind them. That changes now as Keselowski
Bubba.
that middle lane to the front. Here comes drafting help from Josh
44. Let's go, man.
3 wide for second as Joey Logano gets a full head of steam into turn 3 on the bottom. He's out by his lonesome self. He'll now move off the bottom and protect Brad, who's coming up the middle lane.
Everybody
Trying to keep these cams going for you guys
from the
here.
bottom to the middle to the top. They
Let's go,
continue
Suzanne.
to go wheel to wheel all the way around.
Who's going to win, guys?
Up front, however, it's Joey Logano. So we're
23.
14 laps
Or
to go.
22 of 35.
Guess what,
Maybe it's a
people?
little ahead of us. They are right there, guys. They're fighting it out. Let's go, guys. I don't know why these cams. Let's see if we can get a car cam. This is Chase's car. Got to hear and get audio going out of it. On here, it is not working the way it's supposed to. Off of it for a second. Let's see if we can get another one working here, guys. Going.
Sugar 400 at Daytona. Tackle race day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Irresistible taste with zero sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
We have 25 laps complete. We've had 10 different leaders at the start-finish line, several more all the way around the racetrack. Austin Cindric is a look through.
This is Dillon, Austin Dillon.
Gilliland, Cindric, Brad Keselowski, Michael McDowell, Josh Berry, top 5. Then it's Austin Dillon, William Byron, Joey Logano 8th, Daniel Suarez, and Ryan Blaney. That is your top 10 on lap number 26.
NASCAR Hall of Famer and our colleague Rusty Wallace said around lap 25 the handling will start to go away on some of these cars. So what are they saying about these race cars as we've completed now 26 laps? Let's take a trip to the pit lane. Brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Steve Post?
Well, Noah Gragson didn't get to lap 25. You guys had talked about him and some of his Stewart-Haas teammates dropping to the bottom. That light is on for Noah Gragson because he said the front end of the race car is not engaged. It feels like it's bouncing around. Drew Blickensderfer is crew chief, a two-time winner here in the Daytona 500. Drew said just ride it out to the stage break and we'll start working on it. Brad Gilly, what are you hearing?
Almost the same thing from Chase Briscoe. He's actually not a part of the lead draft right now in that pack that's running 3 wide. He started losing the handling on his race car about 3 laps ago. Says the front end just won't engage in turns 1 and 2. They told him to go to the bottom, said that would help his handling. He told Richard Boswell the bottom doesn't help at all. It's much more rough. In complete contrast to that, a teammate of theirs, Josh Berry, leading the race. He is quiet and happy with his race car. Alan Cabana, how about you?
Another Stewart-Haas racing car having trouble. Ryan Preece started this race in 4th and quickly went toward the back of the field, checking with the team. They said that is not entirely by strategy. Just like you heard with the 10 car of Noah Gragson and Chase Briscoe. Handling problems for Ryan Preece, their teammate. The same story. A little bit of chattering, a little bit of feeling that they've never had before at the track like Daytona, or even Ryan Preece questioning, have we changed something? Have we taken a different approach? Waiting on the stage to end so they can make a change.
6 laps to go in this stage, and just as a reminder, we don't expect anybody to pit prior to the green and white checkered flag. Stage points so valuable here.
6 to go, guys.
Jeff, but you know, by rule, 2 laps before a stage conclusion, they close pit lane. We heard Brad Gilly allude to the fact that there are 2 distinct drafting lines now. There's the lead pack, and then there's a big gap before you have another 12 to 15 cars. Those cars, Jeff, it wouldn't surprise me with 3 to go in a stage that some may peel off the racetrack because you'll be able to make a green flag stop, get back on the track without losing a lap. The stage will end, everybody else will pit, and they will flip the cycle and then turn themselves into the race leaders.
And right now we have a pack of 26 cars, so everybody outside of 26, 27th on back could indeed pit with 2 to go. Let's pick up the leaders off of turn 4. Back through the tri-oval they come, and they are still packed.
Here they go, guys.
Joey Logano on the inside, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Josh Berry, and Ryan Blaney.
Here they come into turn number 1. Joey Logano's on the attack once again. He'll go to the inside on Brad Keselowski. Bradley's in the middle lane. They run 2 by 2 now. Dead even, door to door.
Almost leaning on each other. Coming out of 2, Keselowski and Logano were. Now Keselowski will swing wide. He's trying to block a couple of advances while Joey Logano gets a huge shove from Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson down low.
The Blue Ovals flexing their muscle early here in stage 1 at Daytona. Joey Logano
flexing their muscles, guys.
Ryan Blaney tucks behind in 2nd on the bottom. Brad Keselowski trying to get a shove from Josh Berry up top.
I'll tell you what, guys, these tires are holding on much better than I thought they would. I told you, like lap 25, they start falling apart. It hasn't happened that aggressive yet. They're still real tight. You really got to give a good shout out to Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company for developing this super durable tire tonight. It's looking really, really good for Goodyear at the moment, guys.
4 laps to go. Stage 1 of 3.
On the bottom, Brad Keselowski topside.
Double wide, 2 rows deep up front, followed by a pack of 3 wide racing right behind them. Keselowski leads the outside. Logano leads the inside. Chris Buescher will lead the middle with help from Bubba Wallace.
Chris Buescher trying to get forward through the field here at the end of the stage. He's racing Kyle Larson for 5th, but here comes Brad Keselowski on the outside of Joey Logano for the race lead.
Joey Logano on the inside, Brad on the outside.
You're watching on TV as well.
3 wide.
8 to go, Barry.
Getting down to it now, Dave. 3 to go. Stage
Joey and Kowalski are fighting it out right now.
To go up for grabs. They continue 2 by 2 through the first couple of 3 rows. Then it's 3 by 3 back all the way through the tail end of the top 20. Joey Logano shows the way.
Stretching out just a tough
kick to the outside. Matter of fact, he leads the 3rd lane in the extreme outside lane, and he's falling out of the top 5. Up front, Logano inside. Keselowski outside. Now Logano breaks through again.
Here comes that 3rd lane. Josh Berry gets help from
bumping just a little bit. and going.
3 wide for position number 4.
2 to go. Let's go, guys.
Trying to climb the leaderboard as points are going to be handed out in 2 more laps. Back to the start-finish line. Joey Logano up front.
Logano.
Ryan Blaney behind him. Brad Keselowski
Blaney's right behind
in the
him.
middle lane. Outside, 3rd lane beginning to roll.
And the challenge is on for the lead. Brad Keselowski inching his way.
Look like Blaney is sticking it out. I think he got just a slight.
Position led by Josh Berry. He's going to.
No, Logano's pushing it back.
William Byron tried to throw a block there on Berry. Coming out of 2, it doesn't work. He's going to still power his way around the outside. Josh Berry will in 3.
Pay window starting to open for stage points here at Daytona. Josh Berry looking to get some help moving forward way to the outside here in turns 3 and 4. He's got Chris Buescher as Logano continues to lead.
1 to go in stage number 1. Drivers like Buescher running 9th. Needs points. Bubble right in the thick of it. He needs points. Joey Logano will lead him back to turn 1. Final lap, stage 1.
Logano looking to ring the cash register and tally up those 10 points.
Ring the cash register.
All the way up on the safer barrier. Here comes Keselowski, smack in the middle. They are 3 wide for the win in stage 1.
Now they will funnel their way onto the Daytona Super Stretch. Logano on the bottom. Keselowski in the middle. Berry topside. Everybody with drafting help. Berry in front. We'll get the heave-ho from Buescher into the lead.
They fan out in turns 3 and 4. Berry back to the bottom to protect the line against Joey Logano. Josh Berry legs it out about a half car length. Battle for second now. Logano and Buescher leading on each other off 4.
Green and white checkered flag in the air. Stage number 1 about to come to an end. Furious racing inside the top 10. Josh Berry will win stage number 1 of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. What a drive by Josh Berry.
What a drive by Berry.
Berry
That
gets
is right.
the stage win. The rest of the top 10 to get points. Joey Logano 2nd. Chris Buescher 3rd. Austin Cindric 4th. Ryan Blaney 5th.
There's your leaders there on the first caution.
7th. Michael McDowell was 8th. William Byron 9th. And 10th was Kyle Larson.
And that was Josh Berry's first ever stage win, and it happens here tonight.
That was Josh. I didn't realize
Look at
that.
the top 10 from Alex Hayden, presented by Sunoco. From feeling your favorite
Presented by
NASCAR teams to
Sunoco
filling
Fuel.
up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles
He did get
perform
it.
at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do.
Performance is what we do, guys. Hey, guys, thank you so much for dropping in here. Stage 1 complete. No cautions, no wrecks. So Berry was able to get it. And as they ran through, we've got the live timing here to my right above me here. And this is scrolling next to us here with all the positions currently. So KimbroNator here. Thank you guys for stopping in the stream tonight. Be sure to hit the thumbs up and like the stream as you're here. You don't have to do it one time. It's the best way to support the stream, guys. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. Even if you don't subscribe, just at least hit the thumbs up or thumbs.
Including Joey Logano.
Joey Logano.
Stall here on pit road. He led a lot of laps in that first stage, but didn't hit the right lane at the end. May have cost him a stage win at the end. 4 tires for Joey Logano. And just up ahead of him, Todd Gilliland. Great starting position tonight.
Fantasy looking good.
Horrible, especially in traffic. Can't come.
Gillihan, Kowalski, Blaney, Wallace, and Chastain. Watermelon Man, good luck to you there, my friend.
Adjustment, 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. 4 tires and Sunoco Fuel for everybody. Michael McDowell in the first pit box. Brad Keselowski in the second pit box. The race on pit road. Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric. And we have got Josh Berry goes out 4th fastest, Brad.
Josh Berry, stage 1 winner, comes in. He gets 4 tires. They waited on fuel. That slowed down his pit stop a little bit. Says he's just trying to learn out there, needs some friends. Daniel Suarez just goes by with a little fire out of the back of his car. For William Byron,
firing it up.
Good, but his car was getting way loose, especially with someone on the outside.
Well, you mentioned, Brad, the fire under the car of Daniel Suarez. Alan Cavano, what's the story down there?
Yeah, big flames out in the pit box of Daniel Suarez. Running down there to see exactly what happened. Clearly clearly there was a fuel issue, fire on their car on the pit box, but it also affected Denny Hamlin's pit stop as the 11 car had to back up because of the flames and everything that was going on. Everything's out now. Everything's safe.
I'm not able to see it. They're not even showing it on the NBC broadcast. See, on the radio, we're getting stuff they're not even talking about on the television broadcast, too, guys.
On the racetrack. 38 laps about to go on the board here in Daytona.
And now Martha
38 laps are on the board. So that's the beauty of also listening to it on the radio broadcast, guys. We're catching stuff that you're not catching on the TV broadcast, too. And they're not even showing it. You never knew it's happening. Oh, you see it. You see it here on this camera. Look at that. Okay, now we're seeing it. Wow. Look at that fire. Holy cow. Now it's showing. Whoa. That is a fire. That is a fire, guys. For sure. I hope Suarez is okay. My goodness. Looks like they got him out of the car. Man, that car was on fire, guys. Holy cow. Yeah, it's on commercial on TV. The battle cam. I do hope he's okay. That is insane. Whoa. I'm going to hide my cam. Yeah, they are. They're showing different angles. He's right. The car is completely black on the backside of the car. Wow. How he got it all the way back to pit? Sprite, you go to NASCAR.
From his race car.
Go to NASCAR's website and you can get it full screen yourself, my friend. I can't do that here on YouTube. They will take me down. This is best I can show you here. But this is free, guys. It doesn't cost anything on NASCAR.com if you want to watch it full screen. And as I plugged earlier, the multi-viewer for NASCAR, free app you can put on a PC or Mac. You can choose different camera angles as well. Yeah, I did. On TV, they showed him jumping over the wall, so he looks to be okay. That was an insane fireball. It's bad. It's done. There's no bringing that car back tonight. You can see like everything's melted down on the TV camera. They only have 2 free cameras. These are battle cams in the stadium that are free on NASCAR.com that were typed into. And you can see how it's just like on the TV, it's melted down. Now they're showing actual car footage of him pulling into the pit. It's actually in the car. Smoke is in the car on him. Wow. That is wild. I'm glad he is okay. That was pretty sketchy there for a minute. I'll move my head out of the way. They'll have to clean that up.
that just takes it to a whole different level, doesn't it?
Absolutely. When you can see it in your mirror, you can smell it, and you're choking inside the car, it gets you nervous. It's happened to me one time at Michigan when I blew a motor, and I didn't like that one at all. But for Suarez, that was a tough deal right there. You could tell
that is tough for Suarez.
When he finally stopped in pit road, it really lit up. So I'm not speculating, but maybe I am. Maybe it's a loose fuel line or something come loose, a fill hose in the back, because it was a lot of fire, guys.
It really was.
It was a lot of fire.
Chief starter Brett Dalton gives us the 1 to go, and we'll go
one to go, guys.
Racing. That means the drivers choose what lane they want to restart in. Joey Logano has first choice to go to the top side of the racetrack. Chris Buescher goes to the bottom, and then Jeff, the next three commit to the outside lane.
So he's
I think the only thing that helped it was his own pit. It was in the pit road.
Cindric, they go to the outside lane.
Maybe that was the best spot for that to actually happen at. Ironically.
One more time for Sunoco Fuel.
Fuel is so critical, and getting as much in the race car as you can. Looks like Chase Briscoe was in getting fuel that time. Noah Gragson is in getting fuel. There goes Zane Smith, BJ McLeod. Fuel is everything, and this stop will make the stop in the middle of stage number 2 just a little bit shorter for these teams.
That is key to try to
minimize
the amount of time on the pit lane, especially when they're traveling nearly one length of a football field per second here at Daytona International Speedway as the field bunches up 2 by 2 behind the pace car.
So that takes Suarez out of the race now, unfortunately. Any Suarez fans in chat?
Based off of what all we heard in the garage area, there is now the opportunity to see how this second stage is going to play out with now 54 to go in the stage.
Yeah, just remember we were running laps at 192 miles an hour. We do expect to see that speed come down just a little bit. By the way, 15 lead changes already as we get ready to go back into the green flag stage number 2. We've got a Geico restart coming up.
7 leaders, 1 caution.
Playbook lacking. Switch to Geico and get all your insurance coverage from one place.
We have the green light coming, guys.
Today to get started.
Field is lined up 2 by 2 out in turn number 4.
Welcome back. I'm doing great, my friend.
On the bottom with Joey Logano to the outside.
Let's go, number 9. Let's go, baby. Chase Elliott.
In row 3.
So stage 1 is complete. Time to turn them loose here in stage number 2. All eyes on the flag stand. All eyes on the front row where Joey Logano makes his way through the Geico restart zone.
There they go.
On. Joey Logano on the outside. Chris Buescher on the inside. Behind him, it's Ross Chastain. Behind Logano, he's got
Chastain.
Teammates are a wonderful thing on a restart.
Watermelon Man.
In the caboose and push you to the lead. That's exactly what has happened for Joey Logano. Although the battle coming back on the inside is
you went to high school football game last night. Good deal. Local.
Right now, off turn number 2.
Was it a good game?
Chris Buescher leads that inside line. Ross
it is that time of
Chastain
year.
with him. Remember, these
Friday Night
drivers on the
Lights.
cut line trying to make the playoffs. They lead that inside line, and right now they are by themselves with a car length separation down low.
Buescher gets a big shove from Ross Chastain this time into turn number 3. He's going to pull even with Cindric on the bottom here for position number 2, but Joey Logano will lead him all 4 on the high lane.
He does Logano on that outside lane, leaves the bottom wide open. If Chris Buescher can get a little extra shove from Ross Chastain, Buescher could be right there to challenge for the top spot. Chastain continues to push for all he's
7 laps in, stage 2 of 3, guys. It wasn't a good game. Yeah, early in the year, it's usually not some high schools.
Chastain, top 6 are now nose to tail, make it the top 8, 2 abreast to the back straightaway.
Things have settled down a bit in the front. There's no 3-wide racing, only 4 rows, that is, of double-wide racing, and that's all gathered at the front. Right now, Logano will get the shove back to the lead. Compliments of Austin Cindric.
Fords on the front row here at Daytona with Chris Buescher going wheel to wheel with Joey Logano. Buescher on the bottom, Logano on top, but Logano's line on top's got a lot more momentum.
Well, what would it look like if you just lined up the pace car and took them around the racetrack at 190 miles an hour? It would look like what we see right now, 2 by 2. Now they're breaking
2 by 2, yeah, they're even 3 wide in the back.
Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric, Ross Chastain. Let's stop there. Chastain is one of those drivers that has to come out of Daytona saying, I had a very good night.
He does. Ideally, a win here at Daytona to go ahead and lock himself into the playoffs. If he can't do that, get as many points as he possibly can. Let's hear from Daniel Suarez with Alan Cavana.
Daniel Suarez is safe after that fiery pit road incident. You said you couldn't see it, but you felt it. What happened in the car?
Well, it was a very unfortunate thing because, we were already doing our stop, and every single time that we do a pit stop, we drop a little bit of fuel. That's completely not me. He was ready to go, and the 21 was in front of me. He was after myself, and I kind of got boxed in, and then the exhaust of the 11 fired up the little fuel I dropped, and that caught in the back of my car where the fuel cell is. And then after that, I was trying to shut off the fire, but I couldn't see it. I can feel it, but I couldn't see it because I don't have a rear view mirror anymore. I only run my camera, and the camera is in the rear bumper, so I couldn't see anything. But just very unfortunate.
Oh, wow.
This is not what we wanted to do today.
But you're all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little heartbroken.
A little heartbroken.
That is terrible.
Pit road. Good to see he's okay.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm glad to see he's okay, though, guys.
That happens on pit road where the fuel that comes out of the can, because they top these fuel cells off, every pit stop, just about every car, they spill a little fuel. To what Daniel's point being is Denny Hamlin.
10 laps in, guys. 10 laps in.
Harrison Burton coming in after they did. Not by fault of Burton.
We're at 40 likes, guys. Our goal, we bumped it to 150 likes tonight. Can't we get it? I think we can, guys. With your help, us boosting this, the more people get in here, we will keep it up, guys.
The rear view mirror. That doesn't mean he doesn't have one. The teams have an option to run a regular standard rear view mirror in the cockpit, or a digital mirror, which is a camera on the back of the race car where they look back and have real-time digital screen inside the car as a mirror. They can run one or the other or both of them in there. Suarez did not run the regular mirror, ran the digital one only, and he said he couldn't quite see everything that was going on. Rusty didn't realize how bad it really was.
Yeah, it's unreal that he only runs one mirror. I think you can run both if you want, but the mirror, the standard mirror that everybody's been running for a long time, mounts inside the car, and as a driver, when you look up, you look out the back window, but the digital camera doesn't mount there. It mounts in different locations that he can't look out the back window. So
that's crazy.
That's what got him confused. He couldn't see the fire. He just felt that's all he could do.
You can see it in the cockpit earlier.
Ross Chastain needed points coming out of Daytona. Another driver that needs every point he can get is Bubba Wallace off turn number 4 at Daytona. New race leader, it is Bubba Wallace on lap number 47.
Wallace is leading, guys, and Busher, Dono, Kowalski, and Cindric, and Chastain.
And Austin Dillon. Time now for a mid-race update brought to you by Pfizer.
As we continue to run under the green flag, 47 laps.
I'll move my big head out of the way for a second.
60 in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. We've had 16 official lead changes at the start-finish line among 8 different drivers. Joey Logano's led the most laps tonight. He's led 19 circuits. Josh Berry has led 9. Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland both have led 5 trips. We've been slowed by caution just one time tonight, and that was for the conclusion of stage number 1, in which Josh Berry got the stage win, his first of his career.
And that voice belongs to Alex Hayden. My name is Jeff Striegel, joined topside by NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace in the turns tonight, and they have had their hands full. Mike Bagley on the end of the back straightaway, Dave Moody outside turn 2, Chris Wilner outside 4. On pit road, it is Steve Post, Brad Gilley, and Alan Cavana. Right now, we are working lap number 48, 49 next time by.
14 of 60 go on this stage.
At the line.
3 stages.
Joey Logano 3, 4, Chase Briscoe 5, Ross Chastain running 6th in front of Austin Dillon. Daniel Hemrick is up to position number 8. He's running in front of Kyle Larson, and Josh Berry makes up the top 10. The Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Rondon, the Director, Sports Marketing and Entertainment for Coca-Cola. Good evening. How are you tonight?
I'm excellent. Thank you. I'm honored and excited to be here. We are such a proud partner of NASCAR. We have been for 26 years. And I tell you, this tonight is magical. The weather, the excitement, the energy with the fans, I'm thrilled.
You mentioned 26 years being a proud partner, and we can't thank you and your team enough for that. But give us some highlights from what's been going on this weekend and more broadly Coca-Cola's partnership with NASCAR.
Sure. Well, we love having an entitlement race. So putting Coke Zero Sugar on this historic and race at an iconic track is certainly an honor. We had the opportunity to sample our Coke Zero Sugar to all the hot and thirsty fans today. We had a lot of excitement. A lot of our partners, our Coca-Cola partners, like Raising Cane's and Wawa in our footprint too, also to engage with our fans. So we have a lot going on. Obviously, we had the Coke Zero Sugar primary paint scheme on the 99 car. Hated to see that car is out of the race, but trust me, it looked beautiful.
It really did good. Fire there on the back end of the car for Daniel Suarez. Now, what about Daniel that made you say, okay, you and your team at Coke Zero Sugar to say, Daniel Suarez, this is the driver, this is the team, this is the car we want to put Coke Zero Sugar on?
But Daniel, he really serves as such a great ambassador, not only for this sport, but for all of our brands. And we have been with him along his journey. We're so proud to be with him during his 2 victories, and certainly we're going to cheer him on through the playoffs.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, with Daniel being on the sideline right now out of the race, do you have a favorite for the rest of this ring?
Listen, we love our Coca-Cola racing family, so asking me that is like asking me who my favorite child is. But I will tell you, I do like seeing the number 22 up front, and certainly we want to have that great momentum going into the playoffs.
That being Joey Logano, member of the Coca-Cola family of drivers. Al Rondon, Director of Sports Marketing and Entertainment for Coca-Cola, thank you again to you and your entire team for a perfect night to go racing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely right. Coke Zero Sugar 400 right now going on at Daytona.
And your driver right now is running second. That's Joey Logano. He is running right
Joey
behind
Logano,
Wallace, who leads him across the line. Busher by inches now, edging out Joey Logano for second. Logano goes third. Brad Keselowski fourth. Chase Briscoe is fifth. 52 laps complete in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona.
To show you how easy it is to file a
17 of 60 laps to go in here. There to commercial break, guys. You're not missing anything on the radio. KimbroNator here. Let me know in chat who your favorite driver is, guys. And do not forget, we're sitting at 40 likes. Our goal for the night is 150. Halfway through, so be sure to hit the like button. You only have to hit it one time. It's the best way to support the channel. It's free, guys. Sunoco Fuel. I think I've listened to over 100 of those commercials today. I've heard a bunch of Sunoco commercials. Wow.
3 laps, 20 different lead changes right here at the start-finish line only. Bubba Wallace is out front of a couple of Ford Mustangs, Chris Buescher and Joey Logano racing side by side, then 2 more Ford Mustangs and Brad Keselowski and Austin Cindric. Back to the track we go when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
There's a secret to Mass Mutual success that's not so secret. We earn and keep trust.
Start your engines. $20 of 60 down, guys. 20 of 60 in this stage 2.
Just completed lap 55. We'll take you to lap 95 before we see the green and white checkered flag. By the way, a new name in the top 10. It's the Wood Brothers Ford Mustang, driven by Harrison Burton. He right now is running in position number 10 out front. And let's get you back to the track and racing around Daytona. It's Bubba Wallace, Buescher, Logano, Keselowski, Austin Cindric, top 5.
Bubba Wallace always so strong here at the World Center of Racing. He's come close to victory lane in the past, hasn't been able to crack the code at least yet. He could use it and use it badly here tonight, but he's got to do some chasing right now. He's got them all in the rear view.
Single file and double wide racing. The first 3 wide action is led by Corey LaJoie on the bottom. It's up to a 3 wide battle for 12th. Up front, it's all Bubba Wallace and Joey Logano.
Bubba Wallace has made that
Logano's pushing in there.
The last 4 or 5 laps. He now goes to the top to protect from Joey Logano. That leaves the bottom side open from Chris Buescher. Buescher, not enough help this time off 4.
2 wide behind race leader coming back to the line. Bubba Wallace continues to be the driver out front. Chris Buescher, Joey Logano side by side. Rest of the field double, and now 3 wide beginning to break out against the safer barrier.
Yeah, they've got a third lane beginning to energize up high. Gilliland was the first man. Now Joey Logano, Austin Cindric all slide up in front of him to shut off that advance off turn 2.
Now the front 4 have broken free. Now make
That's
that
Rhino's channel for a raid.
broken free of the rest of the pack, led by Bubba Wallace. Right behind him, Chris
Rhino's
Buescher.
channel for a raid.
Brad Keselowski, and they stack up from Logano in 4th on back.
Yeah, because now the top 5 have moved to the top side of the racetrack.
Following Logano's car now. He's in 3rd.
First car down low, about
Looks like he's dropped to 4th now.
leads the train off the top.
Last time by the start-finish line.
Yeah, he's in
the top
4th currently.
25 cars separated by less than
Talk about
1 second.
Rhinos, you can, what's his name of his channel?
3 wide, led by Bubba Wallace back to the corner.
And a lot of those top 25 cars separated by less than a foot in terms of actual space. Outside line for the moment holds sway. Top 4 all run up there next to the safer barrier. First man down low is Ross Chastain.
And he is digging hard coming out of turn number 2, bottom of the racetrack. Now he'll slide to the middle reaches of the racetrack. Halfway down the back straightaway, Ross Chastain will now fall into a side-by-side battle for 6.
Yeah, put the parachute on was Ross Chastain. He's going to now side draft Josh Berry for that position number 6. But now the bottom is going to open up, leaving Chastain caught in the middle.
He is, but he does have drafting help and plenty of it. A good 12, 13 cars strong in that middle lane. The bottom side is the one that
Don't tell me a big wreck. I'm not seeing it on the TV footage.
Inside lane, but there's only 3 cars there.
SVG trying to rally the troops, but there's not much rallying going on. Just 3 machines down low. They're holding their own.
Yeah, I've seen caution pop up.
Underneath that middle lane, led by Chastain.
The front 6 are in single file formation at the top of the racetrack. First
oh, yeah, you're right.
Chastain's in the wall. He'll get turned around.
It was a big wreck.
Is flying apart on the back straightaway.
That was a big wreck. Here, let's get it on the battle cam.
Joy, Noah Gregson, Denny Hamlin gets a piece of it. Martin Truex Jr., Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman, all spinning down the back straightaway as trouble breaks out mid-pack on the Daytona Super Stretch.
And the caution flag comes out for only the second.
I lost one of the camera, the aerial cam.
Wave on lap 59. Here's the one thing
aerial
about
cam.
Daytona. You heard from Dave Moody just a moment ago say they were racing just a foot apart from one another.
That was a big wreck.
Cars covered in a matter of 1 second. When somebody makes a mistake, Mike Bagley, it happens in a hurry, and it's usually big.
And it's costly right now. For some that didn't need it, those drivers in win to get in situations, Ross Chastain on the bubble coming in. He got collected in this. Right now, everybody has left the accident scene. That motor you hear behind me is Denny Hamlin, who's just trying to get that Toyota turned around, but he has got damage on the right front and the back. But all focus is at Corey LaJoie, who spun to the bottom of the racetrack. Safety crews are on the scene, and they tend to Corey. So Hamlin and LaJoie, the only 2 left over here on the back straightaway.
Well, that was a tough break there, especially for Ross Chastain that was trying to get all he can tonight, but the car is still rolling.
How they managed to make it through that is insane.
All right, we'll cover that stop. Alan
Well, I got
Cavana.
it. Yeah, we're down. I was just looking at the damage down here. There was a lot of focus on the right side. Now they're back on the left side of Ross Chastain's car. They've got that saw out because they have the left front off. They're trying to assess the damage, and they're really just trying to make sure the tires are clear so they can buy themselves some time and get the car back out. But right now they're trying to pry everything away. They got a pry bar out there, really working on the left front. Got the bare bond out. They're just trying
to get the aerial cam. I've lost aerial cam footage.
Come back around and fix it even further.
The list of cars torn up is growing, and my list may be a little bit different than what Alex has. Martin Truex Jr., Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell, Corey LaJoie, Noah Gragson, Denny Hamlin, Austin Hill,
Daytona,
William Byron.
Watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan.
LaJoie is a menace. LaJoie is a menace.
Not involved in your top five at the moment. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric.
Drink while that's sitting there, guys. I'll be right back.
A number of cars were involved. We'll reset it when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hey, y'all. Darius Rucker here. You know, a lot of people ask me, what inspires your music? And one of the big things is a strong sense of place. That's why I love my home state of South Carolina and want to share the awesome things it has to offer. From the beautiful mountains down to the sunny coast, it's got it all. Not to mention two of my personal favorites, great golf and amazing food. Come see why I love this place. Visit discoversouthcarolina.com.
On the track is where the race cars rule, but off it is where camping takes center stage. Campgrounds that go all in on good times with an energy that fuels a whole weekend of grilling, playing, singing, and racing. There's nothing else like it. And there's everything to love about it. It's camping like you've never experienced before. Book your NASCAR camping experience at NASCAR.com/camping.
Hey guys, this is NASCAR driver Corey LaJoie. For the first time ever, you'll be able to hear my podcast, Stacking Pennies, right here on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 9 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Chase Elliott is taking the Napa Chevrolet straight to the garage. We'll recap the cars involved in a moment. A number of cars still sit on the back straightaway. Mike Bagley among them, a couple of heavy hitters.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin, number one, has had a devil of a time trying to get that FedEx Toyota moving. He did everything possible. They tried to push him, but he was unable to move. He has climbed from his Toyota. He is in the ambulance. He is headed to the infield care center. Corey LaJoie is still in his car, and they are towing him back to the pits. And now, one other, Noah Gregson's car has obviously been removed as well. That came to rest over in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Outside of that, we are almost buttoned up and ready to go over here at the end of the backstretch.
Pit lane is open. Joey Logano, Todd Gilliland top it off with Sunoco Fuel. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton do the same. Steve Post.
Brad Keselowski's in. This is going to be a fuel-only stop. Fuel only. Chris Buescher wins the battle off from pit road. Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace go out next. Brad Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, and Josh Berry, your front five. Fuel only, and this takes all strategy out of this stage. They can make it to the end of stage number 2. Brad Gilly.
Fuel only on my end of pit road for Josh Berry and Austin Cindric. Right now, Ty Gibbs is in. They're actually doing a 4-tire service on his car. William Byron back in right now. They've got some front-end repairs. Byron said there were no rubs on his race car, so that's a good thing. And Martin Truex Jr., I mentioned he had some right rear suspension damage. They appear to have that fixed, and they have sent him back out.
Carson Hocevar pitted on lap number 40. We are working lap number 63. Hocevar did not pit. He's the only driver that did not pit. He's the race leader. Bubba Wallace should be second. We'll recap that when they cycle around. We got cars all the way around this racetrack. Let's go back and revisit the cars that were involved, and then we're going to get Rusty. You're going to break it all down for us based on what you saw. Cars involved in the accident are Alex Hayden.
Well, some form or fashion, Corey LaJoie, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson, John Hunter Nemechek, Ross Chastain, Chastain, William Byron, Austin Hill, Kyle Larson, Eric Jones, Alex Bowman, Daniel Hemrick involved, Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, and Ty Gibbs. The last count that I came up with. Rusty Wallace, you've had multiple opportunities and different angles via virtue of NASCAR TV to see exactly what happened. What do you see?
Yeah, I looked at several replays, no doubt about that. And for whatever reason, the number one car, Ross Chastain, lost his momentum while he was in the middle lane coming down the straightaway there. And he just looked like he throttled back. When that happened, Noah Gragson was right there, hit him, had to get real close to him, didn't hit him, but he even got out of the gas. But what happened then is the 7 car, Corey LaJoie, got into the back of Noah Gragson because of the number one slowing down, and that started the entire melee. It was just a chain reaction when the number one car of Chastain had to throttle back, guys.
All right. Thank you, Rusty. Carson Hocevar, by the way, has just pitted. So we mentioned he stayed on the racetrack. He has now come to pit road. Where do you want to start? We do have a damaged vehicle policy clock running on Ryan Preece.
It's run out. Ryan Preece will officially be out of the race by rule with the damaged vehicle policy clock has expired.
All right, so we'll get back under the green flag. We got cleanup to do, we got cars to rebuild, and we've got a race to run right now, 64 laps complete.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh. At participating U.S. Wendy's. To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a scary movie victim.
Oh no, a tree fell on my car, and there's only one thing to do. Trip over my own feet and pull myself across the lawn while yelling help at a barely audible volume.
Sorry to interrupt, but you filed a claim with Geico, so you've got a designated claims team to help you.
This Geico sounds suspiciously reassuring. Are you sure I don't end up getting surprised with an unexpected twist?
Just that your Geico team will always be there to keep you updated.
No! What is it? Oh, nothing. I just didn't see that coming.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. People stop and ask me all the time, what does this mean, I hate Steven Singer? Well, mostly it's other jewelers that hate me. Why? Because people don't like to shop in their stores because they're either intimidated or they're scared of getting ripped off. And you know what? They may be right. Let's face it, you go to Tiffany's and you're going to get a great product, but you're going to pay 2 to 3 times what it's really worth. You go to a chain store and you're going to get something that's cheap, but it may be a piece of crap. Or you buy something online and then you want to speak to someone. That's if you can even find a phone number to call, and you get some overseas phone operator who's never seen your ring and probably never will. Oh my. Can you imagine telling your future wife that's how you picked out her engagement ring? The symbol of your love and affection? The most important gift you're ever going to give her? Oofa. So don't settle for a crappy price, crappy quality, or a crappy experience. Buy real jewelry from a real jeweler. Visit me, the real Steven Singer, and find out why most jewelers in America hate me. On the phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER. Online, IHateStevenSinger.com, or at the other corner of 8th and Walnut.
I got a heart like a truck. Hey race fans, this is Lainey Wilson on your home for NASCAR. SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Playoff standings have been turned upside down.
Give me a drink and go to the bathroom, guys.
Done yet. Let's get you right down to the care center. Alan Cavana.
Noah Gragson out and checked to the care center. First of all, how are you after that incident?
Yeah, I'm good. Just I haven't seen what happened yet, but we kind of struggled at the beginning of the race just with the front bouncing, and then made adjustments after the first pit stop and felt like we had we had the bottom line rolling, and we were up to maybe the top 10, top 15 on the bottom line. I got up to the middle and I was behind the one. He looked real darty, real squirrely, and so I was trying to bail out of there and get out, and then I just haven't seen what happened yet, but I was trying to get out of that line, and I don't know if I got ran over or what the case was, but once I see it, I'll know more. But if it was my fault, I want to apologize to the other guys, but I don't really know yet. So just bummer.
All right, Noah Gregson breaking it down.
He does a tough break there for Gregson. Green flag goes back in the air. Through the gearbox they go one more time.
Here we go, guys.
Buscher has a trunk full of Joey Logano on the outside lane. Downstairs, it's Brad Keselowski.
Buscher will take full advantage of that push from Joey Logano. He will take the lead. Logano follows him around on the outside. He goes to second spot. Brad Keselowski thinking about maybe wedging his way up in line in position number 3, and he will.
He will do exactly that. 3 cars out in front now, led by Chris Buscher. You got Logano and
Chris
Keselowski
Buscher
there. The 4th to break free is Bubba Wallace. Now they're side by side for 5th.
They are side by side for 5th as Austin Cindric puts it outside of Josh Berry, but your top 4 have chosen the outside lane, led by Chris Buscher, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, and Bubba Wallace.
At the moment, the field broken apart more than we have seen all night. That may change shortly. Back to the Care Center, Alan.
Denny Hamlin just walked out of the Care Center. I know you haven't had a chance to see it, but from your windshield, what happened?
I'm not really sure. Everyone was saving gas there, so I didn't think anyone was really being too aggressive. But obviously, first thing I saw was 7 got turned in front of me.
All right, Denny Hamlin out and all clear after that wreck.
Yeah, tough break as the Advent Health Care Center is a very busy place right now after the multi-car crash over there on the Daytona Super Stretch. We are back under the green flag as we work our way back into turn number 3. Chris Buscher continues to be the race leader.
And right now they are snuggled up against the outside safer barrier, nose to tail among the top 15. Then we get back to some 2-wide racing. Dave, maybe that wreck on the back straightaway has sent a message to the drivers?
Yeah, I think maybe they found religion, at least for a little bit here, Jeff. They've all kind of, as you said, huddled up topside next to that safer barrier, about 3/4 of the field. There still is a line, Mike Bagley, down low, but they're way back outside the top 15.
Yeah, matter of fact, it's a 16-car
Cameras going here, guys.
single-file breakaway, and they are at the top of the racetrack. It is double wide, but it's all the way at the tail end of the field as Chris Buscher leads them back to the corner.
It's Chris Buscher, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, and Bubba Wallace. Austin Cindric up there as well as, again, everybody starting to tick down the energy meter here and start to ride off of 4.
They do as they make their way back to the line. We go back to the Advent Health Care Center where Chase Elliott has emerged.
Chase Elliott drove his car to the garage and was able to walk to the Care Center, get checked out. I know you haven't seen it. It didn't feel overly aggressive. It seemed. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I just think everybody was kind of playing games. No one wanted to lead, and it just puts everybody in a tough spot. So yeah, we were all just kind of stacked up there. Somebody was switching lanes, it looked like, and it got out of shape. So bummer. Just so early in the race, just would like to have an opportunity to get a little deeper into it and see where things shook out. But we've been pretty lucky these last few trips down here, so it was unfortunate, and we'll try to be really good next week and hopefully get back in it.
Chase Elliott had a streak going and finishing every race. That streak over early tonight.
Yeah, I'll add to that, Alan. He, in the first 24 races, has completed every single lap but one, and that is a Cup Series record through 24 races. Well, that's going to end here tonight. He was talking about nobody wanting to lead, and that's if you're out front, you're burning fuel.
That's exactly it, Jeff. Nobody wants to lead because everybody's trying to save fuel. So if you're the lead car, you're the one that's pushing the hole in the air and using more fuel, Rusty Wallace. Unusual to be at Daytona and nobody wants to lead the race.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. When I heard that before the race, that there was some strategy by crew chiefs that they were going to try that and try to save fuel so when they come down pit road, it won't take as long to fuel the car. I thought, man, that's crazy. When you start doing stuff like that, running 5 and 10 miles that are off the pace, you can cause a wreck, and we saw what just happened. And that's what Chase Elliott was talking about. They're up there playing games. I didn't like what was going on, he says, and the big wreck happened.
Right now they are running among the top 10. They are nose to tail. Now they're double file behind them, and again we shake it up and start moving to the front, and other drivers are dropping to the tail. Why don't we tell you who's moving and losing, presented by Craftsman. Take advantage of special deals now at Ace Hardware. Visit craftsman.com.
Since the restart on lap number 65, the biggest movers so far have been Christopher Bell. He's gained 14 positions along with John Hunter Nemechek. He too is up 14 spots. Ty Gibbs has gained 10 positions. Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen have gained 7 spots. That's the moving side of it. The losing side of it, Tyler Reddick has lost 22 positions since the drop of the green flag on the restart. Austin Hill's lost 17 spots, and Josh Berry has lost 14 positions.
Working lap number 72, it's Chris Buescher out front over Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski. Bubba Wallace is settled in line in fourth, and Austin Cindric at the moment is fifth. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
Let's go, baby. Bubba, Gillen, Busch, and McDowell.
Network's live coverage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. And yes, that's Daytona International Speedway. We're working lap number 72. We've already had 23 different lead changes alone at the start-finish line. Bubba Wallace and Todd Gilliland go 1-2 at the line on the last lap. My name is Jeff Striegel. Alongside is Alex Hayden and Rusty Wallace. We're topside. Outside turn 2, it is Dave Moody. At the end of the back straightaway, Mike Bagley. Outside turn 4, it's Chris Wilner. On pit road, Steve Post, Brad Gilley, and Alan Cavana.
All the cars that were involved in the incident that were able to continue in the race have met the minimum speed, so the damaged vehicle policy clock has been turned off on those wrecked race cars that are able to continue on. Right now, let's take a look at the leaderboard, and it's brought to you by Liberty University. Since 1971, Liberty has been training champions for Christ, like William Byron. Visit liberty.edu/24 to learn more.
Here's how it changes. Bubba Wallace came across the line as the race leader as he works off turn.
Guys, we're at 45 likes.
But at the line,
150 is our goal for this stream, guys.
Bubba Wallace, Todd Gilliland, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, and Chris
already hit the thumbs up on the stream.
Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, Harrison Burton, 8, 9, Ryan Blaney, and 10, Josh Berry.
It's going to shuffle up again. The top 3 aren't even the same as what you just read there, but that's a race here at Daytona International Speedway.
Daytona, baby.
We'll give you now how they are from 11th on back. How about Bubba Wallace is now 11th, Brad Keselowski 12th, Christopher Bell 13th, Michael McDowell is 14th, and William Byron 15th. Chris Buescher is 16th, and Cody Ware is 17th. Harrison Burton 18th, Zane Smith 19th, and Josh Berry is 20th.
Half of those drivers were in the top 10 when I said it, and then they were in 11 through 20 when you did it. Right now, 21st, John Hunter Nemechek, BJ McLeod, 22nd, Shane Van Gisbergen, 23rd, followed by Austin Dillon, Austin Hill, Daniel Hemrick, Chase Briscoe, Carson Hocevar, 28th, 29th, Parker Retzloff, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 30th.
31st, and the last car currently on the lead lap is Joey Gase. 32nd, 1 lap down, Alex Bowman. 33rd, 1 lap down, that's Ross Chastain. 34th, 2 laps down is Martin Truex Jr. 35th, 9 laps down is Corey LaJoie. From 36th on back, out of the race, 36th tonight will be Chase Elliott. 37th, Noah Gragson. 38th, Denny Hamlin. 39th, Ryan Preece. And 40th will be Daniel Suarez.
How about a couple of winning get-ins? Justin Haley running in position number 5. Eric Jones right now running in position number 6, and he's no stranger to running up front here at Daytona. Talking about Eric Jones.
Yeah, he's won the Coke Zero Sugar 400 in his career, and he started at the back of the field. Had some sort of a mechanical gremlin yesterday during qualifying and did not get a qualifying lap. Therefore, he started dead last in the 40th spot. And Dave Moody, here comes that Dollar General Toyota for Eric Jones.
He's got it on the move. There's no question about that. He's going to the top of the racetrack. Going to run side by side now with Austin Cindric. That's the battle for second place. Eric Jones, Kyle Larson now to the outside lane.
Kyle Larson right now along in that wheel-to-wheel battle. Ryan Blaney gets turned just for a moment. He was headed for the infield. Make that Austin Cindric. He got punted off the end of the back straightaway, but was able to correct the car, but he will lose a whole lot of spots. Heads up save for Austin Cindric.
Cindric has the field scattering to the outside as Kyle Larson takes the lead this time off board.
Well, how about Kyle Larson, a driver that has never finished in the top 5 ever. Here at Daytona, Kyle Larson leads on lap number 78.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever?
My mute button's not working. There we go. We got it working. Guys, we're at 45 likes. Let's get this to 50. Can we get 5 more likes to hit 50? Especially before this next stage ends. We're at 43 of 60 to go on this stage, guys. 17 laps. You guys can do it. If you have not hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs up on the screen. Let me know in chat, guys. Who's your favorite driver? Who are you guys rooting for? Here. Let's see what car cam I get here. This is Austin Dillon. No, I'm sorry, it's not. Terry Bailey, number 22, Logano. Let me find Logano's car here again. We'll get back into him. How are you doing, Terry? I'm doing good, my friend. Doing good. I had some wing stop for supper. Stuffed. I'm gonna have a good sleep. I'm gonna sleep good tonight.
Caution, lap number 81 for 2 separate incidences, and Mike Bagley can tell you what happened.
Because they happened at the same time on the Daytona Superstretch. Flat tire for Eric Jones. He took that car up against the safer barrier on the backstretch. At the same time, Shane Van Gisbergen hand grenaded a motor, and the smoke field caused 4 cars at the back to practically stop. It was so thick, they couldn't even see where they were headed. It's still hovering over the back straightaway. A total smoke show over here on the Daytona Superstretch.
And not in a good way. And another fire on the pit lane. Shane Van Gisbergen's car, after that hand-grenaded engine, makes its way to the pit lane. Alan Cavana, another fire in front of you.
That smoke show continued here to pit lane. Shane Van Gisbergen stopped here in Kyle Larson's pit stall just to get some attention from the safety workers. There were flames coming out the right front of the car.
That's the second car on fire tonight.
Shane Van Gisbergen out of the car right now. Not the rush like we saw.
Daniel Suarez, if you're just tuning in,
slowly got out. He's fine.
His car actually caught on fire. Big fire in the pit.
All the rescue officials are around. They're about to lift the hood.
He's out of the race too.
See if they have to put any additional flames out. But once again, the number 16 of Shane Van Gisbergen up in flames and parked here on pit road.
Well, whatever broke was very important to the power plant of that car. That is for sure. It erupted down the back straightaway, caught fire on pit road. Fire, for the most part, has been extinguished. Then for Eric Jones, right front, what a piece of driving at 190 miles an hour down the back straightaway, Alex, and all of a sudden you feel that right front go down, and then bam, you're on the rim.
Yeah, and that's one of those where you just hang on and use every bit of skill you have to keep control of the race car, and Eric Jones did a wonderful job of doing just that. We worked the caution flag now for the 3rd time in the race, and Steve Post, there's a lot that goes in to putting on a NASCAR Cup Series race with these race teams and the war wagons. Everything's elaborate down there, but I guess sometimes you got to go old school.
Well, and I think we were close to have that happening. In fact, they were doing a little bit of that. The teams have a lot of data, and the internet here on pit road went down. And so the teams had no data, no communications, none of the stuff from the war rooms back at their race shops at Well. I heard Travis Peterson say to Michael McDowell, we're kind of on our own here, and I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do. One crew member said to me, let's go old school. Just pass out calculators and start figuring things out. Now, the good news is the internet just here over the last 10 minutes or so has come back up, and now they're trying to catch up on the data. So we'll have to wait and see how it impacts it, but I think that also impacts with our fuel mileage. The calculations, they're probably scaled off on how tight they are on the calculations as well on this internet down. It is back running now. The teams are catching up with the data, and we'll see how this impacts the rest of the day. But it certainly had everyone's attention up here in Down Pit Road as they were trying to figure out how to understand what was happening.
Got to have internet, right?
Communication and everything else.
That's what we rely on so much today.
Going old school, throw those computers away. Let's just do this the old-fashioned way with hand signals to crew members and
he's actually walking. He just passed me. I went to go get him, but an official grabbed him.
Actually, what we do up here, Rusty, you and I do the old school deal as well. We get the calculators out and figure up a little fuel mileage up here too.
Yeah, both of us are kind of doing that all the time, And I just looked up here. So, that last pit at 63, I know they can go at least 40 to 45. That puts them to lap 103. They only got to go to 95, so they're in good shape. No problem.
And I can tell you this, that Rusty Wallace will burn up a little tiny calculator about every 2 races, trying to figure out fuel mileage and everything that goes with it. We continue to work under the caution flag. Lap 83, Joey Logano, Kyle Larson, Todd Gilliland, your top 3.
Progressive knows when you own a boat.
When you own a boat, who's going to win this stage, guys? We still have the pace car out. They're looking at the 43 car.
Under caution. We'll give you an update when we come back. Cleanup continues. Back to green shortly from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, it's Lucas Glover, 6-time winner on the PGA Tour.
Robin, thank you for the sub there. Welcome to the KimbroNator family here. Hope you have an amazing evening. Thank you for that sub. Have a great stream here. Welcome to the family. So let's go back to the race here. Boom.
Van Gisbergen walking back to the garage area. Shane, what happened out there?
The motor just let go, which is a real shame.
What'd you think of the racing? What'd you learn about this style of racing here tonight?
I didn't hear that, but yeah, it was going pretty good. Obviously, safety culture, Chevy was quite fast when we needed to be, and yeah, I was just learning, experimenting, but when it got crazy, obviously we don't need to fight for stay points, so I kind of cruised back a bit, but yeah, when we needed to be there, I could make moves and move around, and
Kenneth, what's going to be the next stream?
Sucks to be out this early.
Most likely football.
Shane Van Gisbergen and having fun here at Daytona.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to have a heck of a lot of fun.
Hey, we're at 49 likes, guys. Knock it out of the park. One away from hitting 50, guys.
Pick up 5 extra races here in the remaining schedule, and then go full-time next year in the NASCAR Cup Series.
How quickly things changed. We wanted to talk about it right before the accident broke out earlier over on back straightaway, the big one, when we talk about playoffs and how things can change and so quickly. Before the green flag, it was Ross Chastain up by 1 over Bubba Wallace, but that's not the same now.
No, it's not. As they run at the moment, Bubba Wallace is 20 points in the playoffs. He is the last
28 lead changes with 12 different leaders. We're on our third caution of this race.
Chris Buescher has gained enormously. He's 48 points ahead, and Ty Gibbs has added to his collection as well. He's now plus 53, but we still have 75 laps to go here in this race.
Yeah, we have 10 laps to go in stage number 2. Now, while they're running in order, why don't we do this, Alex? Let's take everybody down to leaderboard. Presented by Hands Free, Skechers, slip-ins. No bending down, no touching your shoes. Just step in and go. With hands-free, Skechers, slip-ins.
Joey Logano is the race leader, and Kyle Larson is second. Todd Gilliland goes third. Ryan Blaney fourth, and Brad Keselowski fifth. Kyle Busch is sixth. Tyler Reddick seventh. Michael McDowell was eighth. Chris Buescher ninth, and William Byron is 10th.
Bubba Wallace is 11th. 12th to Harrison Burton. Zane Smith 13th. Christopher Bell is 14th. Austin Cindric 15th. 16th, Justin Haley. 17th, Ty Gibbs. 18th, Austin Dillon. Daniel Hemrick 19th, and Cody Ware is 20th.
Josh Berry is 21st. B.J. McLeod 22nd. Austin Hill is 23rd. John Hunter Nemechek 24th. Chase Briscoe is 25th. Parker Retzlaff is 26th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th. Carson Hocevar 28th. Joey Gase 29th. And 30th on the racetrack is going to be Alex Bowman.
Then you've got Ross Chastain and Eric Jones. They go 31 and 32. Martin Truex Jr. 33rd on pit road. Not anymore. He just now left his pit box. Shane Van Gisbergen done for the night, 34th. Corey LaJoie 35th. Chase Elliott out, 36th. Noah Gragson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece, and Daniel Suarez all out of this event. All right, I guess it comes down to decision time now. Strategy really going to come into play. 9 laps to go in the stage, and pit road is open.
Yeah, it is. As they come down to the opening of pit road, it looks like all the front. Well, no, here's the 3rd, 4th, and 6th place cars. The old fake now from Ryan Blaney came to pit lane and put it back out on the racetrack. And Alan Cavana, here's the pickle car, the Grillo's Pickle entry.
First, the Grillo's Pickle car.
Running well, running up front. They're told to wait on the car so they get as much fuel as possible. Just 2 tires for Todd Gilliland.
Michael McDowell brings the Long John Silver's Ford in. Going to be right side tires and fuel on that one. Going to be 4 tires, Sunoco Racing fuel for Kyle Busch. John Hunter Nemechek is in as well, Brad Gilly.
Josh Berry comes in, 4-tire stop for him. Austin Cindric also in. A couple of RCR teammates taking this opportunity to get Sunoco fuel and tires. That would be Austin Dillon and Austin Hill.
18 cars electing to pit. 18 cars.
18 cars.
Pit road on lap number 86. Staying on the racetrack as your race leader is Joey Logano.
Joey Logano.
A 3rd-generation race car driver. And we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible.
Hey guys, 50 likes. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. Keep it up, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, with your help, we can defeat YouTube's algorithm. Get this to 150 likes. The more those likes come in, engagement on the stream, that's how we defeat YouTube. Beat the algorithm, get this out to more and more people, guys. Thank you for stopping in. Let's check out the race, guys. They're fixing to come out of the caution here any moment. And we'll be back live. Looks like stage 2 of 3 is down to 51 laps of 60. So we have 9 laps to go. We're following Logano on the car cam right now. He is leading. As soon as that pace car, they turn off their lights. Do they turn off?
We come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is
Looks like they've turned off their lights. That's good news, guys. The pace car has turned off their lights. They're getting ready to pull off. Let's go. People are still pitting. I still haven't got the aerial cam. Just got battle and the car cam going right now. Second, pace car's going to pull off, and we're back green, guys. They're coming around. The lights are off.
Green flag next time by. Right now, let's give you a mid-race update brought to you by eBay Motors. Bring home the Cup with eBay Guaranteed Fit. Brakes, headlights, all the parts to fit your vehicle. The first time, every time. eBay Motors, ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
28 lead changes officially at the start-finish line among 12 different drivers. The lap leader count looks like this. Joey Logano has led the most with 30 circuits.
Last Monday, we may have blew it out of the park.
16. Chris Buescher has
You never know,
10
man.
laps.
Never know with these things.
7 laps to go next time by here in stage number 2. Stage 1 was won by Josh Berry.
Now 7 to go. That's the number left before we get to lap 95, and we'll see the green and white checkered flag fly.
Looks like we got 8 laps.
If you are just joining us, stage won by Josh Berry over Joey Logano and Chris Buescher. Joey Logano has had his Ford Mustang up front all night long. He leads right now. He's going to restart outside row 1. Kyle Larson, the Chevrolet, inside row 1. So Ford and Chevy side by side. Fords make up row 2. That's Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney.
There we go. They pulled off.
About to begin.
Pace car pulled off.
In the stage.
Here we go, baby.
The pace car makes its
Boogity,
way
boogity,
to the pit
boogity.
lane. Pace car driven by Jesse Delavote. Back to the Geico restart zone, and Brett Dalton puts the green flag back in the air. We're racing again at Daytona. 7 to go in the stage. Logano outside lane. He's got plenty of drafting help, most notably from his Team Penske teammate, Ryan Blaney.
That will not get him into the clean air with the lead, though. They are side by side. Front 2 rows, actually.
Yeah, Larson is right there with
They tighten up again in turn number 2. Side by side for the lead. Logano up high, Larson down low.
Field will accordion back together halfway down the back straightaway. Ford and Chevy side by side for the lead. You got the Chevy of Kyle Larson down low. Here comes the Ford of Logano top side, still locked together for the point.
Brad Keselowski really locked tight to Kyle Larson's rear bumper, gave him the advantage into turn 3, but now Joey Logano will get sent out in front on the outside lane by Ryan Blaney.
Well, they have 2 of the best pushers behind them in Brad Keselowski behind Kyle Larson, and Joey Logano's got his teammate in Ryan Blaney. Advantage at the line. Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski.
Tag team racing here at the World Center of Racing into the banking of turn number 1. Kyle Larson has the lead now. Keselowski in second. Joey Logano on the comeback trail. Needs a little more drafting help up high.
Inside line backed up just a tad exiting turn 2. That allows Logano to inch forward in his
Jet, welcome back, man.
The problem is he can't get enough. Logano is up
Daytona, second row.
Logano tucked up right to the right quarter panel of Brad Keselowski. He'll now swing out wide with Ryan Blaney in tow on the outside lane. But again, the bottom surging forward off of turn 4.
And Chris Buescher in that number 17, he's driving hard. He needs all the points he can get. He's in right now by plus 58 points to the playoffs, but still, you want some more cushion. He wants all the points he can get, and right now he's third on the bottom of the lane right now. He's falling back to the 5th position, but he's in the 3rd position on the inside road, his 17 car.
Here they come off turn number 2. Kyle Larson showing the way. Keselowski and Logano 2 by 2 for second.
Kyle Larson out into the clean air all by himself, but he's got drafting help behind him. The outside line trying to organize. Here comes a 3-wide line. That's led by Bubba.
They are stacking it in there.
Teammate Tyler Reddick. So 3 wide from about 5th on back as the top 3 try to duke it out. Kyle Larson leading the bottom. Joey Logano in the middle. Here comes Bubba on the outside.
Kowalski's pushing up to the top.
21 here at Daytona for Kyle Larson. He has never even won a stage here. He's out front right now. Brad behind him. Joey Logano leading the middle lane, and Bubba Wallace all the way up against the fence.
Larson's never won a stage, but he's got a pretty good plan right now to try and do that. He's also a good drafting partner with Brad Keselowski, or at least he did. Brad slides off the back bumper, goes to the outside, and goes for the lead.
And he'll slide across the nose of Joey Logano in order to do it. Keselowski now will lead the lane in the middle. Larson leads the lane down low.
Looks like Larson lost it to Brad. Brad's take off.
One drafting partner with another. This time on the bottom, it's Chris Buescher who will push him back to the lead. Keselowski lined up with his teammate Joey Logano, and again, lane 3 with Bubba still there.
It is, but it's beginning to fade.
Back and forth.
Kyle Busch is in the mix in the Cheddar Chevrolet right now. He's the 3rd car on the inside lane. Haven't talked a whole lot about Kyle Busch, but here we are closing in on the end of stage number 2.
Haven't heard much from Kyle at all, but he's busted his way into the top 10 now. It continues to be Kyle Larson with drafting help down low. Keselowski in the middle trying to challenge.
Kyle Busch will now bust his way into the top 5. He is 3rd in line on the bottom of the racetrack. Middle lane still led by Keselowski. It's now Keselowski getting a show from Logano off the end of the backstretch.
Rowdy feeling racy on the bottom groove. He's a 3rd car back trying to tuck up to Chris Buescher, but again, wheel to wheel for the top spot between Larson and Brad Keselowski. Keselowski this time gets a shove by Logano.
Here to go in stage number 2. What's interesting is that Chris Buescher is pushing Kyle Larson while Joey Logano is pushing the boss and Brad Keselowski. Wheel to wheel, side by side, back to 1.
Strange bedfellows when it comes to the draft at Daytona. You work with whoever will get you to the front. It is side by side for the lead. Downstairs, Larson in the Chevrolet. Topside, Keselowski in the Ford.
Behind Keselowski is Joey Logano. He'll provide drafting assistance while Larson gets it down low from Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch. Here's Keselowski with another show from Logano to the lead.
That's going to put Keselowski up out in front by about a car length with Joey Logano in tow. But
Logano jumps out in the lead there too, guys.
Joey Logano in the lead for 2nd off turn 4.
Now Brad Keselowski will switch lanes, go from the top to the bottom here in the tri-oval. Slides back up, tries to block Logano, can't do it. Joey Logano's got a full head of steam, and he's looking for the lead.
He's got a foot in the
got
door.
it, guys.
He's got momentum up high. Now it's Joey Logano. He will surge around the outside of Keselowski. He's going to bring his teammate along with him. Keselowski now plummeting backwards, in danger of losing the top 5.
That teammate that's getting an escort from Joey Logano is Ryan Blaney. He is 2nd on the outside. Todd Gilliland behind them, and now William Byron will step to the outside of Keselowski in a race for 4th.
One final surge on the bottom. Brad Keselowski, huge shove from Kyle Larson. Now down to the bottom goes Blaney to block. Logano goes to the top as well. Back to the bottom goes Blaney. A race off at turn 4.
Boy, Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack. Now here comes Joey to the bottom. Now Joey back to the top to block Brad. Across the line they come, 3 wide, and it's Joey Logano.
Joey
Logano will pick up the stage win by inches over.
Thank you, Jet. I appreciate it. Joey
and Brad Keselowski.
Logano,
as a matter of fact,
the 2nd stage, guys. So we got the caution.
Checkered flag in the air. Now we see the caution lights go on. Lap number 95.
Wow.
Joey Logano.
Have a great time, Jet. Thank you for stopping in.
Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, and Todd Gilliland. That is your top 5. The rest of the top 10 to the line. Justin Haley was 6th. Kyle Busch was 7th. William Byron 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Bubba Wallace was 10th.
And that look at the top 10 and who scored points in this stage was presented by the Powerball. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, wants to make you a millionaire in victory lane. Head to Powerball.com to find out how you can enter the NASCAR Powerball playoff.
Stage 2 of 3 is completed, so we're on stage 3 of 3 now, guys.
Try and taste with your ears.
Who's going to pit?
Imagine them tingling on your tongue.
64 laps to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero
Let me see
sugar.
if I can get the aerial cam back. We lost aerial cam earlier.
Gold.
Use that. We don't need that. Yeah, I'm still not getting aerial footage. I guess that cam's broke. Let me try another way here. Yeah, even I'm trying to get this cam to work. We got battle cam and we got car cam going. We're on Logano for now. He's behind the pace car. Will he pit or will he not? What do you guys think?
You are spending your Saturday night with us. We are in Daytona Beach, Florida at the Daytona International
I'm here in Texas bringing this to you guys.
Zero Sugar 400. Jeff Striegel alongside is Alex Hayden and a guy that's won here before, and that's Rusty Wallace, NASCAR Hall of Famer. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, Chris Wilner are in the turns tonight, and it is a beautiful night. If you're just joining us, we can start there. We've got a perfect night to go racing. Under the lights, covering everything on pit road and all the different strategies. Steve Post, Brad Gilley, and Alan Cavana. A number of big names no longer in this event, including Daniel Suarez and Ryan Preece. Denny Hamlin is out. Noah Gragson done. Corey LaJoie, Chase Elliott, Shane Van Gisbergen. They're all out. Another driver that's had a miserable night is on pit road yet again, 2 laps down. Martin Truex Jr. Everybody else, 32 cars running
32 likes
on the lead lap.
I know, right? Let's get some more likes in there, man.
2, Joey Logano across
Right
the line
on,
in front
Kenneth.
of Blaney Keselowski, Gilliland, and Chris Buescher. What do you think? You said prior to the broadcast when you were talking to Mike Bagley, you said, I am all jacked up. It's Daytona. I doubt that's changed.
Nothing has changed for me at all. I mean, it's still a high-pressure deal. I mean, we got playoff guys really, really tight down in the 14th, 15th, 16th position. We just saw Bubba Wallace just kind of pointed him his way in. He might fall back out. We don't know. But so far it's been exciting, unpredictable, and a little bit crazy with all these fires that we saw early on in the race.
Everybody's
2 of them at that.
We've had a lot here tonight, including 32 different lead changes. In at the cut line right now
That's all.
is Bubba Wallace. He's up 22 on Ross Chastain, who is down 22. Pit road is open, and here they all come. Alan Cavana, here they come. They're headed your way, including the race leader.
Joey Logano won that stage, but was also taking notes on what he wants to do if that were the final lap for the win. They asked him what they want for the car. He said nothing. Don't touch it. 4 tires for Joey Logano.
Don't touch it.
Kyle Larson also win. He'll get 4 tires. Cliff Daniels says we are not waiting on fuel. Get out to the end of pit road, Steve Post.
Yeah, there's a lot going to be waiting on fuel down here. Michael McDowell, he did the 4 tires back on lap 86. They're counting down the fuel, gasses it up. McDowell wins the race off from pit road. Kyle Busch goes out second. Todd Gilliland goes out third. It looks like Josh Berry possibly goes out in the 4th spot. But 4 tires for some, no tires for other here on the midsection of pit road. Brad?
And it was fuel only for Josh Berry. Very quick pit stop from that number 4 team. Also, Justin Haley had a clean in, clean out. They decided to make a tire change on that number 51 car after finishing 6th in the stage. William Byron, they actually finished 8th in the stage, but they are still getting service on this number 24. He's got front end damage from an earlier incident. Rudy Fugel said he was going to hold him, and they're going to work on the car as long as they can, but stay on the lead lap.
2 drivers stayed on a racetrack, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. being one of them, and now race leader, at least at the moment, Brad Keselowski. Lap number 99 goes on the board.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right. You don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So lap 99, Brad Kowalski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stay out with all others are pitting. So Michael McDowell was the first off the pit road. Let's see what they can do.
Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Voice of NASCAR. You think they're coming back and they go right back into commercials? Hope you guys have an amazing evening today. Who is going to win the race, guys? We're getting it down to the end here. There's 61 laps to go. Let me know in chat, who's your favorite driver? Who are y'all wanting to win this race? Is it going to be McDowell, Kowalski, Bush, Berry, Haley, Logano, Dillon, Austin Dillon, maybe? Xfinity.com.
2x2 behind the pace car in front.
Here we go, guys.
And it'll be Josh Berry.
We have
Alex
green.
Start on the bottom. Michael McDowell to his outside of the front row. New player Justin Haley inside row 2 with Kyle Busch to his flank.
No surprise, he runs so well at tracks like Daytona and Talladega. Talking about Justin Haley, 101, lap 101.
Got the green
on the board. 59
100
here at Daytona.
60 to go.
Restart zone they go. Green flag goes in the air.
Green flag. Here we go, baby.
Lead them back to the green flag. And with Josh Berry working down to his inside, side by side, back to 1.
The advantage goes to Michael McDowell on the virtue of having far better drafting help. Just now does the drafting help arrive on the back bumper of the Josh Berry machine. Away is McDowell. Kyle Busch on the outside ride second. Berry trying to rebound to the bottom.
And they'll do it in a side-by-side battle for third with Harrison Burton. Here they come up the Daytona super stretch. Burton trying to break free from third, but here comes Berry down low with a full head of steam.
Bottom line starting to surge as they make their way into turn number 3 at the start of stage number 3. It's still Michael McDowell at the front of the field. Kyle Busch, first car on the outside, is back to third.
And looking for some drafting help, but here is Josh Berry changing lanes. He'll dart the drivers right from the bottom to the top. Berry now goes upstairs, and Michael McDowell plays defensive driving at the front of the field. He'll take the top spot away and put the block on.
McDowell slides up to halt the progress of Josh Berry. Now we'll go back to the bottom on entry into turn number 1. Berry's going to go with him, so they'll run nose to tail off turn number 2. Then side by side, Haley down to the inside.
Kyle Busch to the outside there. Outside line with more drafting help, and it will slowly inch forward. Although Austin Cindric delivers a huge shove for Justin Haley in 3.
And Haley will try to slide up into that third position, but instead the forward momentum pulls him alongside. Now a nose in front of Josh Berry. Now to second to the outside. Justin Haley to the back bumper of McDowell.
McDowell led the field to the green flag some 102 laps ago. He's back out front here, but this time it's Justin Haley giving the assistance, then Kyle Busch, then Harrison Burton and Austin Cindric.
Haley driving for Rick Ware Racing once again. So impressive here at the World Center of Racing. He rides a solid second right now on the back bumper of Michael McDowell. Third spot is Josh Berry.
There are 3 cars that have broken away. Side by side for 4th. That's where it stacks up. Kyle Busch will break free from that. He'll grab that position. Harrison Burton comes along as well. And Zane Smith is in the mix.
And now the top 5, top 6, all on the outside of the racetrack, leaving the door open for Austin Cindric. He drops low to the double yellow line. And
What's going to happen here?
Tell you what, guys, I got to give a shout out for Justin Haley. Justin Haley, I mean, this guy is really doing a fantastic job.
Logano's car cam here.
Rick Ware Racing out at the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally about a week ago. These guys are operating out of a small shop. They're really underfunded. Very, very few people out there. And boy, are they flat getting the job done. I mean, for their limited resources, what they're doing here at Daytona is just unreal.
Really is.
Sorry
he has
about that.
won here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona before. He knows how to draft. He knows how to keep his car at the front of the field. And he seems, Jeff, to always be around when the checkered flag flies at races like this.
25-year-old driver from Winnemac, Indiana. And Alex, you are right. And of course, that win that he had goes back to 2019, this race in July. We're talking about Justin Haley. What a run so far, Dave Moody. He is running second right behind Michael McDowell.
For the moment, at least, he is content
Let's
to
go,
ride
guys.
the tire tracks of McDowell. Josh Berry will do the same as he runs in the third
I'm going to root
spot.
for Kyle Busch. That's who I'm rooting for right now.
Kyle Busch runs the outside lane down
That's who I'm going for. Let's go Busch.
Side by side, they will race up the Daytona Super Stretch, both drivers with drafting help. Up front, it is a 3 Ford breakaway. Then comes the Chevy of Kyle Busch in 4th for now.
And that
Austin Dillon's up to 10th.
It was about 2 car lengths back to 4th, and here comes Austin.
He's right there banging on the door on Nemechek, too.
Front 3 block that run. Michael McDowell leads the train off of 4.
Doing a great job of defensive driving while fireworks go
Defensive
off
driving, baby.
Side. Back to the start-finish line. Michael McDowell shows the way. 55 laps to go. Fords occupy the first 5 spots.
Fords do occupy. The only Toyota is Nemechek.
Led by Michael McDowell. Down low, trying to fight his way back into the top 5 and succeeding is Chase Briscoe.
Briscoe almost slid up in front of Kyle Busch. He had to pull the car to the left. He almost created the big one out of 2. That's going to put him in the middle with no drafting help as everybody will storm by inside and out.
And that stacks up the field about 5th on back as things settle out towards the front of the field. Best battle side by side just outside the top 5. Here comes John Hunter Nemechek battling Harrison Burton.
We have 54 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. The top
That's one of your friends does NFL. He's a smaller channel. All right.
McDowell, Justin Haley, Josh Berry, Austin Cindric, and Kyle Busch. Now that is your top 5. The rest of the top 10 at the moment, and tip a cap to
They're
Harrison
streaming
Burton.
right next
He
to
has had that Wood Brothers Ford Mustang in the top 10 all night.
You can see
Once
it.
he got
Logano's
there, Jonathan Nemechek, a new player in the top 10.
We got
So is
Logano's
Zane
car
Smith
cam
in
here.
Kyle Larson 9th, and Austin Dillon completes the top 10 on lap 106.
Welcome to the broadcast. A great friend of the Motor Racing Network, Nicole Krager, Executive Director of the NASCAR Foundation. How are you this evening?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, we want to start this all off by saying thank you and everybody at your team and everybody over at Speediatrics at Halifax Health here, just behind the Daytona.
Thank you, Wilson. That's right, guys. You've been here.
with the MRN team to come over.
Yes, everybody, take a second and hit the thumbs up on the stream, everybody.
So thank you so very much for that.
It's our pleasure. You know, we love the NASCAR family giving back, and nobody does it better than our friends here at MRN. And anytime we can brighten this child's day in the hospital, we want to do that.
Now, we packed boxes for the kids in the hospital, including teddy bears. And that's a special thing that's upcoming. September 9th, I believe, is the date.
That's right.
McDowell's in first.
September 9th is National Teddy Bear Day. And on that day, NASCAR, our employees, our racetracks, all over the country, we will be in 110 hospitals giving away teddy bears all across the country.
So, Speediatrics, I mentioned that a moment ago and what we were able to go over and do and spend time with the kids and the staff there. What is Speediatrics?
So, Mrs. France coined that word many, many years ago. Take speed, pediatrics, put it together, and what do you got? Speediatrics. It's a place, but it's also a program that's near and dear to our heart. You know, thanks to great friends, partners like Matt Collig and Collig Racing.
Nemechek's in third, guys. Barry, welcome, Barry. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you, my friend.
You can
Everybody hit the thumbs up on the stream.
Give a teddy bear to a child in the
Your
hospital.
help. It boosts this channel, get this out to more and more people, guys. And I'm a legitimate streamer. I'm not one of these channels that pops up and does a TV footage for a little bit and then gets shut down by copyright from YouTube. I'm just a small streamer. I do this free of charge. I don't make money doing this.
Rapid City Special Olympics. It's been
just doing the best I can with what I've got here, guys.
For the foundation than we ever did at
my computer is 10 years old and it's still chugging away at this stuff.
We sure did.
Any day it's going to break on me, but hey, I'm going to do it till the end.
It lets us do things like go into the hospital, visit 110 hospitals, take Speedy Bear to the kids. We can't do that without our sponsors and NASCAR and all of our employees. So we're just so grateful and thankful that we can brighten a child's day.
Well, we're looking for a bigger and better year next year yet, that's for sure. We got some guests here tonight that came.
Wilson,
that donated a lot of money. Billy Kahn from Arizona's here. Tony Marks is here.
Hey, Barry, thank you. Thank you guys for stopping in here. I appreciate it, each and every one of you stopping in.
It was a wonderful time. So now I think it's time to go back to racing.
Yeah, let's get back to the racing.
One more time.
That is great. I love kids, but let's get back to the racing, guys.
It's right on our homepage. $25 sends a bear to a child in the hospital.
Please help us out, folks, if you don't mind at all. That's Nicole Kreger, Executive Director of the NASCAR Foundation.
A lot of great people in our industry, both staff and fans. Rusty Wallace, you're one of them. Nicole, you're another one. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you for all you do here on the channel, man. I appreciate all the help you put in as well. All those thumbs up and being here every time I go live. Thank you, guys.
Right now.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Quick rundown. We got McDowell's in first, Haley's in second, Nemechek's in third, Larson's in fifth. No, I'm sorry. Larson's in fourth. Bush is in fifth. Barry's in sixth. Burton's in seventh. Cindric is in eighth. Zane Smith is in ninth. And Logano's in 10th. How about a t-shirt merchandise? This t-shirt is in the merchandise shop on YouTube. In the description of this channel. If you want a shirt like this, I've got other stuff. I'm working on some other logo design stuff as well. So be sure to check that out, guys. It's in the description of this stream. You'll see it down there. Also, it's getting wintertime. Be sure to check out the hoodies.
Nemechek, Larson, and Kyle Busch. What strategies, may lie ahead before we see the checkered flag? We'll find out when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. It works from both the inside.
All right, there we go. Did you watch that Trump video? That was crazy, wasn't it? I like Theo, man. Theo's a legend. Wilson, I understand. Hey, I I can't spell either. Don't worry about that, my friend. NASCAR.
Pick up the win. He will move on.
Hey, it's Justin.
Pick this back on here. So they
first stream your favorite shows anytime on demand. But the SiriusXM app.
The merch channel. Haven't had anybody purchase anything yet. Be the first. Take a picture of it. Let me know. I'll do something for you guys.
Nose to tail. McDowell, Haley, John Hunter, Kyle Larson, and Kyle Busch.
You met Trump at a rally? That is awesome, my friend.
And then it's side by side and 3 wide further back. 46 to go. What's it going to take to go to victory lane? Let's find out. Presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water.
Hey guys, we're at 59 likes, one away from 60.
1-800 Progressive, and
if you have not already, hit the thumbs up on each stream.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
We heard from 2 drivers, Austin Dillon and Eric Jones, back on NASCAR Live Race Day. Both essentially said the same thing. Handling is going to come into play in the running of tonight's Cup
44 laps to go.
Practice, you got to
20 of 65 on this stage.
Computer prior to coming to the racetrack to make sure you got that down. The other is understand who you're racing around. Daytona being the penultimate race in the regular season, there are some desperate drivers out there that can make some desperate maneuvers, and you have to simply survive. This is Daytona in August. A big checkered flag is on the horizon, and everybody wants it.
With 44 laps to go, we'll check strategy here in a moment. We'll pick up the battle for the lead, and that side-by-side
there we go.
As they make their way
60 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it up.
Tri-oval at speeds approaching 1.
Trying to get 150. You think we can hit 150 on this stream? The more likes, the better.
Excuse me, Dave, or nose to tail. McDowell, Haley, Nemechek, Larson. The battle's from 5th on back.
And for the moment, they're content to ride single file in that top 4. The challenge comes down low. Josh Berry leads the charge. He pulls side by side now with Kyle Larson. That's the battle for 4.
He's trying to inch up to a side-by-side battle for 3rd with John Hunter Nemechek. Problem is, he doesn't have enough help to get it done. He'll stay in that wheel-to-wheel formation, getting a shove from Austin Cindric.
It's all about strength and numbers. The outside groove has it, but the bottom is more organized, tighter together. Here comes Josh Berry, gets a shove out into that battle now for 3rd with John Hunter Nemechek.
That inside lane beginning to grow as far as the numbers in drafting, and they continue to chug forward. Josh Berry has Austin Cindric and Joey Logano stacked up on his back bumper, but they still have work to do.
It's not like he's been able to slash his way to the front, has Josh Berry.
Slash his way.
It's more like a slow, methodical
or ram his way.
Picking up maybe a quarter
just push people out of the way.
Car length every time around.
That's what some drivers do, right?
And he will get that incremental gain that Dave just described halfway up the Daytona Superstretch. Here he is, wheel to wheel with John Hunter. Matter of fact, Justin Haley sees him coming and throws a block.
Haley to the bottom, so too's your race leader. Justin Haley takes the nose off of Josh Berry as they go to the top side. Here comes Austin Cindric now in the battle for 3rd. He's looking for 2nd on the bottom.
Well, that was a big moment there for Josh Berry and Justin Haley.
Logano's car right here.
Across the line, that opened things up. Downstairs, Team Penske filled the hole. Austin Cindric and Joey Logano. 41 laps to go. Next time by, you know, when you're running out front, you're wide open. Am I wrong, Rusty? And if you're running mid-pack, you're what, about half throttle?
That's what it looks like. We've been watching some throttle traces up here in the booth, and right now McDowell is running wide open every single lap, and back about 4 or 5 cars. We saw the 47 car of Ricky Stenhouse throttle him back almost halfway. That's how much fuel he's saving in the middle of the pack.
The field now shuffles up in front of Chris Wilner.
And Justin Haley takes the lead, slides high up.
I guess they're breaking all the wind out of the way.
He has led a grand total of 9 laps in his career.
There's got to be a lot of dirty air, though, coming up, too.
On lap 119, but here they come back to the outside.
In typical Justin Haley fashion, he bided his time until the opportunity presented itself, and then he pounced on it. But he's not going to keep the lead for very long. Bottom line comes after him. To the lead now goes Justin Haley.
Justin Haley swings wide out of 2 up against the outside wall. That leaves the inside line wide open, led by Austin Cindric. He's got drafting help from Logano, Keselowski, Buscher, and Cody Ware.
Team Penske thundering on the bottom of the racetrack. That
Let's
brings
see if we get Haley's camera.
So now the bottom lane has numbers as Justin Haley continues to lead side by side for second.
As Haley goes from the bottom to the top to put the block on yet again to the line. 40 laps to go.
McDowell's there. This is McDowell's car cam here.
He's got drafting help from his Team Penske teammate, Joey Logano.
Here they come into turn number 1. Cindric and Logano try to work together. They are up with Cindric into a side-by-side battle for the number 2 position. Haley slides up to block the outside lane. He'll be looking back low by the end of the backstretch.
Justin Haley, quite the maestro right now. First to the inside, then to the outside. Right now, he rides, leading the outside line, but here comes Austin Cindric down low.
Cindric thunders into turn number 3 to the inside at the door.
Austin Cindric.
Justin Haley as they battle 2 by 2. The first about 8 rows battle for the lead. It's Haley by a nose off 4.
Got a couple of guys out front that have won here before. Austin Cindric has won the Daytona 500, and Justin Haley has won here. Last time by Dave, the top 32. All the drivers on the lead lap separated by 2.5 seconds.
That means just about everybody figures they got a chance to win this thing if they play their cards correctly. Here they come off turn 2. Justin Haley continues to lead.
Justin Haley.
And they'll bring Michael McDowell along for the ride as well. Those two ride all by themselves. Double wide action behind them further back. Here's Cindric. He'll look to the inside of Berry. That's the wheel-to-wheel battle for third.
And Josh Berry now has John Hunter Nemechek as out wide goes Justin Haley to protect the top. Hello, Michael McDowell on the bottom. McDowell will nose out front off of 4. Haley's still there on the outside.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, they're running some of the fastest laps they've run all night. I'm just looking at our monitor right now, close to 194 miles an hour a little while ago. These guys are not saving fuel at all. At least the leaders
37 laps to go.
Well, let's find out right now from the pit lane what the thought process is down there. This trip to pit road is presented by Wendy's. Wendy's Saucy Nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's got to be Wendy's at participating U.S. Wendy's. Steve Post.
First off, Alex, everyone has to stop again. They all have to stop again, and they stop now. They can get enough fuel to go to the end of the race. The question is, when do they stop? The goal is to be on pit road as short a time as possible. So what do you need to get to the end? You're going to stretch this probably another 20 laps, I would guess here. So we'll look at about 20 laps. It is interesting, though, they've been preaching to Michael McDowell, save fuel, save fuel, save fuel, and lap times have gone up and up. So that might impact it as well. But I think we're going to be about 20 laps, and then we're going to be busy as all get out here on pit road. In the midsection of pit road, Brad Gilly, easy for me to say, Brad Gilly. What are you following?
I'm following Justin Haley right now, who's out leading this race. He was told to save fuel right before we went back to green, but ever since then, veteran spotter Chris Osborne has been on the roof doing nothing but directing him on how to get around this racetrack and how to get in front of Michael McDowell. Also, Austin Cindric, another driver, Josh Berry, another driver. They were told to save fuel, but they have not had any of that.
This is McDowell's car cam here.
Back to racing here. Everyone expected to come down if everything stays normal and do fuel only on their final stop. But as we know, this is Daytona. We'll have to see.
Can I please move?
What's happening on your section?
Ava. A ton of strategy talk on Kyle Larson's radio. We know on the last pit stop,
go to NASCAR.com and you can get the full cam. I'll drop out of the way for a second for you.
And we've seen Kyle Larson lead this race, but on the radio, he's not being pressured to lead the race. We've seen him sitting there in about 4th spot. Just a few laps
cams. Be sure to check them out. Cams on NASCAR.com.
Right now, the one major concern.
Show the full on cam. They will take me down.
Teammate Chase Elliott is out of this race. William Byron has damage to his car. The 48 of Alex Bowman has damage to his car. They were wondering on the radio, who are they going to work with?
There you go, guys. Like the stream, everybody. Hit those like buttons on the stream. Let's boost it up. Get more.
Update. Then you just heard the thunder go by 47 seconds later when Alan Cavalli gave his update.
I'm gonna knock on real wood with my desk. No wrecks. Come on, let's go, guys.
Justin Haley is leading here at Daytona. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for state.
Berry's in second. Nemechek's in third. Larson's in fourth. Busch is in fifth, guys.
in the Coke Zero Sugar
35 laps, well, 34 now.
And it's Justin Haley with the race lead over Josh Berry and John Hunter Nemechek. My name is Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden and Rusty Wallace. In the turns tonight for the Motor Racing Network, you've got Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, and Chris Wilner. And on pit road, you've got Steve Post, Brad Gilly, and Alan Cavana.
Still one scheduled pit stop to be made. The question will remain,
who's going to make it and win? All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we are counting down here. 33 to go. 33 laps to go. Be sure to let us know in chat if you're new here. Let us know who your favorite driver is, guys. Love to hear from you. We have quite a few drivers out of the race. There's been 2 wrecks. There's been 2 cars catch on fire. So we've lost quite a few drivers tonight. And Suarez caught on fire, and so did on his name. SVG, Shane. I think it was Shane that caught on fire. So we have Suarez out, Ryan Preece, Denny Hamlin's out, Noah Grexton, Elliott, SVG, and Martin Truex Jr. are all out of the race tonight.
Change at the front of the field. Justin Haley continues to show the way, and this time by will be down to just 32 laps remaining here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Okay.
NetSuite, negative. Still sitting at Haley, Berry, Nemechek, Larson, and Busch. Also, I'm watching this on the NBC. If you have NBC, if you want to watch it on TV, we've got a few guys in chat that are watching it on TV and watching it here with us in the stream. You'll take 8 subs. I know, right? Sometimes, man, like subs are come and go. I've lost 30 subs after a stream before. I think they're bots though sometimes.
30 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Next time by is the field, for the most part, beginning to thin out just a bit as far as the 2 wide racing, Jeff. That's usually a pretty good indication that these teams are beginning to think about when they're going to make a pit stop, and especially in the green flag conditions, you're going to need all the drafting help you can to come to pit lane together.
Steve, Brad, and Alan told us just a few moments ago to look for pit stops on or around lap 140. That's 10 laps from right now as Justin Haley has the field behind him. That's right, Justin Haley is leading at Daytona with 30 laps to go over Josh Berry and John Hunter Nemechek. Again, with 30 laps to go, we'll give you a quick mid-race update brought to you by Pfizer.
As we sit right now with 130 of the scheduled 160 laps complete, we've had 35 official lead changes at the start-finish line among 13 different drivers. Joey Logano's led the most laps today, a total of 34. Stage racing is already over. Josh Berry won stage number 1. Joey Logano won stage number 2. Joey Logano's earned the most points so far tonight, a total of 19.
Dave Moody, like Alex was saying, when we see this type of formation, even though we're winding this thing down, and this formation is drivers up against the outside retaining wall, most of them running single file nose to tail, it's a pretty good indication that pit stops are not too far away.
Got a pretty good indication. Mike Bagley believe that they're going to be dropping down to the bottom and heading for pit road as soon as they can.
9 drivers have broken free into single file formation. First side-by-side battle is where Christopher Bell is on the move.
And Christopher's been doing that for quite some time, but it's the calm before the storm as everybody organizes up top. Bubba Wallace tries to get up there, but it's still Bell by.
Who's going to pit, guys? Who's going to pit?
Number 4, everybody stays on the racetrack. Hammer down back to the tri-oval. Justin Haley, he's got a Ford on the back bumper in the form of
27 laps to go now.
Sits third of John Hunter Nemechek.
2 laps ago, Justin Haley's teammate Cody Ware was leading the inside line and had climbed all the way up to the number 6 position. He got shuffled out of line.
This is the final preseason. Next week.
Cody Ware now the last car on the inside of that draft that's led by Christopher Bell that's trying to inch its way forward, but the problem is they need more help downstairs.
Definitely not shy in terms of numbers is the top lane, the low lane trying to rally, but Christopher Bell got a huge shove from Bubba Wallace this time. He'll pull up to Kyle Larson in the battle for fourth.
Yeah, Christopher Bell is rolling on that inside lane. Bubba Wallace is right there also. Other drivers including Daniel Hemrick downstairs, Brad Keselowski, and others, and slowly but surely, Bell closing in on the race leader.
He's making some pretty good progress. As a matter of fact, he's into a side-by-side battle now for position number 3. Christopher Bell has found some drafting help, and he's found the number 3 spot.
Well, his drafting help has doubled over the course of the last lap. They see him coming, and they're throwing the block up front. It's Justin Haley and Josh Berry that will slide across the nose of Christopher Bell's Toyota.
The lanes have reversed, and as Haley leads the bottom train, that leaves John Hunter Nemechek, Kyle Larson, and Kyle Busch starting to fall backwards as the bottom lane much more organized this time off.
They're getting ready to start pitting too.
It's getting down to one very important thing right now: how you get in pit road, how you get off of pit road, and who you're going to draft with when you exit. I've been calculating up here, and I'm thinking maybe they can make it to like 12 laps to go, 10 laps to go. They can go that deep if they want to. But right now, they can pit anytime they want. Put about 5 gallons of gas in this thing, each car, and make it to the end. It's going to take about 5 gallons more than what's in these cars right now to get to the end of this race.
Poor old Martin Truex Jr., the racetrack's going to start charging him rent on the pit lane. He's back there again. Another problem with the left front after he was swept up early on in one of the big crashes we had in the race. Down to 25 laps to go this time by. Look up off of turn number 4.
Feel a game-winning pit stop coming up. It's possible.
Jeff, it's one of those times now.
25 laps to go.
Single file. We're bunching back up double wide. You're starting to get a little antsy out there.
Well, you migrate to the bottom of the racetrack because at some point you're going to need to get onto pit road. Now, Mike Bagley, for those drivers on the outside of the racetrack, they're trying to find their way to the bottom of the racetrack, but you need to find a hole first in order to be able to do that.
Put John Hunter Nemechek on that list. Put Kyle Larson. Put Kyle Busch. Put about 15 drivers that eventually are going to have to work their way to the bottom. But the problem is, Chris Wilner, that bottom lane right now is landlocked.
They are nose to tail from your race leader, Justin Haley, all the way back through about 15th position as Haley leads. Josh Berry, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, and the rest of the field.
Off turn number 4, everybody continues to chug around the racetrack. 24 laps to go. Take a quick look up and down the pit lane from our vantage point. Don't see a whole lot of movement at the moment as the field rumbles back to 1.
Martin Truex Jr. just making his way off pit road, comes out right in front of the leaders, so they're going to have to go 3 wide around the outside of him.
I thought he was out. They show him.
Everybody will shift
get
to
a
the
refresh
right
of
now
this.
and make way for Martin Truex Jr. That will move to the apron. The leaders make their way by on the outside. It's still Justin Haley, but here comes
He's in 30.
Nemechek got a huge shove from Kyle Larson down the Daytona super stretch, but Nemechek's going to fall back to the back quarter panel of Josh Berry for third. Here comes Christopher Bell looking for third as the bottom, now 3 wide behind him.
And again, everybody staying on the racetrack. They are bunched up. It's a log jam from second on back. Josh Berry down to the inside. John Hunter Nemechek outside. Behind them, Dave, they're 3 wide. No thoughts of coming to pit road.
Nope. They're going to stick it out. Somebody's going to run out of gas.
Kyle Busch leads that extreme outside lane as they continue.
three-wide race is the race for the 8th position. And indeed, Kyle Busch does lead it. He is up against the outside wall. Inside, in the middle, Todd Gilliland, Bubba Wallace down low.
Chaos at 190-plus miles an hour into turn 3. Kyle Busch still leading that third lane on the outside. He's got Todd Gilliland and Daniel Hemrick to the inside as they're
Good roll. She's got Kipton.
Again, mixing things up right at the front of the field to the line. Inside lane has the advantage by a pure inch or so. Justin Haley leads. John Hunter Nemechek is second. Kyle Larson now up to third.
When the car ran to the Lake Lloyd, I don't remember that one. Sure don't. How long ago was that? I'll have to look that up. Hey guys, we're at 65 likes, guys. 65 likes on the stream. Hit the like on the stream if you have not already, guys. Our goal is 150 for the stream tonight. That's a high goal, but we can hit it, guys. We can hit it. Those likes boost the channel, allow more and more people to get in here with us. 21 laps to go. Like they were saying, they should start pitting here very soon. Haley, Nemechek, Barry, Larson, and Busch are your top 5 right now. You believe it was in the 80s, early part? Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. We got a caution.
Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Nemechek slid out.
Trying to sell a piece of jewelry? Or maybe even a nice watch? You could take it somewhere locally, sure, but how will you know if you're getting a good deal? And those pawn shops can be shady. That's where we come in.
We're getting right there, too.
We're your trusted selling partner for diamond jewelry and luxury watches. With Worthy, your items fully insured, shipped, graded, and then auctioned
to you got pushed from behind.
1,000 jewelry professionals. Payment is processed right after your item sells, and if your piece doesn't sell, then it's returned to you free of charge.
Cars dragging the ground. Do y'all see that on that video?
We share the same goal, to get you the most money possible. We have over 3,000 5-star reviews and have been featured in the New York Times, Forbes, and Reuters. Join over 70,000 satisfied clients who have already gotten the most for their jewelry. Now, for a limited time, SiriusXM listeners can get an extra $100 when your item sells for over $1,500.
Oh, you can see that tire blow. He locked them up big time.
That's worthy.com/OFFER.
Trying to make his way forward. The lead belongs to Chris Buescher.
Hey, it's Chris Buescher. Okay.
Hopefully they'll. Looks like they got him out of the pit. He's back in.
Welcome back to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. We work the caution flag now for the 5th time for a problem on the Daytona Superstretch.
And it happened halfway down the backstretch, Alex. Contact while racing for the lead. Saw John Hunter Nemechek spin to the inside and do the slide for life all the way down the end of the back straightaway, all the way through turn number 3. They have taken the grass out of the skid pad that was over here last year, and even in the Daytona 500, it is all paved, and that kept John Hunter Nemechek's car on the ground. He spun it, kept going. What could have been a major problem was only a minor setback for John Hunter. No damage on that Toyota Camry.
It was Dave Stacy, 44-acre lake in Lloyd in the middle of Daytona Raceway. Oh, really?
Cars flanking
I'll have
him
to check that out.
to the left. Kyle Larson
Thank you for that.
And Kyle Larson with an aggressive
It is a whole new race now.
Of John Hunter Nemechek.
We got a caution.
Around goes John Hunter. But at the front of the field,
what does this do, guys?
Collecting nobody, Alex.
We're going to go into an overtime.
Really big and really bad.
Yeah, they got away with
It's
one
just-
there as we come
he's
to the
already
line
back
under
out.
caution. Pit road remains closed. 19 laps to go as we sit right now. It is Kyle Busch in the Cheddar's Chevrolet as the race leader. Austin Cindric is second. Kyle Larson is third. Michael McDowell fourth. Josh Berry is fifth. Brad Keselowski is sixth. Christopher Bell seventh. Joey Logano eighth. Justin Haley is ninth. And Bubba Wallace is 10th.
Daniel Hemrick is 11th. Ryan Blaney 12th. Todd Gilliland 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. 15th, Eric Jones. 16th, Chris Buescher. William Byron 17th. Harrison Burton 18th. Zane Smith 19th. And Cody Ware is 20th.
Alex Bowman is 21st. Tyler Reddick 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 23rd. Austin Dillon is 24th. Austin Hill 25th. Ty Gibbs is 26th. Carson Hocevar 27th. BJ McLeod is 28th. Parker Retzloff 29th. And Ross Chastain is 30th.
Joey Gase 31st. John Hunter Nemechek now from the lead back to 32nd. And we have 32 cars on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr. right now 4 down. It's just been a long, miserable night for Martin Truex Jr. Corey LaJoie continues to soldier on. He is 33 laps down. Everybody else done out of the race. Shane Van Gisbergen out 35th. Chase Elliott 36th. Noah Gragson out 37th. Same for Denny Hamlin 38th. Ryan Preece 39th. And Daniel Suarez is
he caught on fire.
I get we probably won't see a lot of tire changes. It's going to be mostly all fuel. But, man, you got to get on and off pit road. This
18 to go, guys.
That only need the splash of fuel, Sunoco fuel, have the advantage.
Yeah, they do. Everybody was
Sunoco
on
fuel gives you wings, guys.
Laps 98 and 99. So it's who saved the most fuel on that last green flag stretch, which was 40 laps. By the way, that was our longest green flag stretch of the race tonight. Pit lane is open. Alan Cavana, here they come.
Joey Logano, the first one on pit lane. The call is fuel and fuel only. 1, 2, and 3. Logano is on and off pit road. Steve Post.
Ryan Blaney is in. Going to be fuel only. Race leader Kyle Busch comes in. Going to be fuel only there as well. Brad Keselowski, he's in the second pit box. Michael McDowell in the first pit box. Here they come. The race off pit road. It's going to be won by Austin Cindric. Cindric goes out first. Brad Keselowski and Kyle Larson side by side.
Cindric.
Kyle Busch side by side. Those are your
Austin Cindric, guys.
Fuel only stops here on this one, Brad Gilly.
And that was 3 seconds of fuel for Austin Cindric. That's all he needed. Also, Josh Berry came in for a splash of gas. William Byron, splash of gas for him. Also for Justin Haley, fuel only on this stop.
And the first one off of pit road with a 2 or a 3 second stop was indeed Austin Cindric. Then came Brad Keselowski, Kyle Larson with a 2.8 second fuel only pit stop. Michael McDowell, Kyle Busch, top 5 off of pit road.
As we continue under the caution flag, you know, this sets it up here, Rusty. You were telling me just a moment ago, kind of off air, you're figuring that they were going to need a good 5 gallons or so to make it to the advertised distance.
Yeah, and that kind of makes sense. I heard of a 3 second stop. That's about what it takes to get 5 gallons out of these tanks right now, out of these fillers. So that made sense to me. So right now, what I'm looking at, what if we got to go green, white, checker overtime? Overtime is the only thing these guys got to worry about right now. That could get them in trouble.
17 laps to go here tonight at Daytona.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me.
Do you want to raid?
Nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors.
We're just dropping their
honey
channel.
barbecue, garlic parm, spicy.
Let's do
ghost
on the
pepper.
go with
You can
CeeLo.
literally hear your taste buds after every
Just
bite.
go tell
I'm
him,
serious.
hey, what's
Listen,
up? Here we go. Those of you in chat, drop in and say KimbroNator. He's doing the same thing I'm doing. So drop in there and say KimbroNator raid, guys. Took you almost 12 minutes today. All right. Anybody drop in CeeLo's chat, let me know.
From Daytona.
We're still under caution, guys. $50 worth, roughly 12 gallons. Wow. 5 gallon. I know, right? They have those high pressure fuel things that they can drop it in quick too. It's crazy. $70 likes, guys. Almost halfway there to 150.
Hang on. 16 laps to go here tonight at Daytona International Speedway. Getting ready for a Geico restart presented by Geico. Is your insurance playbook lacking? Switch to Geico and get all of your insurance coverage from one place. Go to geico.com tonight to get started. Chris Wilner, here they come.
Well, the intensity meter, Jeff, is about to be turned up to 11. Brad Keselowski and Austin Cindric, your front row. Cindric elected to the outside. Keselowski to the inside as they come back to the restart.
Here we go, guys.
Jesse
Green.
Dillon, the pace car driver, will take it to the pit lane field, makes their way to the Geico restart zone. 16 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Brett Dalton puts the green flag high and lets it fly as we're racing again as they go through the gearbox. Couple of Ford Mustang dark horses on the front row. Keselowski downstairs. You got Cindric topside.
Cindric by just a bumper leads the way into the banking of turn number 1.
Cindric.
Brad Keselowski is right there as well. Everybody's got oodles of drafting.
Everybody clap your hands.
The advantage. They are 2 by 2 to the super stretch.
Field is stacked up in close formation as
15 to go, guys. 15 to go.
Keselowski paces the inside line. Austin Cindric paces the lane to the outside. Kyle Larson shoves Austin Cindric to the lead.
And he continues to do so as they enter turn number 3 in the banking, as Kyle Larson will then back off as Austin Cindric now has a half car length lead to the outside. But here comes Brad. He's got Michael McDowell until on the bottom.
We have 15 laps to go here tonight under the lights on a Saturday night. The top 10 full of Fords and Chevrolets. Fords out front at the moment. Cindric on the outside, Brad on the inside.
Brad Keselowski trying to make a challenge as he chugs down low. He's got the lead now. He surges underneath to the inside with drafting help from Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski to the lead.
Into the clean air goes Brad Keselowski. He's all by himself out front. Austin Cindric trying to change that from the outside and will. Here's Austin Cindric, wheel to wheel for the lead off the end of the back straightaway.
Cindric about a half a door up ahead of Brad Keselowski on the outside, but Kyle Larson tucks up right back under the back bumper of Cindric on the outside lane, shoves Austin Cindric off the corner.
Brad
Hamlin.
Keselowski, the first car on the inside lane, won't be there long.
Hamlin is out. He wrecked out earlier.
Restart violation. He's going to stay on the racetrack, but he's going to have to make a pass-through penalty at speed.
What
pass through the pit
for Brad Keselowski, flying the King's Hawaiian colors. He's still digging down low. He's just bypassed Kyle Larson. He's first on.
Rhino is streaming now.
Waiting to see when Brad Keselowski is going to bail out and serve that penalty. Right now, his foot is in the throttle. He is in a side-by-side.
Is he streaming football?
Brad Keselowski trying to pull out ahead. Maybe he'll duck to pit road this time, but Austin Cindric will flank him on his right rear quarter panel. Lane number 3 starting to develop a little farther back. It's Justin Haley in tow.
Let's just be very quick and very clear. What did Brad do to bring out the violation? He was actually ahead of Austin Cindric by a matter of 2 feet through the Geico restart zone. Cindric was the leader. He has to be the first one to clear the box. He was not. Brad beat him by 2 feet, and that's going to cost Brad more than likely any shot, Mike Bagley, of going to victory lane here tonight.
Heartbreak for Brad Keselowski. He is in contention to win this one, but he has to serve that penalty. He is not lifting at all. He can't. Michael McDowell's nose is buried in his back bumper.
And Michael McDowell shoves Brad back to the lead. McDowell in tow, and Brad's now got a full lead out in front, but here comes lane number 3. Cracking the top 10 is Josh Berry.
And here comes Brad Keselowski.
McDowell's in second.
The brakes, get out of the way, hit 55 miles an hour, do a pass-through penalty. That's one less Ford Mustang dark horse in the front of the field.
Rock on, guys. Let's hit that like button, everybody. 71 likes. Need some more likes on this stream, guys. Let's go, baby. 12 to go. 12 laps to go.
And
Who's going to win?
Two Kyles. You've got Larson leading Bush, and here comes that third lane rumbling up the outside. It is about to break inside of the top 10, and it's led by Josh Berry.
Josh Berry got a shove from Alex Bowman, and Berry's going to crack the top 10. They're 3 wide from about 8th on back, but meanwhile, side by side up at the front of the field, Cindric by a nose over Michael McDowell.
And Dave, with 11 to go, we can see things begin to get just a little bit physical.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you, Wilson, for being here.
McDowell on the inside, Cindric on the outside, and a third lane forming up.
It is showtime at the Apollo right now. People beginning to make moves that they would not have made 10 or 15 laps ago. People throwing blocks that they would not have thrown 10 or 15 ago. Front of the pack. It's 3
Absolutely. While you're working, watch KimbroNator. NASCAR, guys.
Larson moves and throws the block. Larson's trying to go up the gut. Larson will. 3 wide for the lead at Daytona.
Young Money with the power move, courtesy of Kyle Busch, who shoves him into the battle for the lead. They're 3 by 3 by 3 here in corner number 4 at Daytona. Kyle Larson trying to get the top 5.
Business picks up as the laps get fewer. 10 laps to go at the World Center of Racing. Outside
go, baby.
has the advantage by a fender. That's going to be Austin Cindric, but the middle lane with Kyle Larson powers back.
Little middle lane beginning to creep forward again. Larson now side by side with Cindric. Larson is
one of the Kyles has to win.
Is up top. That's the wheel-to-wheel battle for the lead. Chugging on the inside. Here comes
Never know.
Michael McDowell's going to lose pace just a tad. That leaves Larson and Cindric to race for the lead. Cindric now will get a shove. He'll go out in front.
For second and fourth.
Here comes McDowell, thanks to Logano.
Logano recharged the batteries for Michael
And
McDowell.
we have another caution, guys. We have another caution.
They're 3 wide behind McDowell to the top to Larson.
What happened now? I'm not seeing it yet.
He's got a strong car right behind Kyle Larson right there. He's
There they
been
go.
up front the last 15 or 20 laps. That number 8 car
It's another
is
big
running
wreck.
great right now. And boy, do they
Another
need a
big
good finish
wreck.
for Richard
Wow.
Childress Racing.
Boy, they sure do. They are 8 rows deep.
Trouble. Michael
Okay.
McDowell gets turned in the face of the field.
There's a bunch of guys in this one.
Everybody's torn up. 3 cars have made it through.
Oh, gosh. This is going to really change.
Running second, trying to throw a block. He got turned up
Wow.
in the face of the field. Reddick involved. Byron involved. Larson involved. Justin Haley is torn up. Bubba Wallace is torn up.
McDowell, he's stopped. Logano. Logano's going to kill somebody when he gets to the pit.
6th time with just 9
Oh,
laps
he's
to
on
go.
fire. 34 is on fire. Oh, this is
Dave,
his
you can
exhaust.
feel the energy
You
beginning
can see
to
it
ramp
shooting
up,
out of
and the
exhaust.
energy was not positive.
Yeah, you didn't have to be Karnak the Magnificent to figure out what was coming, Alex.
Wow. Yes, another raid would be good. Absolutely, man. Who are we going to raid? We need to get people teamed up, and we can do a raid of a smaller channel. Give me a link, and we can do that here at the end of the race. We'll get everybody teamed up.
Turned him head on into the wall in the face of the field, and it was just carnage from then on.
And we are under caution. We're under caution now for the 6th time. Cindric will be shown as the race leader. Josh Berry, Kyle Busch. After that, at the moment, it's more than likely anybody's guess.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best
Man.
Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles?
McDowell went airborne on that one, guys. He got some air on that one. They're showing the replay on TV. He got sideways and caught air and lifted up, and basically Logano hits him and picks him up and pushes him. This is crazy. My goodness gracious, guys. That's Rhinos. Oh, you probably don't. What's the name? Is that the name of the channel? Is it Rhino? Nathan, that was a big one. That was a big wreck just then, my friend. Yeah. We're under another caution. Whew. McDowell doesn't know how to crash softly. So there's been 38 lead changes, 15 leaders, 6 cautions for today, guys. So we're at 7-0. Most likely going to be an overtime for the race. That's my guess. Rising Rhino is the name of the channel. All right. Kyle got lucky that time. He sure did. Six to go. Hey guys in chat, drop a link. This is Rising Rhino. He's a streamer streaming, looks like the Seahawks and Browns. It's a friend of Kenneth. So drop him a raid, guys. Say KimbroNator raid. And drop him a sub as well, guys. I got a commercial popped up on his stream here.
More cars than what I have.
Yep, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Christopher Bell got some of it, Ryan Blaney, Chris Busher also got part of it. If you listen close, yeah, that's right. 2 more of our drivers right around the playoff cut line involved in this. Bubba Wallace is...
Well, pause that for a second. We'll raid him.
Some minor repairs and away.
Off the mark incomplete, and the Seahawks out to punt. Punt it away. Womp, 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 womp. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She left.
Hey guys, this is Rhino. Drop a link. His link is in chat. Be sure to check him out and drop a sub.
Kimbro. Where? Kimbro? I don't...
barrier, and as McDowell's car was coming back down
there
to
we go.
The left
yeah, guys, drop him in there. Drop Kenneth is in there. Dropped in a sub on Rhino Rising. So we'll get back to the race here.
Very close call for Alex Bowman. Could have been a heck of a lot worse. As it is, they're going to be able to do a quick repair on that car and get him back in the competition.
Dave Moody, I said earlier, and then we had the big one, just how close they were running, and I had just referenced the top 27 running a matter of a second and a half apart, and again it all broke out. That's the one thing about Daytona. If you have something small, not saying that the bump draft going wrong is small, but where it happened at the front of the field turns out to be a colossal disaster for several.
Running that closely, Jeff, just maybe 6 inches between front bumpers and back bumpers, maybe another 6 inches door to door. It doesn't take much of a mistake. It doesn't take much of a miscalculation at all to have happen what happened just a couple of minutes ago here in turns 1 and 2, when the entire field just exploded almost entirely. At one point, a grand total of 3 cars had made it through the wreck. Others managed to limp their way through eventually.
They're all over the place.
On back, it was everybody in the pool.
You're right.
Everybody's in the pool.
It was just insane how much carnage there was down there in turns 1 and 2 here at Daytona. So Dave Moody in 1 and 2, well, he's had some problems over in front of him in the race.
So currently is Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, and Austin Dillon. That's our top 5 right now, guys.
There's not one section of this racetrack, Jeff, that I guess you could call safe.
No, not at all. And especially at our feet here when we get there, when that black and white checkered flag is flying over the Daytona International Speedway. We were watching Michael McDowell on the NASCAR TV with him being virtually upside down, windshield to windshield with Joey Logano.
That was insane.
McDowell's helmet could not have been more than 5 feet from the helmet of Joey Logano, separated only by 2 windshields of those Ford Mustangs. Now, pit road is open, and we will see some cars make their way down. Most of these cars were running at the tail end of the field. They include Ross Chastain. They'll go right side tires. Alex Bowman is in. Damage fixing continues there. Other cars making their stop. Postman in front of you.
John Hunter Nemechek brings his car in. BJ McLeod is in, and they continue to work on the Bubba Wallace car. Damage on the front end, and they're working on the hood of that car to make sure they have good clearance on the hood. Continue to work on that automobile. You guys have
putting that duct tape on there. 200-mile-an-hour duct tape
for the final spot between Ross Chastain and Bubba Wallace, and right now Booty Barker and this team are just trying to nurse this.
Guys are at 73 likes. Keep hitting that like button on the stream, guys.
Continue to work on this Toyota Camry down here for Bubba Wallace.
The damaged vehicle policy clock has expired on 2 cars, and they're out of the race and going to the garage area. They are Ryan Blaney and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They will be scored out of the race. Jeff, they're still racing to go here. We're down to 5 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Clean up, about to wrap up over there in turns 1 and 2. I don't see too many more lights out there. Just the jet blowers just blowing some of the debris, making sure it's completely off.
Do we have a?
Surface.
I'm going to drop some names to you because we're talking about turning the playoff picture completely upside down. We have drivers in the top 10 at the front of the field that if they win, they're in, and that would be big for them and potentially lights out for others. So we've got Cindric and Josh Berry. Let's start with Josh Berry. How big? He's going to restart more than likely on the front row.
Got a great race car. He won stage number 1, and he's gone to school here tonight, earning a lot of respect from the competition around him in the draft. Had a fast race car all night long. Jeff, he's got an excellent shot.
Kyle Busch, 93 points back coming in. Rusty made the comment before we even put him under the green. Kyle Busch, win or it'll be lights out trying to win a championship. He is right now 3rd.
He is indeed, and he's going to do all he can. Virtual must-win situation for Kyle Busch. He's in a great spot as they come to the line.
He's in 3rd. He can do it, guys.
5th, even though he's not in the top 30 at the moment. How big would this be for the Wood Brothers?
Huge. This would be win number 100 for the Wood Brothers, the legendary Wood Brothers, as we get the 1 to go. Austin Cindric is going to choose the inside lane. The
Austin Cindric inside.
Will not go behind him. He'll go to the
outside. Have a green. We got 4 laps to go, guys.
Will be Kyle Busch. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack. The Chevrolet of Byron will go topside.
Lulu, come on, Kyle.
Burton, row 3, row 4.
That's right, Kyle Busch. He's a 3rd. Let's go.
And by the way, the rest, it didn't end where Alex, and thank you for doing that. I think that painted a perfect picture for.
He does need to win.
Busch, for Harrison Burton, but they're not alone. Also,
can he do it, guys?
Todd Gilliland and Austin Dillon and Eric Jones. All of these drivers are in the top 10, and with a win, they're going to race for a championship.
All you have to do is be moving, not necessarily rolling.
All you have to do is be moving.
Getting to the finish line when it's all said and done. Now we
Kenneth,
are not
come on, 24
as of yet. There are still 4 laps to go. There'll be 3 to go once we come around here to take the green flag. So
Lulu says yes. Come on, 8. Guys, root for your favorite drivers. Let me know in chat. Keep it up. And hit like on the stream if you have not already, guys. Like the stream.
Will be, but now all of a sudden you have players up here recognizing, realizing.
We got some Busch fans. We got Byron fans in here.
Around, And that opportunity, Rusty, to race for a championship.
Yeah, talk about opportunities. What an opportunity for Brad Keselowski. He had to do the drive-through penalty, went to the very back of it. They wrecked, and now he's got himself back up to 17th position. And I'll tell you what, if there's a couple more cautions, this guy could be up in hunt, even though he restarted all the way in the back.
We're going to see how it plays out here.
Let's go, Kyle. Lulu is rooting for Kyle. Welcome, Lulu, to the channel.
Pace car away from this field.
We should have the green, guys. They should be back at it. Let's go, baby.
As we get set to
pedal to the middle.
Under the green flag.
Under the lights here at Daytona.
Under the lights at Daytona, guys. Here we go. Tom is 43 car.
Laps remaining, and here we go.
Eric Jones.
We're back underway. Cindric on the inside. Barry on the outside. Row 2. Kyle Busch and William Byron up to speed.
It's going to be interesting to see how much drafting help William Byron can provide up high, because the nose of his Chevrolet is thoroughly torn up from a previous accident. Cindric on the bottom of the racetrack has got the lead. Kyle Busch looking to follow it through for second.
Nail-biting time at Daytona.
Nail-biting, 3 to go, guys.
He leads the inside line, but here comes Josh Berry. Berry storms to the outside, side by side, back to 3.
Ross is way back, Watermelon Man.
Berry neck and neck on the outside of Austin Cindric for the race lead. William Byron to the outside of Kyle Busch for that 4th spot. Off of
here they go, guys.
Very close.
2 to go. 2 to go.
To the tri-oval, 2 laps to go. Inside lane, if you can call 6 inches an advantage, it was for Austin.
Oh, man.
Josh Berry.
Berry fires back to the outside line. He pulls
another caution.
Side by side.
He is upside down. He is upside down. Who is that? Number 4.
Austin.
It was Barry. That's Barry, guys.
Barry gets turned and the pack is crashing on the back straightaway.
Wow.
One car is upside down. Sliding, it's Barry.
It's Daytona, guys. This is Daytona. I hope he's okay.
The car is spinning around and over.
We have multiple cars. Another huge wreck. Multiple cars, guys.
Austin Cindric, Todd Gilliland, Austin Hill, Austin Dillon. All have contact or involved. Josh
one's
Berry's
on fire. Whoa.
Upside down, 3/4 of the way down the back straightaway.
And Mike Bagley, you keep an eye on Josh Berry after a massive hit upside down and into the inside retaining wall. It will be Kyle Busch as the race leader as he comes across the line.
Kyle Busch is a leader now because of these wrecks.
It's not over, not by a long shot.
We will most likely have an overtime now.
Coming out on lap
for sure.
159 unofficially at the line.
They have a red flag now. It's a dead stop.
Top 3. How about this? Parker Retzloff driving the Linda Beard owned Chevrolet. Parker is 4th and John Hunter Nemechek is 5th.
There's been quite a few wrecks today.
We'll get to Mike Bagley in a minute. Let's get to the Care Center first.
Joey Logano is out, looks all right, but you just saw yet another wreck, car going over, just shaking your head. How do you explain tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's a speedway racing, man. It's a lot of fun till it's not. And, we did a good job keeping our car in position all night, up in the top 5 the whole race. Got a stage win, which is great. And McDowell just got turned and came down in front of me, nowhere to go, and seems like I think he's okay as well. So pretty big hits there, and then horrible to see Josh Berry there a second ago upside down on the wall. Got to figure out how to keep the cars on the ground. Not doing enough to fix that.
All right, Joey Logano out.
Yeah, that's a big one.
His wreck after another dominating car tonight.
Yeah, we're under the red flag. Cleanup continues, and Mike Bagley.
Cleanup continues, guys.
And there is an armada of safety vehicles that have arrived on the scene. What they're focused on first is getting the car righted and get put on all 4 wheels. Once that happens, they can get Josh out of the car. Right now, the wrecker is there, and
so he's still in the car.
The wheels. Once they do that, then they'll ease the car back over. No short of at least 20 safety workers that are tending to Josh Berry that still is upside down, strapped.
I didn't know they always have to flip the car to get them out. Did y'all?
Mike here coming up shortly. Back to the Advent Healthcare Center, and let's hear from Justin Haley.
Justin Haley out of the Care Center. You found yourself up front. Usually there's
Crash Feast 400.
What happened from your windshield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just last few laps of the speedway race. So, good run for us. Appreciate everyone at RWR for their hard work. Had a good car, led some laps, and go to one of our better tracks next week.
What do you take away from something like this? When you were out there, you were leading laps, you're leading the field.
Yeah, it's just fuel strategy and pit stops and stuff. I mean, we just got
Nathan,
lucky,
I think it's going to be for sure in overtime
We were
now.
able to get up front. So, yeah, good run.
Got a red, though. It stopped. 4 laps to
tough
go.
break. Justin Haley, a lot to be proud of. Led 21 laps tonight, did Justin Haley for Rick Ware Racing. Third on the lap leaders count there. Joey Logano.
It looks like he got out of the car.
Michael McDowell, second most. He's out of the race. Justin Haley, third most
Looks like he's walking under his all power. So that's good news there, guys. He's not hurt too bad.
Fourth on the lap count is Bubba Wallace. Fifth is Austin Cindric. Both of those drivers have back damage.
They do prevent neck injuries.
Josh Berry's car is back on all 4 wheels. He has immediately
that took a hit
from the car and gave a thumbs up to everybody.
The interior
That's
wall.
the best news of the night here in Daytona after a horrific crash. Josh
That
Berry
was a
spinning
crazy
on his
wreck.
lid down the back straightaway has been righted. He's out of the car. He too will be headed to the infield care center under his own power.
And thank you for building these race cars the way you do. Absolutely. Josh Berry, we understand from
that
Mike,
is crazy.
he is at least okay at the moment. We'll hear from him hopefully later on. Let's get you back to the Advent Health Care Center now. And here's Alan.
Even 20 years ago, it's probably been a different.
Checked and released. What happened from what you saw?
I was just running in the middle there, kind of saved our car all day and actually made our way closer to the front a little quicker than I thought we were going to be able to. That caution kind of killed us. We had been saving a ton of fuel in the spot that we were in. Felt like we were going to gain some track position on that green flag pit stop, but obviously we didn't get that, and we were mired back in 20th, and so we got the third row.
That's why the flip
in the middle there, and
of the cars over first.
Turned to 34, and then we all piled in there. So
okay, I understand.
All right, just part of it, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
So they flip them over just to make sure there's no neck injuries when they're getting them out. That makes sense because they're in a 5-point safety harness.
In the big crash,
I've never really paid much attention to it in wrecks in the past. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate that knowledge there, man.
Michael McDowell nearly went over.
Great stuff, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for being in here tonight, hitting the like button. We're at 75 likes. 154 is the goal for the night. Thank y'all so much for hitting the like button.
Right now, let's talk about
We're knocking it out of the park. Let's keep it here, guys. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay with you here until the race is over.
It's racing at a super speedway. It's it's not the cutoff race, but it feels like the cutoff race, right, to get into the playoffs. And we are putting ourselves in position to have a fighting chance, and really proud of everybody at front row. That's what we needed to do. We needed to be up front and have a shot at it. And just going into turn 1 there, I haven't seen it, but I felt like I got turned. Now, whether that was, a big run coming or a big shove coming, the 2 was pushing me good, and I just kind of got pushed off in the turn 1, and it took off. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm not mad at him. I mean, it's super speedway racing. Everybody going for it. He was trying to be a good Ford teammate and push me to the front. And we almost had the 5 cleared. So I'll have to go back and watch it. But just bummed for my team. We had a really fast Ford Mustang, and you got to win to get in, and we didn't do that.
Anytime you're airborne, it looks scary. You're okay?
A friend of mine crushed his 2 vertebrae, dropped it on his head.
That 4-car right there is way worse than what I had going on.
Oh, really? Man, I hate to hear that. I hope he's
I'm not sure
wasn't paralyzed or anything.
I was in the air, but it felt like that kind of set me back down.
Was he?
So,
I had a friend that did break his neck in football, and
differently, but
it was
it's the end of a
all neck. It was a vertebrae that he cracked that didn't paralyze him or anything.
Michael McDowell, okay, guys, interesting.
So it did happen when he was unbuckled. Dang, that
stinks. They're watching the replay of the Berry wreck with the first time.
Yeah, because you fall.
Kind of enthralled with that right now. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, a spectacular crash.
I had one of my cousins and an uncle killed in a car wreck from a flip car, and both their necks were broke.
159. This race will be headed to overtime.
My cousin Clint, who was 11 days younger than me, he was killed when we were 15 in a car wreck. He was riding with a friend, and he flipped in a Camaro. He fell asleep at night driving, and he was killed instantly too. Basically, being in a Camaro, it broke his neck, being a small car. And then my uncle, he was in a Trans Am. They were racing on the beach, flipped him and broke his neck. So, yeah, those things are serious. Pray everybody's okay. It was several years ago. He was in a halo for a while, but not paralyzed. That is a blessing, man. I hope he's still doing okay today. Bum, bum, bum. Looks like they are moving now, guys. We have a caution.
Let's get you back to the care center and catch up with Ryan Blaney.
We will be in overtime.
Debriefing right now with teammate Joey Logano. Blaney was involved in that initial wreck with the 34. How do you explain the end of these races and what you see from here and what you can control?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I didn't really see much. It happened quick. I saw the Shell Pennzoil logo get really big really quick. Actually, I didn't even see that. I was looking at my mirror at the time, and next thing I knew, I was in the steering wheel. So, just things happen fast and unfortunate early ending to our evening.
All right, Ryan Blaney in and out of the care center.
Yeah, tough break for Ryan Blaney and everybody else who's been swept up in a crash here tonight. Back under the caution flag as the red flag has been lifted from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Okay, quick math. The less...
Yeah, on Dale, I remember that. You know, that really... It's hard to believe. It seemed like just yesterday. That was a long time ago already, too. But you gotta really think of all the technology and the advancements we've made in the 20 years with safety devices for the drivers, just the cars in general alone, the crumbles and the way they're making them today. It's amazing. It really is. You know, some of these wrecks, you know, if you just go back the 20 years, it'd been a lot worse than it is. So currently we got Busch, Burton, Bell are in the top three. And his caution
here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. We are indeed now headed to overtime here tonight at Daytona. The pit lane will open up this time by. If anybody elects to come to pit road, they can do so without penalty.
And we'll see whether anybody elects to do that or now. Sunoco fuel becoming precious. But as you heard from Steve and Brad and Alan on pit road, I think most everybody believes they have enough to go through one overtime. If we do get to a second one, well, that might get a little dicey. Kyle Busch is out front in a must-win situation. And
yeah, I heard him talking about that on NASCAR last week after they had, I forgot who it was, flip over.
Christopher Bell.
You know, they've put the, they did away with a lot of the grass and did more road asphalt in the infield.
On that team. And Parker's got their car right now sitting fourth. And then
you know, they've even talked about this past weekend, they talked about the wheel wells. You know, they got the cars aerodynamics, but the wheel wells, the way they make the wheels, can even channel the air and pick the cars up when they get turned sideways.
It would be a green-white checker once we get set to go.
They're looking at all aspects, trying to make it safer and safer.
They sit 11th, 12th, and 13th. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, and Ross Chastain. Those are the
Everybody, don't forget, hit the thumbs up on the stream if you have not already. We're at 80 likes. Our goal is 150 for the night.
Darlington they can go to. But, you know, when it comes to the restart of this particular race, here shortly, look, we got a Chevrolet lead, and then we got a Ford, then a Toyota. And then on fourth, we got another Chevrolet, a Ford, and a Toyota. So nobody's...
I like Christopher Bell. He's one of the drivers I like, so let's see what he does.
You know, I was also looking that, Brad Keselowski in position, even though he had the penalty, he's back inside the top 10. It's Busch, Burton, Bell. 1, 2, 3. Parker Retzlaff and Cody Ware, top 5. John Hunter Nemechek, 6th. Brad Keselowski, 7th. Ty Gibbs.
Kenneth, the next stream I'm looking at doing,
completes the top
10. Thank you for that, man.
11th is
You're
Bubba Wallace.
on
12th is
top
Chris
of the
Buescher.
game.
Ross Chastain is 13th.
It's most likely going to be
Bowman is 14th. 15th is Chase
NFL.
Briscoe. B.J. McLeod from Wauchula, Florida
42.
is 16th.
John.
17th is Joey Gase. 18th is Zane
John
Smith.
Hummer.
19th, Eric Jones.
Hunter
And 20th
Nemechek.
is Austin Dillon.
And we're going to be back under the green flag in one lap. Kyle Busch to the
One lap.
inside.
Here, guys.
Harrison Burton to the outside. Running 21st for the restart and overtime. Austin Cindric 21st. Austin Hill more than likely will. These are all damaged race cars now. You get back to Austin Hill and Todd Gilliland and Kyle Larson. And then you get back to Josh Berry's not in the race. So we're getting down to the point now where unofficially, Alex, what do we have? 20.
Yeah, so the next stream
23 cars remaining in the event.
Yeah, we
It's
do.
going to be week
You
1 of
mentioned some
NFL.
great potential upset
And then we'll have
stories.
NASCAR again next weekend too, guys.
Restart fourth,
So
the outside
my
of the
goal is
second
to
row.
beat Thursday night the
Parker
Chiefs.
Retzloff, the 21-year-old
First game,
from
guys.
Rhinelander,
So
Wisconsin.
don't
I know
forget
you were
I'll
just
post
talking
it
about
live.
His second career Cup Series start is in position to have a great night.
Can you imagine if they go to Victory Lane? It'll be the postman and about 3 other people, because that's all they have on that team. But that's not true. They've got a full staff of people down there trying to get Parker to Victory Lane, and he is ready to go.
54
and we'll have it for you
Gibbs.
in a moment. First, we
Ty
need to pause
Gibbs.
10 seconds for station identification.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, they're getting ready to start it back. Hey, we're sitting at 10 away from our sub goal. Just 10 subs away from hitting our sub goal. And then also, we're still a little ways on the likes goal, but I have faith in you guys. We can do it.
Josh Berry.
We are glad to be talking to Josh Berry. You just saw the replay for the first time. What do you
I
see?
won't be able to do the truck race tomorrow. It's my mom's birthday. I'm going to be out of town for that, guys, so I will not be here for that.
Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of these blowovers lately, but, I've
All right, we got green flag, guys. Green flag. They're firing it back up.
helped keep me from really barrel rolling and make it, as bad as it looked, I thought they did, it was a big improvement over what Ryan had last year. So just can't believe we flipped 2 of our Stuart Haas cars in a row like that. But, man, just a great job by Rodney and this whole 14. We were in contention all night, had a hell of a race car and had a shot at it.
Josh Berry out, thankfully, of the care center.
There's Josh. All right, here we go.
As the green flag goes in the air.
Overtime. 2 to
Harrison
go.
Burton, they huddle up, headed to turn 1.
Kyle Busch has the advantage into the banking at turn number 1. Burton trying to regroup with some drafting help on his back bumper. He is falling back. Busch to the lead. The low line.
Busch is out. Can Busch hold on?
And here comes Harrison
Burton and Bell.
outside line, trying to get up there, race for the lead. He's in a side-by-side battle for second. Here comes Harrison Burton blasting out of the outside.
Burton thunders into turn number 3, but he's going to have to fall back to the Parker Retzloff machine to get another push. They're side by side for
pushing.
second, but Kyle Busch will lead by a full.
Kyle Busch is staying in front. 1 to go.
Back to the trioval. White flag is in the air. This race is official. Kyle Busch with the
Final lap. Here we go, baby.
Burton, Christopher Bell, and more.
Which been the most difficult season of his career, barring injury, could be turned around in a heartbeat.
Uh-oh.
He's got a couple of car lengths.
Burton's in the lead. Busch fell back. Final
Here
lap.
comes the run, halfway down the back straightaway, half a lap to go. Kyle Busch trying to block the inside.
Harrison Burton.
Here comes Harrison Burton.
He's blocking him.
Straightaway.
Parker
He's
Retzloff with the shove.
Busch tried to get it, and Burton held on.
Brothers through turns 3 and 4 for the final time.
Wow.
Kyle Busch looks hot.
We have a checkered. It looks like Harrison Burton won.
He goes below the double yellow line. Checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag, Burton. Harrison Burton, guys.
Harrison Burton, then Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Cody Ware, and Ty Gibbs.
Wow. Harrison Burton won that, guys. Let's see if we can get the
Harrison Burton. Let's go to
good
pit
one for the
lane.
Wood Brothers. That is right.
They are celebrating down there on the entrance.
They're going
of pit
crazy.
road. Harrison Burton, the Wood Brothers, win number 100 for the legendary Wood Brothers.
That's a 100.
Harrison Burton, he scores the win in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona.
Harrison Burton, was that who you guys predicted to win? Let's see the celebration here. We'll stay with it, guys. Don't forget, everybody, keep hitting that like. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to stay with it here to the end, ladies and gentlemen. Rock and roll, guys. In your top 10, we have Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Cody Ware, Ty Gibbs is 5th, Wallace is 6th, Brad Keselowski is 7th, and Parker Ratzelf. I'm not sure how you pronounce his name. I'm probably butchering it. I do apologize. Daniel Hemrick and Chris Buescher. That's your top 10. You can see here above me and beside me right here. Right out here, guys. That's right, Kenneth. We're going to do NFL, baseball, NASCAR, NBA, guys. Stay here, like the channel, or like the stream, subscribe, turn on the bell notification when I've come live.
Here they come now, pouring as we go back and revisit. Pouring back off turn number 4. Harrison is out front, and it doesn't matter, Alex Hayden. We just got word.
Yeah, we did. Harrison Burton is officially the winner of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Harrison Burton put the block on Kyle Busch, came back down the racetrack, went below the double yellow line, but he did not advance his position. He was already the leader. The Wood brothers and Harrison Burton won the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
And Kim Burton, Harrison's mom, bawling downstairs.
I bet she's crying.
In the pit area, sitting on the pit box, watching her son win at Daytona. Jeff Burton, you know, the same thing was.
Kenneth, I will have some baseball streams. I guarantee I'll do some baseball stream this week too, my friend.
More than likely, he's probably a little emotional.
No, what a job. And how cool is it, Rusty Wallace? The Wood brothers are winners again in NASCAR.
Oh, that is just so cool. I mean, they work so hard. They've been supporting this sport for a long, long time. And I'm just really, really happy to see this car in victory lane. Just makes everybody happy.
It may shake up playoffs. You got that right.
For the legendary Wood brothers, it's been 262 starts since they last went to victory lane. That was in Pocono, and Ryan Blaney was driving the car at that time. You're going to hear from our winner, Harrison Burton, in victory lane.
Looks like 21 just went for the yellow. Right on.
Let's go back downstairs and hear from some of our top finishers. Brad?
Ty Gibbs,
thanks for the show. Charles, thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate you guys.
And especially with the new winner, something you guys need.
Hey, guys, be sure to tell somebody you love them today, guys.
A good old Daytona race for sure. It was just a complete yard sale the whole time. I'm just glad we came home with a good finish. And our Ronald Reagan Camry. It was cool to have Reagan on our car and the move me. So, no, it was a good day. We'll just take it and we'll move on.
All right, Ty Gibbs, 5th place finish. Alan Cavana?
Christopher Bell comes home 3rd. How do you describe that green-white checker?
Just, I don't know. It's Daytona. I don't know. I just, to restart.
It's Daytona. It's racing.
Is awesome. We were really fortunate to miss those wrecks, but bummed with how it played out. I just didn't feel great there though. I was screen white checker.
Christopher Bell finishes 3rd, but you can hear the disappointment at 3rd place finish.
Yeah, just disappointing down there. And that's part of racing at Daytona. And Rusty, one thing, nobody's leaving the grandstands. I think
they're all sitting there.
Race fans, how big this is, not just for Harrison Burton, who is out of a ride at the season's end, but he is driving for one of the biggest and best teams in all of NASCAR racing.
Well, that's one of the biggest things for him, too. He can tell everybody, I can drive, I can get this thing done. There's no doubt about that. This was such a big, big day for Harrison because of what he's went through.
Cody Ware had a big day, too, Rusty Wallace. Cody Ware finished 4th, and I would imagine happy about it.
Unexpected winner, unexpected 4th place finish. Is that fair to say unexpected right now, Cody?
I mean, hey, the fours were fast all day, and I knew that we had something to work for once we saw.
That's his mom right there.
Coming in to the race.
Burton's mom.
So just can't say enough about.
I'm assuming his girlfriend or wife or whoever's in the pants.
4th place, top 5. Let's go to Brad Gilly.
Kyle Busch, runner-up finish in a position here at the end. Obviously, this is Daytona. You've had some good weeks here lately. You've had some fast cars, but what are your emotions right now with the runner-up finish?
Yeah, just frustrating. We've led races here at Daytona going into the last restart and haven't been able to pull off a victory. So not sure what it is I'm doing wrong or what it is that I'm missing, but seemed like the energy got broke up off of turn 2 over there and the 20.
A lot of good drivers got knocked out of this race, guys.
We needed to be, and the outside lane just went by, and I wanted to get up in front of the 21 because I knew the momentum was coming there, but I knew the 20 was a better friend, so just didn't work out as usual.
All right, there is Kyle Busch, your runner-up finisher.
Tough break. Kyle Busch frustrated, so very close to locking into the playoffs, and he comes up one position short. As a matter of fact, Jeff
climbing up the fence
again by 4/100ths of a second.
Yeah, when you go back and look at it, and yes, you can say, hey, this
that's got to be
races to lock in.
Sketchy.
But when you look at it, like you just said, 4/100ths of a second is going to keep Kyle Busch, at least at the moment. He's got one more shot at Darlington, and trust us when we tell you he can win it. How about the celebration down there for Harrison Burton? They're climbing the fence here at Daytona. To your point, nobody's gone home.
No, soak it up, young man. You're a NASCAR Cup Series winner for the very first time. Back downstairs to pit lane.
The toughest of situations for Bubba Wallace, getting in that wreck and then seeing a new winner. How do you describe your night? You had speed, you were in position, then the wreck.
Not good enough. Simple as that. Easiest way to put it. Fast way to Camry, Columbia, PFG. Not good enough.
Bubba Wallace dejected after that finish, knowing he had something for him tonight.
Yeah, and we understand that. At one point, I believe he was up 25, Alex.
Wow.
He came in one down, managed to work his way to plus 25 above the cut line.
The winner's like Spider-Man. Climbing that fence, he was, wasn't he?
Below. A little celebration going on there between dad and son.
Yeah.
Dad down there.
Yeah, Jeff Burton has made his way down there to the ball field and has embraced his son. Harrison's best friend off the racetrack is Todd Gilliland. He's come there as well to celebrate along with him.
What a race we saw.
That was a race, guys.
43 different.
I hope you guys enjoyed it too.
Winner. Wood Brothers getting a win, their 100th. Harrison Burton across the line. It was lap 164 that wrapped it up here tonight. He's
got the checkered flag now.
Kyle Busch, and hang with us. We're going to hear from the winner. Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Cody Ware 4th, and Ty Gibbs 5th. Bubba Wallace was 6th. Parker Retzloff wrapped up the night in 7th. Brad Keselowski rallies back to 8th. Daniel Hemrick with a good night, 9th. And Chris Buescher was 10th.
11th was Carson Hocevar. 12th was Ross Chastain. 13th, Zane
They're about
Smith.
to turn the camera
14th,
off. I'm gonna...
Chase Briscoe. 15th, John Hunter Nemechek. 16th was Alex Bowman. 17th, Eric Jones.
I'm losing cams. Yep, they shut the cameras down.
B.J. McLeod was 19th, and Joey Gase was 20th.
So we'll keep it on the radio so we can hear the interview.
Austin Dillon, 22nd. Todd Gilliland, 23rd. Martin Truex Jr., happy to leave Daytona. He was 24th. Austin Hill was 25th. Josh Berry, 26th. William Byron, 27th. Tyler Reddick, 28th. All of these drivers didn't complete the final lap. Reddick, 28th. Ryan Blaney, 29th. And Michael McDowell was 30th.
31st, Joey Logano. 32nd, Justin Haley. 33rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 34th was Corey LaJoie. 35th, Shane Van Gisbergen. 36th was Chase Elliott. 37th was Noah Gragson. Denny Hamlin was 38th. Ryan Preece, 39th. And Daniel Suarez was 40th.
I have a feeling I'm going to ask you a very, very simple question. It's time now to pick the Xfinity Mobile Reliable Performance of the Race, presented by Xfinity. What do you guys think? Rusty, we'll start with you.
There were so many lead changes tonight. To me, what counts is the guy that got across the finish line first. I got to go with Harrison Burton. He kept that car out of trouble all night long, got his first victory. That's a no-brainer for me.
43 official lead changes at the start-finish line, by the way, to Rusty's point. I can't help but go with Harrison Burton and the legendary Wood Brothers as well. You know, Kyle Busch just said it just a moment ago. He chose to stay on the bottom. He knew Harrison Burton had a run. But he said, Christopher Bell's a little nicer to him. So to me, that tells me Kyle just didn't have enough confidence in Harrison Burton. Harrison drives by and to the checkered
You got
flag.
a Burton autograph?
Reliable performance goes to Harrison Burton and the Wood Brothers
awesome,
organization. Just like Harrison Burton, Xfinity Mobile's got you covered with a reliable nationwide network. Learn more at xfinity.com/mobile.
So we'll hear from Harrison Burton in just a moment. He's making his way now to victory lane at the World Center of Racing. The Wood Brothers have been there. What a sight on the pit lane, by the way. Team Penske, the Austin Cindric crew members are climbing in the window to congratulate Harrison Burton. Of course, the Wood Brothers have the technical alliance with Team Penske, and Harrison Burton is now going to pop the clutch and continue his slow drive.
Around.
Rusty, there's only one first-time win in the NASCAR Cup Series. You know all about this.
Oh, it's so important. I mean, for him to win his first race at Daytona was just one of the biggest things in the world. And I remember all the way back in 1986 when I won my first race. It was at Bristol. It meant so much to me because I was a short tracker. But for the Woods brothers, oh my gosh, this is one of the best tracks they go to. And again, I just can't say how proud I am of them and how much I'm happy for the Woods brothers. And boy, the Burton family tonight, they're going to sleep good.
If they go to sleep.
I bet they probably will not sleep. That's what I was fixed to say.
They're going to be up and celebrating all night long. Career start, 98, one he will remember forever. Jeremy Bullins, the crew chief. How big for Jeremy? You know all of those guys down there, Alex. Jeremy Bullins going back to victory lane.
Yeah, at some point you start thinking, man, we haven't won in a long, long time. You start questioning yourself, and you start getting a little bit of doubt beginning to creep into your psyche. For Jeremy Bullins and this race team to come out and win this race, you know, there were 30 or so laps left in the race, Jeff, and you made the point that Harrison Burton has been basically inside the top 5, top 10 for the better part of the whole second half of the race. This wasn't a fluke. They earned this one tonight.
Yeah, they ran up front all night long, didn't they, Alex? By the way, it is indeed Harrison Burton celebrating his win tonight, from fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pumps. Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do. Let's meet them right now. Win number 1 comes at Daytona. Harrison Burton is in victory lane with Steve Post.
He has just brought the historic Wood Brothers, number 21 in. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., another driver.
That car is beat up too, guys.
Crew members from every other organization, and Harrison Burton is getting ready to climb out of this race car. They are set with some Coca-Cola. He is getting ready to get the bath of a lifetime as Harrison Burton.
Coca-Cola bath.
Out of this race car. Len Wood down here, Eddie Wood, the whole Wood Brothers family, the Burton family is here. Everybody's down here exactly, and they are ready to go. Even Bailey Wood is down here. That is John's son. They're having a good time, and here's Harrison Burton. He is on the side of the car. He is on the top of the car. He is a winner here at Daytona International Speedway.
Daytona, baby.
Jumps down off the car. Harrison, your emotions, your thoughts. You are a Cup Series winner.
I don't know. I cried for the whole cooldown lap. I don't know. It's just been the hardest 3 years of my life. There's no, like I said, there's no denying. It's just been rough, and these guys have rallied behind me when it matters the most. You know, going to every single race with the same mentality of trying to win, because we could get number 100. We kept saying that in our meetings, that we had a chance to get win number 100 for the Wood Brothers, and that's something that you can't take lightly. So we, as a group, have that place in history now forever for the 100th win for the Wood Brothers, and to me, that just means the world.
It certainly does. The Wood Brothers are a historic organization. You personally, you're in a position where you're looking around for a job. What does this mean? What's the relief factor? What's the release of emotion for you, knowing that this certainly is not going to hurt that effort at all?
I wish it came sooner so I didn't get fired. But no, I mean, it's amazing. And like I said, I just felt worried that I would leave the Wood Brothers with a lot of regret, that I had 3 years to get their 100th win, and to get Ford in victory lane, to get them in victory lane, and not have to leave this
at Daytona
with
too.
Regret. To me, that means the world. And now we have a chance to be in the playoffs, so we're not going to roll over and die. We've had a rough year, but this is the shot in the arm we've needed, and we're going to go to Darlington set on kill.
You and I met this afternoon.
Darlington.
With some Bordercraft people. We did a little conversation down there. You talked about how special Daytona is. I can't imagine how more.
That is awesome. How did you get all those autographs, Lulu? Did you go to some races to get them?
I've come here. I don't think I've finished a race.
I've never been to a race. I want to go. That's a bucket
and
list.
never made it to the end. My dad's filming. He's like a TV guy still, but gosh, I don't know. I just can't put it into words.
That is awesome, Lulu.
Congratulations. Enjoy this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There we go. That is Harrison Burton. We're actually gonna see if we can catch a word with Dad. Jeff's down here getting the video on it. He's got people calling. Jeff, your son's a winner in the Cup Series. Your thoughts?
Oh, it's just incredible. This shit's hard, and everybody puts so much effort into it, and to see, to be in this victory lane, this Daytona, right? And Ward won the 500, I won the 400. Now Harrison's won the 400, and it's Daytona, it's Cup, it's a huge night.
He just got a bath, of course. Oh, Harrison just gave him a bath down here. It is a huge night. Congratulations, Dad.
Thank you.
There we go. I'm going to get one more down here because you don't get often chance catch up with Eddie and Linwood. They're down here. Eddie is just standing here shaking his head. Eddie, your thoughts?
I don't know what to say. I mean, Harrison and the crew, everybody did a great job tonight. I mean, to stay out of trouble, thank you. To stay out of trouble, as much stuff as going on tonight, it was.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of wrecks.
Unbelievable. I think that's a perfect word for it. Tears in the eyes down here with Eddie Wood, Linwood down here. Tears in the eyes of Jeff Burton. Tears in the eyes of Harrison Burton. Gentlemen, this is Daytona. This matters. And tonight, this win matters to a lot of very, very special people in the sport of NASCAR racing.
Yeah, this is special. This is Daytona.
You stood right when they did their introductions? Okay.
Burton will never forget August 24, 2024. You'll always remember your first. Harrison Burton scoring the win. Quick thank you to Dave.
That is awesome, Lulu. Congratulations on that. One of these days, I'm going to do the same and get some autographs myself, too.
Thank you. Ellen Cavana, thank you. Also to Craig Moore, Steve Fridley.
All right. On the radio broadcast, so muting those guys. I have to lose my voice tonight. So, guys, thank you so much for the stream. Thank you for stopping in. And wow, Daytona came and went. Unfortunately, I can't bring tomorrow's race to you tomorrow. I'll be celebrating my mom's birthday. We'll be meeting up with her. I don't get to see my mom as much. She lives out of town, lives a few hours away. So my brother's family, my family, we're gonna all meet up and have a birthday for my mom tomorrow. So after church. But hey guys, don't forget, subscribe, turn on the bell notification whenever I come live. We got baseball this week. I've been covering Dodgers. I'm gonna get back into doing some Rangers. I'll just pick some streams to do and get those out this week. But we do have NFL. I will cover. My goal is to cover Thursday night, the first game on Thursday night NFL. So if you like NFL, KimbroNator, I'm your channel here, guys. I'm gonna start covering it. We got the Chiefs versus the Baltimore Ravens here on Thursday night as well. So don't forget to turn on the little bell notification, and I will post a pre-stream, like a little placeholder for it, so you can turn on the bell notification when that stream comes live. So, wow. What a race, guys. Exciting. Friday night is Braves versus Phillies. Them Phillies are tough. That would be a good one, too. And, hey, guys, here's, I've got merch. So, be sure to check out the merch store. It's in the description of the channel here. And if you do buy any merch, let me know. Send me an email with a picture of yourself with my merch. Love to hear it. We'll put it on the channel and give you guys shout outs for that as well. Absolutely, Kenneth. Thank y'all so much. Lulu, Charles, Dom the Vlogger. Oh wow, I did not see your name. So we had a lot of people in chat tonight. So thank you guys so much for stopping in, chatting up, hitting the like button on the stream. Hey, I love each and every one of you guys. Thank y'all so much for doing all you do and be here for me. So hey, do what you guys do. Do it well. Be sure to reach out and tell somebody you love them. I love you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. Very, very soon. So, later.